excited to have him come through, and we're going to talk to a couple different questions coming through for him. And I tweeted something out earlier as we're still waiting for Microsoft.
Sorry
we made
about
a lot
that.
of money back here,
start a new
but
stream.
the long
I don't know
definitely
if it
was
was
not
lagging.
right. Last time, not last time. This is one of the first times. By the way, I was already at the hockey rink this morning. Shout out to my daughter, who now goes up north for a couple games today, and then they're having a sleepover, so I get to spend some time with my son tonight. But here it is right here. This is pre-COVID when Mr. Wonderful and I, hey look, we have like the same wedding rings as well. How cute. But we'll talk a little bit while we were talking timepieces. Hey, look at that, man. It's Jerome Powell was in the building there. So, but anyways, that was a real fun time. Wish he was in the building again today, but Kevin O'Leary is getting ready to get locked and locked. Hello, Jerome. Missed it again. Okay. We'll talk to him about this a little bit later. But damn, Daniel, the market is starting to go right now. And there goes Roblox. So again, the good hold on Roblox. Looks like we'll try to be positive again on this name, and we'll see where it goes. I was waiting. There, we'll take a little fill there. Take that out right now. So that was a good fill. And now we'll start to go. Shout out to my friend Phil again. I know that's an old joke, but I always say it. We'll see about getting some more out here as SIDU has just resumed right now. So shout out to Sidhu there here as we have Sidhu Space 880 and starting to go again.
Vaulting again.
Yep, there it is. So as you can see, whenever you start to build up, you can get long. I can get long right now. All you can eat buffet right there at 880 if you want it. I don't want it, but you can get it. Just bid one of these gateways, and there it is, man. I don't have the long. Anybody could have had it, and whenever that's the case, I get a little bit nervous. But look at this. 907 is the tap. So again, you know, like if you just 891.
That's dangerous.
I don't like it. So the reason why I said I could have had it, we don't have it. But the thing about that is that now it's 924, 950. I didn't, 10 is the new tap. Oh, damn. I was just saying, good thing I didn't take it. But yeah, no, 811 on Sidhu right now being tapped up. Now back down to 9. I don't like it when it spits there and can give it to anybody. You could have got 80s there if you wanted it, man. Like I was sitting there, I know the gateways to use. You could have used an inverted one and you would have got that for sure.
Edge AB.
All right, it's 10:30 right now. We do have Nat Gas, and we're gonna go over to Adara.
Hey, thanks for joining me. This is Mike at Living Legacy Group.
Coming with regards to Deribit, which is one of the crypto exchanges. They have their largest crypto options expiry ever for that exchange, 11 billion. That expires tomorrow morning, so keep an eye on this. This is the largest expiry so far with a record of almost $5 billion in options will be expiring in the money. So definitely something to keep an eye on with regards to these crypto stocks and crypto in general right now, guys. In terms of BTC, we're definitely, this is the daily chart here, we're still very much stuck in this range of about 42,000 to 43,000. Right now, we're just around 42,005. So this is what's going on with Bitcoin, very much within this pretty tight range as of right now. So here we are, Bitcoin just now, just below that 42,500 area. Ethereum, very strong, well above that 2,300, about 2,350 right now. BNB up about 5%. Solana continuing its descent, down about 7% right now, guys. The rest of these names pretty mixed over here for these cryptocurrencies.
Crypto.
It's what, like that was all the rage yesterday
Crypto.
in terms of like what was running. It was all Mara and Coin and related Bitcoin names. Today it is all these, it's the chip names and low flow, reverse split, squeeze names. Mullen's up 13% today. I can only imagine it's on sympathy to some of these other things.
Solana.
I can't give you another explanation than that. I'm probably going to pay for locates on the off chance that we like it, but it's just not necessarily something I want to stand in front. Oh, you're finally back about, I believe, at 51. Sidhu. Someone asked, what does the TAP stand for? Theoretical auction price. It's if they open the stock at that moment, this is where the equilibrium is and where they would print it. It doesn't mean that's where it's going to open. It's just at that moment, that's where the open would be. So that's for that on Sidhu. ARM just got to 78 and might start pulling back. This stock could see 80 today if the market can hold up even just a little bit here. And back underneath 51 is a firm, so I wanted it back under 51. I just offered 95 and didn't get it. I am in Rivian going into that high of the day break. And just for the last, not the last time, Sidhu, it's back to a $9 tap, so that's all over the place. It doesn't mean it's going to print at 9. It's just if it was right now, it'd be back to $9.
Oh man. Today's been a tough day. I mean, I don't know how many stocks you're green or red on, but I'm 2-2 right now, and it's been tough. And the biggest L
I'm
for
red.
me is Softy.
Sucks.
And we're trying to get this name to battle back a little bit. We could actually, if this goes up like basically a little bit past VWAP, into here, and we're able to hold it, we'll turn this day into a green day. So that'll be, shout out to Dookie and everybody like that. I like that. That was one of
This
the very
line
first.
right here is
not
that
the very
VWAP
first.
that they're
I remember
talking
when I
about.
was with. It just came out, and we were going on. a
I'm
family
looking
trip
at
to
this
Puerto
cloud
Vallarta,
right here.
and we had the cassette player tape. Little. You've never heard of this?
Sure, it wasn't A-Track.
You've never heard of this, Ramin or Fabian, but the music used to. I'm just playing around. Used to come in little cassettes, cassette tapes, and I remember buying that. Yeah, exactly.
Cassette tapes.
That's right. So that was. I remember going on the plane, and I bought that, and that was a lot of fun. And anyways, so that was just a little.
What was your first?
No, that's the thing. I can't even remember how old I was. But it was just a Walkman. Walkman. That's the word I'm looking for. Damn it.
A Walkman.
Yeah, the Sony Walkman. I used to have the yellow one. There's a yellow.
Sports.
Anybody
Yellow
that's
and
like
You know what the
28, like I am.
The yellow and black. Yellow and black.
Yeah, the yellow and black one.
I know
So
exactly the one.
yeah,
I didn't have my
I
that
had
was my
one.
dad's. My dad had.
yeah, yeah. So we had all that, man. The Walkman, yeah, for sure, man. And then mixtapes. Like I used to put on MTV or whatever. A
And
hot
tape
song
it.
would come up, and then I would just push record and put it to the speaker. Like try to get it so that I could get it on that. Or you're waiting on the radio and you've got
That was
this
my jam.
this sick boom box, and you just push record quickly to get it, right? Like you're waiting for okay, it's top 6 at 6, and number 6 is Britney Spears or something. So Sharif's getting ready, and then all of a sudden push record and you got that song. But then you're always like, man, I gotta edit out live on 92.5.
You gotta time it up.
Right.
Because if you knew it was on, I remember when No Diggity was on the top 10.
No doubt.
So I knew it was gonna be at that number 1 at a certain point. I know how they're gonna talk through the intro, so I'm sitting there waiting for it.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
the moment. And then you mix that with the end of the song. That was my jam. I don't even give a damn. And my first cassette tape, no word of a lie, was Shabba Ranks.
Shabba.
Shabba,
Shabba.
Mr. Loverman. That was the joint.
You call me Mr. Lover.
That's Shaggy. But
Oh yeah, that's Shaggy.
But-
I like Shaggy too.
Shabba got
Man, we in a mood, boy.
he got canceled. People don't know this. He was canceled before cancel was a thing. I'm not going to get into why because it's one of those things. But let's get back to the quick markets here because
He was ahead of the game.
He was early. he just wanted to be early, which I want to be early on the Rivian breakout. So I bought some at 24.20 here, looking for the dip and then rip. And if it breaks the quarters, I'm going to be adding to Rivian on a break of 24.25. The market is somehow deciding to rebound at this particular moment, but once it breaks the high I'm in, AMD is going to get to 150 today, and what's crazy is it's somehow doing it without me. I'm canceling more
Thank you,
buys.
Zippy Zabe.
So what
I
I'm going to
suppose,
do
I
once
guess
I
maybe
get out of
rip and
the
rip,
once
a
I build
150
my
break
account
on
back
the
up,
AMD today?
we're
Guys,
going
if
to
you
hold the
think,
Bitcoin.
Yeah, I might
Matter of
short
fact,
that
we
150.
won't
Thank you, Zippy
even
Zabe
have
and everybody
Bitcoin
like that.
on. We
Look,
won't
if
be
you are
trading. We'll be
excited
trading
again
it, but
for more talk like that and just more fun.
We're gonna
little
try
things,
some of
we
these
have a
picks
great
they
time,
have
obviously,
here
on the show every
next
single
week.
day. But I'm pretty proud of the podcast that we have. So we had a lot of fun things there. Fabian mentioned to me yesterday that he thought number 6 was
Podcast.
the best one.
That's
so
the
go-
next
go
thing on my
find it.
list.
We're filming another one tomorrow. It should be hilarious. And by the way, well, not hilarious, but it should be fun. And we get a little bit, crazy on it. But here we go. Microsoft to the upside. Brendan, Neil off tomorrow. Brendan back. So thank you, Sharif and Adara, that have been doing great jobs so far this week as Brendan is back in the building. I would have loved to take today off, but we got Mr. Wonderful coming through, and we also have a little bit of diamond hands right now. It's too bad that we got stopped out there, but again, take care of the risk. You're a risk manager first when you're a trader. And
Okay.
I know that's going to sound cheesy because you probably heard it about 1,000,000 times, but honestly, this is why we're doing the show, I could lose, we didn't lose anything, but you could lose your month on a trade. Some people have already lost their months, It's like you're trying to do the best you can
Listen.
without having a major drawdown.
Yeah.
So when that level got broken there, obviously I saw this level at 374, yesterday's close right there, dark pool wicks, right? But what am I going to do? Just average in until eventually it breaks? No, I'm going to take it out there at a level that I thought was reasonable, and then we'll work on it from there. And that was the trade. Pretty simple stuff for me, and it just didn't work out, and we got out of that. We got in and out first. That was good. That was good. Then that's bad. So right now we'll sort of have to hold out hope here that the market can battle back, and then there it goes. Affirm finally fails to the top side. Breaks through 51. So again, look, in, out, in again, out. So, it's about managing risk, making sure you're good to go. Apple, nice little buy the dip opportunities again as well, right? Get out so you don't have to worry about it. It bounces, and then look at that out there at 36s or something. Apple definitely went for a little bit of a moon ride. And guess what? I shouldn't say this because it's a reference to the higher power, but myself of little faith right there. We trusted Roblox. We have not gotten out of that stock. We still have more than half of the position. Well, we've gotten out of it, but we still have more than half of this position. And there we go. So, we were going to get out if this broke 50s, and we got pretty darn lucky that didn't happen. But there it goes again, Roblox. So all of a sudden, guys, we're going to be green on Apple. We'll turn slightly red on Affirm. We'll be red on Microsoft and green on Roblox. So we're going to go 2 for 2, almost 3-1 today. Almost 3-1 today, but again, that that Affirm, we are slightly red on it, and it's literally as much. You know how much I'm red on it? Less than a vanilla latte. I was gonna say I didn't know what Ramin drinks, but what's your order from Starbucks? Triple. Yeah, so I am definitely down less than a triple espresso and cold foam. If you guess less than $5, you're right on that one.
I don't know what that costs.
Triple latte.
Triple espresso with something
Cold
foam.
foam, probably probably
$5.
$5.50 on a grande, something like that.
My coffee at home is pretty darn cheap. Invest in a good grinder, and you will never look back. Again, to each their own, man. I would much rather own stocks in things that other people buy and are obsessed with than I am, because I'm usually like counter trend when it comes to like what's cool, and I've never been a Starbucks person. I've never been a Starbucks guy, but I don't mind the company. I've just never been I've never been a huge Apple person, but I own a bunch of their stock, so that's absolutely fine. This is a day where if you can find a trend, it's better to join it. Like look at the first dip in ARM. And it was a huge rip. We bought the breakout there. It then dips $1, almost a full dollar, down into 77.20. Now I bought initially at the quarters and then added to it above 40, and then just got some out there when it got to 65. And I'm gonna have an offer here at 77.80 as well. So I want to give it back into this 77.25. But ARM has been a very clean trend into the upside pretty much the entire day. And AMD, we were joking about AMD 150. It's not a joke anymore. It just went to 149.92. Shout out to Tara the Dawn. Appreciate you in the super chat there. Salute to the Trader TV team. I've been rocking with you since December 2019 or 2020. I'm going to suggest, we were on YouTube starting in 2020. So unless you were at a Day Trade the World office, it was probably in 2020. I know it was definitely around COVID time. Yeah, we came to YouTube pretty much on the COVID. It was like the perfect time to join YouTube. But 150 on AMD, it's here right now.
What?
It's insane. 92 is the high of the day. This is the kind of trade, if you short this level, it's a hard stop at 01. Not at 2, not at 3, not at 5, at 01. If it breaks 50 by even 1 cent, I'm out of this trade.
I feel like I'm getting a little bit greedy here because I'm just sitting here watching Microsoft. First of all, we reshorted Affirm. So, well, anyways, I could have just got out there and put it positive. I told you I'm only down a little bit. But, okay, watch out for Microsoft.
So even if it's like 50 cents, get out.
It's right up here. It's just, I was waiting for a break higher through 375. But for like right now, it just doesn't seem to be really doing anything. So we'll take another piece out there. I'm still waiting for 375.20, which is VWAP. I want to get that fill. I think if we can break it, we can get that fill. So that's what we're doing right now. And here comes Affirm right back in. We can get it out right now and go buy that coffee, but we're not going to. Let's see if Affirm can make its way back down. 50.90 right here. I believe that's somewhere where my first, that is my first bid, sorry. My first bid is exactly at 50.90. Then I have a 50 quarters down here near the 200 period, and then we'll see if it can fill out. And this may just continue to rip up. I don't know, but we will try that. Again, Roblox still high side right now. Apple, we just took another piece out. Apple's going to be a good one as well. So, so far so good. Thank everybody for subscribing. We do have Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary coming through in just a couple minutes. He'll talk with Sharif, and then we'll get our hands on that guy and figure out what we're going to ask him. But
Wonderful.
let's just check out
Wow.
Sidhu really quickly because it did open
If
back
you can get
up.
his time,
I know there
you
are some
got
new
some
traders
going.
on there, but it's halted again. So I guess going long at 880, like
Come
I
on,
said,
baby, stop
I did not
going,
want to do.
stop
Would have been
dipping.
right.
Up or down?
Up now, up to 11:30. So the tap right now is 11:28. Gonna open up. I don't know when did it halt. Let me just double check. Okay, so this has been a 10-minute halt. So it still has not opened back up yet. So this might open in the next 2 minutes. SIDU with a nice little runner. And
One note on
yeah, go ahead.
halt.
Yeah.
When you have halts, they're always 5 or 10 minutes for volatility halt. Typically speaking, it's a 10-minute halt because of a lack of liquidity. So it's because they can't find enough open interest to pair off some of the open orders that they hold it for an extra 5 minutes. And in rare circumstances, that 10 minutes turns into a random time. So if it's ever longer than 10 minutes, there is no defined 15 or 20 minutes. It's just whenever. Again, I'm not
softy.
saying it's going to be more than 10, but AMD got to 92s. I didn't short it till it was at 80s, mid 80s, and then added to it when it broke 80s, 149.80. So the last entry was at 76. Just took some out there at like 58, and then some out there at 41, and then 149. This is a strong stock. I'm looking for it to eventually make a higher low, but the pullback is now in on AMD. So it's a bit weird that a stock that we like to the long side,
So
our
just
first trade is
imagine
going to
if
be
I
short. But sometimes the
stopped
market's a
that
little weird,
and
today might be one of those days.
got out
Only
of the
because we haven't
buy
talked about it in a
and
while.
bought the call.
Tesla, there
I
was
would
me
be
making
up
the keystroke. This is when I should have been getting
and
into ARM. As I said, I was on the wrong
65
stock.
cents.
That is a horrible
So
mistake
that's
to make.
one of the
good,
rules
it's
that
always
I will
it's a
have
good
to
thing though,
adhere to.
as long as you're able to quickly get out of it when you make a keystroke error. Because I ended up punching a high that I had no intentions of taking. Tesla's under VWAP in week. 262 looks like it's going to be a bit of a brick wall. I like the long-term trend, but you're now dealing with the closing range as resistance on Tesla, and it's never been strong in this market, so it's kind of filed the other way despite the strong run here today. I think we have just a couple of minutes or to go. We'll get in our ear loading up and ready for Mr. Wonderful, but I just got out of AMD. It's not a full dollar move for me because I didn't get 150 exactly, and I'm not holding through 149. If anything, I'm looking for the next opportunity to
I
go,
need
or
to
the
take a
first
bathroom
opportunity
break,
to go long.
so you
Quick
guys-
scalp trade, risk a little,
Right
get in and
back.
out of the trade, and then try and rejoin the trend. Just kind of take your pot shots. So AMD, good for now, but I don't know if the next trade I want is going to be a short again. I think it should be a long.
And there it is right now, guys. We'll go, oh my God, we're going to go 3-1 today. But Roblox is falling back down, so we're going to watch out for that. We did take out some more Apple there. And then guess what? There it is, man. Affirm. We just took a fill at 96. So we are going to wait for 90s to come through. Hopefully this continues its move down, as that's the name that went from red to green right there, right now. So far, so good. Yeah, let's smash the like button right now. If we can do that, as we are going a little bit late here. Let us know when he's ready to rock and roll there. Mr. Wonderful. All right, he's not even there yet. So we may take this into 11 o'clock, and then we'll see what happens on that one, of course. So, all right, that's what's happening right now. Just quickly, we did get out of some more Apple. We're waiting for Affirm to get down. There it is on this stock. Spin it for Microsoft, because at least if you didn't get this name early and you got it late, then congratulations. But look at the market, right back up to VWAP again. So I just took a piece out. I said I was waiting for 75.20. I still am waiting for, 75.20s. If that can come through, then that will be great. We're going to look at 375.20 on that name. And then look at the biggest and the baddest of them all. Again, another green name here for us is going to be Apple, back up to the high side. So we're ready to go, man. This is going to be good right now for us. We're excited, man. Kevin O'Leary is just sitting down now. What's up, my friend? And a shout out to Nancy as well. We are very, very excited here to have that show. But hey, it's been a heck of a day.
Yes,
It's been a great day. Bouncing off 17.1 in the NASDAQ. We talked about our Sony Walkmans and all of that. That was really hype. And here we go, man. Let's see if this market can continue its bounce a little bit here. And let's see if the Santa Claus rally, ho, 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 will continue
The market
to go.
the Nasdaq's up 0.1%.
Yes,
After
sir.
all
Let's
of this,
go.
the Nasdaq is up. The ES is slightly to the upside. I mean, obviously powered by some of the chip names, but shout out to this. This is why I love the community, because you don't let us miss something. And Nike is, I think like maybe this is the start of the bounce on Nike. Post earnings, you made that Huadunk. Look at the level it held on to. Remember 107? 107 held like a charm. It's starting to go off that level. I think looking for some Nike longs today is going to make some sense. It still has resistance at about 108.5, but last I checked, 108 gives you another 50 pennies to go. And so I want to look for a long there. I am in a Rivian long. I do want to reload ARM. I do want to reload AMD, but I'm thinking in the other direction, a long in AMD. I don't know if we get it at VWAP or anything like that, but maybe it is 149. I'm shooting for something a little bit closer to VWAP if we can get that strong trend to the upside. I don't have to tell you that AMD has been strong. You guys can all see that there. Apparently, James Dell saying C3AI is moving. I generally favor shorts on C3AI, but the way this market's rebounding, I don't think you want to bet against a squeeze name. And this is a squeeze name.
Oh.
Only long because it's a squeeze name. Room 231, 30.5. That looks like a good buy zone for C3AI.
Oh man, here it comes again. Let's go. Let's get a couple bangs right now and hit a little bit of sirens, because let's go. Finally, nice little move. What's up, Fabian? Nice little move on Microsoft back up there to the upside. So guess what? Here, this is for you, Mr. Wonderful. We're now $1 in the money. How about this? Does he like that? I think that's pretty cool, man. We're having some fun here. Again, as there it goes, a nice little dollar club winner. You got to celebrate. You got to have a little bit of fun. We're in the Christmas spirit.
$1 is a lot, you guys.
Here today, and I do not believe.
Traders finished the rum right quick.
Yeah, I don't believe in trading inebriated, so we will not be having any of that. But tonight we have the market recap show. Should be a lot of fun. And then tomorrow, join me and Brendo for the best podcast
Should be champagne
out there on the web. Yeah, we could do that.
Well,
there it goes, man. We are really, really printing right
It's
now.
not.
Thanks
I mean,
for joining me,
Well,
and
last
welcome.
Friday it
This
wasn't
is,
Christmas. We still did the rum and eggnog on the Friday
brand new
show. So I
channel.
feel like it's not necessarily New
For
Year's
the new
Eve,
year.
but you know, a little
Oh,
champagne.
yeah, a little bit New Year's Eve style.
That's the way to
Sure,
go.
man.
I've been
It's
holding
a
back
show
and
before
saying
New
it's
Year's
not
Eve,
time
so
yet.
I
It's
think
not
it should
time.
be champagne.
It is the time.
I wonder
That's
if.
just me.
Thanks
It's
for
my
joining.
day off, so I'm not going to tell you guys what to do, but why not?
Yeah, I remember on my day off. I'll talk about that later. Okay, so a firm coming back in, guys. Just quickly here. Someone said in the chat, oh, Kevin was a little bit late because he was shorting a firm. Well, hey, if he's shorting a firm, I mean, then he's with me. So I like that. Great minds think alike. I don't know why you'd be thinking like me. Okay, here we go, man. It is ready to rock and roll. We're really pleased to once again, have a friend of the family.
Great friend of the
Evan O'Leary's been here before. I showed that picture a couple years ago. It was really nice when he was here in person. Got to talk to him about a bunch of things, and now he's here via Zoom. Maybe I'll ask him about Zoom. I mean, that seems to be pretty popular these days. All right, it's Kevin and it's Sharif at the big desk.
All right, guys, time for a very special guest. Kevin O'Leary, you may know him as Mr. Wonderful or Chef Wonderful, depending really on the contest, chairman of O'Leary Ventures. Kevin, how are you?
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on. So, question for you. It's been a hell of a move this year on the markets. You got the NASDAQ well over 40% to the high side, the S&P well over 20%. But there's a new catalyst in town. It goes by the name of crypto. Really starting to pump up here. Started the year off very depressed at that 16,500 level. Now we're flirting with 45,000. Part of this, I guess, is the news that there's going to be a spot Bitcoin ETF, and that's got a lot of people excited. So, Kevin, two-part question. One, how long does this rally run into with the spot ETF tailwind? And is crypto one of the only kind of sectors that can really benefit from regulation? Because typically, regulation kind of hurts business.
Well, it's almost been a year since you and I talked about this, and so much has happened. So let's just step back just a few months and talk about this asset class, because crypto, is most of us that have held it, it's been one of our best performing asset classes in 2023, no question about it. Now, first of all, Jan 10th is the big date when the SEC and Gensler are going to decide if they're going to issue that license for an ETF. But I want to warn everybody of something here. I'm in the camp that says he won't do it. He's got a mandate that'll be for another 18 months. And even if he says no, I don't think it's going to change the momentum of what's occurring here, because some really big things happen to change institutional interest to the upside in crypto. The big holdback on Bitcoin and Ethereum, the granddaddies of crypto, has been the fact that institutions, particularly sovereign wealth, have not allocated their traditional 1 to 3% to this asset class while they're waiting for the regulator to approve it. Now, as you well know, FTX history, Binance litigated into oblivion, its founder, largest shareholder, now a convicted felon, going to prison in March in the US. That's a big problem for institutions that want to keep their Binance accounts. And so the big news that occurred in the brick and mortar, if you want to call it that, of exchanges, the picks and shovels of crypto. In other words, if you're an institution and you're going to park $1 billion somewhere, you got to have a compliant exchange. And that's not Coinbase because they're being sued by Gensler too. And remember, everybody, and this is crucial to the long-term prognosis of Bitcoin and crypto, only 38% of it is held in North America. The rest is all around the world. So the big question is, where are the billions going to go that used to be on Binance? And the answer is what occurred last month in Abu Dhabi, the launch of the M2 exchange backed by sovereign wealth. The largest of its kind in terms of financial backing,
Not yet.
tied to behemoth institutions. That's very good news.
And so, Kevin, where do funds find themselves in North American exchanges? Are they going to be on hard wallets, or are they going to be with just your regular run-of-the-day brokers? Because more brokers are starting to offer more cryptocurrencies on their exchanges.
Yeah, the answer is if Gensler turns down ETFs, they're not going to do anything for it. They're just going to wait it out. You know, here's the problem. If you're Fidelity, you're BlackRock, you're Blackstone, or you're one of these behemoths, you operate on 100% compliance every day. And so you're not going to take down a 1 to 3% allocation of some extreme situation in Bitcoin when Gensler's litigating everybody in North America. And so if we don't get the ETF, that will signal that there's more work to be done on the regulatory environment. And I'd say that's 50-50. But that doesn't change the trajectory of what Bitcoin could become, because let's think about that going back to M2. Who owns M2? Well, the largest sovereign is actually sovereign wealth that owns it. 70% of it's held by sovereign wealth. But there's a company called Phoenix Group that just went public on the ADX. And I want to talk about this because I became a shareholder in that on the premise that that is going to be one way I can own M2, because North American traders can't open accounts on M2 yet. You can't do it in Canada. You can't do it in the US, although there's a lot of countries that can. And so the way to own a piece of M2 is to own Phoenix, PHX, on the ADX. That's the exchange in Abu Dhabi. And everybody said, and I went over there for the opening. I flew all the way there to understand this because I'm a big guy on the long term of crypto. But I like picks and shovels. I like the exchange idea. As you know, I own a big position in WonderFi in Canada. We have now 1 million accounts here. Since we last talked, that whole sector in Canada is consolidated. WNDR, look at that chart. It was 10 cents. Now it's 34 in the year. So it's had a big move too. And I think there'll be more consolidation in the Canadian market. But to own Phoenix means you own 30% of M2. And so I found that I could open an account as a North American resident by using international securities. You can download that app on your iPhone, do your Know Your Client upload. It's a headache like anybody in opening any account anywhere. Then I wired the dough over there into AED. It sounds complicated. I bought the IPO. I'm up 30%. And I'm going to hold that for the next 2 years because I think M2 and Phoenix are going in one direction, up. Sure, it's a speculation, but you talk about the other 70% of Bitcoin. Where's it going to go? It's going to leave Binance and go on to M2 where it's safe. That's my whole premise. And I'm going to keep flying every quarter to Abu Dhabi because that's the new capital of capital. I'm really excited about that. And I'm really long Bitcoin, Ethereum, Poly, Matic is a big one for me too, Algorand. Polygons, I look at it, these are big asset moves. the last year, 20, 30, 40%. But people that counted out
Sorry about the time delay. I don't know what's going on. Come on.
ARK, BlackRock, you name it. It's been more like, hey, give me details on this rather than a blanket no. So in your opinion, what's really motivating Gary here? Why is he so anti-crypto?
Well, I went to the hearings last month. Actually, it was about 8 weeks ago in Washington, D.C. I go to D.C. now almost once a month just to keep a tone on what's happening, because I'm also interested in digital payment systems like USDC, and there's that digital payment systems bill, the stablecoin bill going through Congress too. Anyways, I listened to senators and congressmen and women grilling Gensler for about 2 hours on the Hill. And you know, that guy was taking balls of fire being thrown at him. But he held his own because he has a basic premise that until this is regulated under the existing rules, he's just not going to allow it. And he was also bolstered by the fact that he was the guy that went after Binance. You remember how that played out. And he basically won that situation. And CZ flew from Dubai all the way to Seattle and is working it out. And I don't know how long he's going to spend in prison. But Gensler's not finished. A lot of people think that Binance has settled. They haven't settled with the SEC yet. That's the problem. So after the couple of years in prison, then it's got to be settling with the SEC. It could take a while. And he's going after Coinbase as well. So if you're going to have an ETF and you're going to do creates every day, you need spot pricing on a massive liquid exchange. Well, where's that going to be if Gensler's suing them all? Now, I hope I'm wrong. You don't have to wait that long. We're going to go through New Year's. Then we're going to get December or January 10th, and you'll know. And if I'm wrong, you're going to get a big move up in Bitcoin. But even if I'm right and Gensler punts it and says, I'm going to wait, no one's going to take him up on it. They've begun to understand that he wins most of the fights he starts. Remember, Coinbase is going into round 4 in litigation with Gensler. They've lost the first 3 over the last 3 years. The chance they win the 4th, in my view, 0. So you can't win against the regulator. And really what Coinbase is asking is change the law. Guys, it ain't going to happen. So you have to realize you got to be dealt the hand and work with the hand you're dealt with. And I think that until Gensler's done by getting everybody to play with anything in crypto, and particularly Bitcoin, ETFs, by existing rules of securities, he's not going to press the button to say go. But I don't think that's the end of the world. That's only 35% of the market. The rest, that's going to M2.
Kevin, thank you so much for that. Because I'll be honest with you. I mean, Sharif already said this once. We're glad to have you.
You guys heard it here.
But
Living
the
Legacy Live
for a lot of people and a lot of our viewers, and I would say almost for myself, I
makes
was pretty
me feel
optimistic
good
with the SEC and what might happen with Coinbase. But you're right about that, and it's good to have that.
Sovereign wealth.
I'm staring at a chart of this thing up like 240%. I'm talking about Coinbase in the last like month and a half, which is pretty crazy. And so you talk about January 10th as being a big step for what could happen next, and you hope that Bitcoin makes a big run. Now, do some other fundamentals play into any of your case for crypto, the halving that happens in April, or maybe what you think for the overall economy or flight to safety? Does any of that play into this, or do you only care? Let's see what happens with your opportunity with Phoenix, which, by the way, you can also trade on the LSE if that's a market you're into in Europe. It's available there. Is this just about the 10th? Do you care at all about fundamentals in the economy? Do you care at all about Bitcoin halving? Does that play into it? Because I'm pretty excited about that into April. Usually it's a good catalyst.
Well, I was listening to you before we got together on the show talking about the chips, and you're right. There's a fundamental change going on in the economy. So I care a lot about AI and how it's going to add productivity to all 11 sectors of the S&P. But none of that's going to happen without data centers. And so the other aspect that I'm playing into on the Phoenix, if you look at what they do, these guys are data center guys. And why are they so big in data centers? Because they're one of the largest miners of Bitcoin in the world.
Told you.
That's what you don't know about Phoenix. They're probably #1 now globally. They operate in almost every continent. But in building out these data centers, you have to become really strong at understanding the infrastructure of what it takes to have an AI data center. And because of the Ukraine war, and this is a very interesting theory, but I'm backing it with my dollars, is in the old days, if you're a General Motors or the IRS or you're an American bank, you didn't give a damn where your data center was. You just wanted low-cost electricity. And that was the Ukraine. Their hydro was the cheapest. They had all kinds of data centers. Then you got the Putin tanks rolling right over data centers, and everybody wakes up and goes, yikes, where are these data centers? So now, in the US and in Ireland and in Canada and the United Arab Emirates and in Switzerland, France, everybody and every sovereign government wants their own data center on their own sovereign soil with low-cost power. And that's what Phoenix does. There's another company over there too called G42. And what you should know about the UAE, and I'm learning more about this place every time I go over, they own, and Mubadala, the chair of Mubadala, is on the board of Global Foundry. Those boys own 20% of Global Foundry, the third largest chip maker in the world. So they can make the data centers anywhere they want. So if you're in North Dakota and you want to build a $1.2 billion data center for the IRS in North Dakota, which is where one of the safest states in the union is, you're going to have to get the chips, and you're going to work with companies like Phoenix and G42, and that's where I'm betting. I'm betting
That's a good
over the
idea.
next 2 years that every guy and his dog in every state is going to want a data center there, because they want the security of where that information is, and they want to know it's safe, and it's in a place where no foreign entity can run a tank over it.
Oh, now you're speaking the language we like. I love that. I actually own
I like it too.
I wasn't even aware that they were a shareholder there. So great look, and as always, appreciate you expanding on those thoughts. Like, you could put, anyone can come on and talk about something for the 2-3 minute hit that they want to do, but then the ability to expand on the thought and educate the viewers onto the entirety of the reasons why you do like
Only
these.
here,
Really
guys.
Well, guys, before we leave, we
Get
got
on
to do
board.
a watch check, right?
No, we're not, Kevin.
I was gonna let Sean.
Kevin, we're not going anywhere. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Kevin, for coming back on again, and again, great information there. You know what I'm worried about? I'm going to change it from crypto in a minute, though. Are we not worried a little bit? And we haven't really talked too much about China. You mentioned Ukraine there and everything like that. I still and we're coming into an election year, and I know, of course, shout out to our lovely country, and we're not going to talk politics, but into an election year, I just wonder about China, and sort of, is there some rhetoric there that we're worried about, either from the Democrats or the Republicans? And crypto a lot of that is fueled by mining, or not mining, but trading in China. And we talked about Binance. Are we worried at all about geopolitical there with China? Because there's some Chinese names like Alibaba that I really like, and I'm worried about that space.
It's a great point you're making there, but the issue around China is trying to peg next year's 2024 growth rate. What's driven GDP growth in China over the last 10 years, when it was well north of 5 and 6%, was real estate. Now, that sector's crapped out in China. You've heard of the empty buildings built all over the place, and that's where so many jobs are created. And there's a major correction going on in real estate because they're not immune to the cost of capital all around the world. So if it's not going to be real estate that's driving Chinese growth, what sector is it going to be? Well, they established their economy decades ago as becoming the low-cost manufacturer. And that was the place to go until all of this tariff war started. And so now you've got a situation where even Apple and some of the largest behemoths are starting to say to themselves, wait a second, I have to diversify my supply chain risk. Maybe I got to go to Taiwan more, even though China's threatening them. What about Cambodia? What about Thailand? What about the Philippines? And so that's not pro-growth for China. And I don't think either Biden's administration, if he wins again, or if Trump gets back in, are going to change the tariffs. The real issue for China, and I still own a bunch of Chinese stocks that trade in Hong Kong, is they have to get up to speed on IP law. And they've got to become a global citizen that plays by the rules, because they're not. They're getting threatened to be kicked off the NASDAQ and the NYSE if they don't abide by the accounting systems. That's coming. China has to play by the rules, including allowing litigation on IP and everything else. And I think they're slowly getting the joke. I'm optimistic that at some point, because they only understand the stick, and they've been getting the stick from everybody. And I think that's when you're under a 5% growth rate and you've got billions of people to worry about.
That's a problem.
And you're the dictator, supreme leader forever. You got to sweat riots in the street, and you got to keep people employed. So I think we're going to do okay there, but that's not going to decide market direction, in my view. It's not going to be China. That's already baked in. I want to point something out because you've been very good at looking at this broadening out. You guys talked about it was Magnificent Seven only, and now we've got a broader base of the S&P participating in the market move up. But let's not forget the Russell 2000. Had you seen the action there in the last 2 months?
Kevin, I mean, the IWM right now is definitely outproducing. I'm going to put a chart up right now, and thank you for calling that up. This is one of the names that I think has a great chance to go up even further. It's definitely lagging behind the NASDAQ and the S&P. I mean, here's a weekly chart. We're nowhere near. We just saw the S&P the other day touch the top. We saw the NASDAQ breaking through all-time highs. Great call on this one. You still need 20% until you get back to all-time highs of IWM. And then, Kevin, with rates, obviously, it looks like the rates are coming back in, so that would be good for small businesses. I also like the healthcare sector leading into 2024 as, of course, population, that's never changing. It only seems to be going higher. So we like the healthcare sector as well. Okay. So, actually, you know what I want to talk to you about was, first of all, you have 2 watches on.
Yeah, what's going on here?
So I had to say, what's up with that, first of all? And I also do, so I've got the Submariner on. I haven't changed too much there.
I bet you it's Hong Kong.
I'm liking, but I do have an Apple Watch, and I just bought my wife the Apple Watch 9. Because here in Canada, we didn't have that ban for the sensor, but I bought it before that ban anyways. I like Apple for the long run. I like Apple Watches, but let's explain why we've got 2 on, Kevin.
So, my big confusion is I do so much business in New York and so much in LA. I always have to ask myself, what time is it in New York on the left?
No, stop, Kevin.
I don't have to worry about LA anymore because it's right here on the right.
No.
I got New York, I got LA. And I got so many watches now, even since I last talked to you guys, I got to wear 4 at a time just to keep up with the pace I'm bringing them in. My wife thinks I got to go see a psychiatrist. But I'm trying to pair now New York, LA time. And today I'm featuring the Lange Odysseus, a beautiful watch in white gold. But I'm into Creedor too. If you guys haven't heard of this, this is only for Japanese collectors, the most incredible hand-painted dials in the world. So a little German and a little Japanese. Un, deux, trois, right here. And anybody asking what time it's in LA? No problem, guys. It's 8:10.
You can, Kevin, I'll give you a little bit of a tip. You could just always minus 3 hours if you're on the East Coast, but I do like that plan. And you know who told me, or I said to her, you have a great team. We have a fantastic team around here, which makes this all happen. And I know Miss Nancy is looking for
I need a
Rolex
team,
as well,
guys.
So treat her well, as I'm sure you do.
Come on,
Any
help me
comments
out.
on that?
Well, listen, I've always take care of Nancy. Everybody knows that. And she's got the bug. She's got the watch virus. That's very dangerous. The watch market is down 28%.
That was my
over
next
the last
question.
7 years, you still beat the S&P 500.
Yeah.
And that's the amazing thing about this asset class. You can wear it, you can own it, you can invest in it. And the watch community around the world is so much fun. I know so many investors, the first thing they want to talk about is what...
Come on. Buffer. Really? This is live. Come on. I don't want to miss what he says. So I have to let it go because if I live it, see, I'm live right now. So that lets people know that I'm live. So if I press the live button, it's going to skip all of that, what he's saying. Doggone it. It's not even clicking. Oh, wow. Come on. Don't refresh it. Well, I've got it going over here.
And this is the thing. We talked about Mag 7. Tesla, if you go back, this is a weekly chart. It's at the same levels as we were in January of 2021. So in 3 years, You've had to have a heart attack if you're short all the way up here to 420, then all the way back down if you're long, down to 100, and now you're resting in the exact same spot. So although we can talk about crypto being nervous, nervous hands, I don't know, what do you think about Tesla here? Are some of the Chinese names in the EV space, and Rivian maybe here in the US, are we catching up a little bit to Tesla? Is that an investment that you'd be comfortable holding at these levels?
Look, if you're going to have a position, even if you have some Rivian, and you're just trying to get a weighting across EVs, your largest holding still has to be Tesla because they're the low-cost provider. They also have access to the lowest production cost.
I don't know if you can hear that.
And they've got this massive internet distribution of power and charging centers. Even GM and Ford eventually have to standardize on their distribution center. Everybody's figuring that out. So as the price of these things come down, you still want to be the low-cost provider. Now, I understand Elon Musk is a controversial dude. Everybody knows that through the whole Twitter X thing. But at the same time, the guy's a genius. I mean,
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
I can put up with all the craziness because I watch what this guy's doing globally, and he's killing it. And I love
Guys, this information is so good. I am so sorry that this is buffering like this. Oh, it's encoded overloaded. Oh boy.
As you pointed out wisely, you can stomach the volatility.
Hold on,
because
we'll be back. I do apologize, but for some reason it's not letting me buffer.
You want companies that have sustainable business plans. The filter system in OUSA.
We'll wait until it comes back up. But anyways, thanks for joining me today here at the Living Legacy Group.
I just don't I don't want to own Boeing when it's going through, massive debt restructuring and yada, 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 yada. And every day it's an executional issue, and when's the CEO changing and all that stuff. Not that it's a bad company, it's just I don't need to own that to get the index to work for me. So it filters out all the risky stuff. Same thing with the Russell 2000, the USM, and I'm owning the pure gold in my view. So, it's sort of, I don't like to own companies that don't make money. I think you guys know that about me. I'm all about the cash flow.
Oh, no, Kevin, you just ruined it. I was going to say, last time we had fun and you made me say cash flow is very, very key. So,
well, that's how you should say it. It's all about the cash flow.
That's
cash flow.
And I'll tell you, 2024 is going to be because rates are probably going to stay at 5.5 terminal rate. Everybody's thinking, that the Fed's going to lower it in March. I don't think so. I think they're going to kind of wait till they get the real 2% inflation, particularly in food. We are in an election year. They won't raise it anymore, but they're not going to drop it down as fast as people think. So you got to kind of think your names in a 5.5% world, which means a 7% mortgage, an 8% car loan. But that's baked into the market right now. And the U.S. economy continues to do quite well. And I'm hoping, and I'm sure everybody's hopeful, that we're going to resolve this Ukraine thing at some point, and certainly we want to resolve what's going on in the Middle East. That's a horrible situation for everybody involved. And these things could be,
I've got the microphone going so you guys can kind of hear until I can figure this out.
Kevin, I need to thank you again. We've gone
42,000.
well over time. I want to thank you for your time as well.
Baby.
And again, I think you provided a lot of
man, that was a great interview.
all of our viewers.
I will go back and
so
retake
that. Okay, Kevin, thank you so much. promise the next time you're in and around Toronto, you'll come back in.
I love it. I'm going to bring in more people. I'll
That
be wearing
sucks.
4 watches by then. 2
Oh,
on
yeah.
my ankles.
Oh,
I'll come in.
Kevin, I want to tell you, I know your wife was thinking that you're a little bit crazy for owning too many watches. Well, I mean, I'm right here if you want to get rid of some. So we can talk about that. My other wrist is bare.
He's trying to get a watch.
I got to leave you with a story. So she meets Paul Boutros, the head of Phillips Auction, global guy that sells all the watches around the world from collectors. And she meets him at a dinner. And then while I'm gone to the can, she starts talking, saying, listen, when my husband snuffs, can I give you a call about these watches? Because I'm going to want to sell a ton of these things.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
And then I get back to the table, and Paul said to me, hey, listen, are you going to give us the lead order on your collection?
Right.
When you
How's your
move
health?
on? I said, Paul, there's no need for that. All of these watches are coming in my coffin with me for the next life, because I'm going to need good timepieces there.
That's what I said. I just want to be frozen. Like when I'm about to pass, I just want someone freeze.
Upload.
Me, and 50 years down the line, when they figure it out, we can all come back. And then how much are they going to be worth? Then they're like antiques.
100x.
Yeah, I like where you're going with this, Kevin. Always smart ideas. Thank you so much, Mr. O'Leary. Let's go back to the desk.
Take care,
One
guys.
more with Sheree.
I don't know what happened, folks. My news
Kevin,
feed.
before you go, I just gotta
Let me
be
see if
remiss
I
if I
can-
didn't ask you this next question. There's an individual at the SEC by the name of Lena Khan. And she's been looked at, by some commentators as, ideologically driven. There's been
I don't know
multiple
what
deals
happened.
this year that, the kibosh has been put on them. or
Drop
they've been put on the
frame.
back burner.
Everything seems good.
How do you feel about big tech really working outside their moat, expanding into
It
areas
won't
that they
even.
never really got into? Amazon with logistics, Apple and others in production of film and shows, etc. How do you think that factors in going forward, especially with the FTC? And is it going to be an issue, like you said, because Donald Trump could be in office next January?
Well, there's really 2 questions there, and I'll tell you, it's a good one to raise. The digitization of content, whether it's the way you're driving your information to people watching Trader TV all around the world, which changed so much in the last 36 months, you continue to grow because people find you wherever they want to find you because of digitization. Companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and Google have figured that out too. And every individual only has so many
Oh,
hours
no.
a day on stuff they could do and watch.
just did the
And
wrong
so you
thing,
want to try and
guys.
capture as much time as you can from them. This is causing major headaches for
I just did the
traditional
wrong
television
thing.
networks. And so yes, they're
Hold
going
on
to
for a
expand
sec.
out of their comfort zone, particularly Amazon, going into Thursday Night Football, obviously. That has not hurt the market capitalization of the stock, even though that makes them no money, but it exposes them to more families and an Amazon smiling brand logo, and all of that is occurring. Now, regarding the regulator, and that is a great question, is what I've learned, and I've been doing this a long time, is I treat the regulator as your friend. You gotta go sit down with their staffers off the record like I do and find out what they're thinking. You can't win when you go to war against the regulator because the shareholders don't want to be part of that war, and you're not going to win anyways. They have unlimited resources. You gotta find the compromise in regulation prior to doing the deal. Find out what you think is going to work by asking them. Now, maybe they don't give you the answer you want.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to shut down and restart the computer. It seems to be frozen. But we'll be back for the next section of Trading Live here with the Living Legacy Group. Thanks again for sitting in with me. And we'll be back for this after this short break.
did have that catalyst with regards to the Chinese names having a really good day yesterday, trading the Chinese markets, all of them really strong. I should look at XPeng as well, because I know XPeng was popping off this morning. Okay, now we I guess it looks like all of these are kind of falling off here to the downside. This one I know during Happening Now, I shouted this one out. We were up 8%, I want to say, around 10 a.m. So this one was really, really strong. Now we're still up about 4%, so still to the upside, but definitely a lot weaker here. Much like NIO, I'm going to give it a couple seconds here. I'm going to wait like one more candle to close below there.
Hey, thanks for sticking out with me.
And the decision will probably
This
be
is
to
Mike
say
Hayes of the
bye-bye
Living
to
Legacy
NIO.
Group.
No,
We've
no to
got
NIO.
this back going.
Also,
So we're
Tesla
going to-
here I'll look at, because I kind of like the movement we have here. I don't dislike the concept of a Tesla short. And I say that, and I know yesterday I was a little quick to draw on some of those Tesla shorts, but we're down on the day in Tesla. And what I'm noticing is we're kind of falling down, then we're giving, I guess, a little bit of a cushion there, and continuing to fall to the downside. So, I mean, I do like the look of this as a short. I just want to make sure I have a good opportunity to, and some kind of built-in, I guess, levels to place like stop losses and to plan my exit. That would be the main goal here. Issa more in the chat. Yes, Tesla, go bye-bye. Yeah, indeed. This is not a pretty picture for our old pal Stressla.
Sorry, I'm just almost done.
No
Give me a
worries.
couple more
A
minutes.
chart just closed. One of my side charts just closed on me. So go P-Pro 8. No, I'm joking. P-Pro 8 is fabulous. My chart was, I guess, just my Microsoft chart was just in a mood apparently. But you know what? I want to look at Microsoft with regards to that that news we had with the New York Times. This was from yesterday. The New York Times suing ChatGPT, or not ChatGPT, OpenAI and Microsoft. This one, again, this could look like it could be a short related situation. What I would like to see is, you know what I'd like to see? Lower highs, lower lows.
Dang.
Something that I really enjoyed as well that I was overhearing Sean talk about this morning, and this is something I really should have, thought of earlier, but sometimes you need to hear other people say stuff. Like Sean was like, we're not shorting strong names, we're going to short weak names, right? I mean, I'm paraphrasing a lot here. But I think that was really important for me to hear, because I feel like I kept trying to find opportunities for shorts yesterday where there really weren't any, or we were really strong on the day and I thought I saw a dip and it just wasn't there. So I'd like to be a little bit more cognizant, catch myself doing that, don't catch myself slipping. And don't catch you outside, how about that? But yeah, so shout out to Bad Baby or Danielle Bergoli, whichever you choose. NIO's still kind of holding up around 938, which was about going to be my point of exit. So I don't want to be too hasty here on NIO. But now we are good to go with.
I'm still not.
Sorry. In a moment, we will be good to talk to Kevin O'Leary interviewer Sharif in just a moment here. But yeah, it's let's see what's going on in the chat over here. PLTR, you see people say how many people sold PLTR to buy Tesla. I think Sean was in PLTR earlier, I believe. Let's look at Palantir. Oh, Palantir actually could be flat top breaking. This looks a Scotia sending wedgish. You know what? I do not dislike the idea of
Katina Man
Palantir.
is discouraging you from going short Palantir.
Oh, I was going to go long Palantir.
Oh, there you go.
Because
Okay.
it looks like an ascending wedge.
Yeah, well, there's
Yeah.
a beautiful look there. All right,
Thank you.
guys. Yeah. All right. What's going on with the production team? Hey, welcome back, for me, welcome back. You guys have been here. How's everybody doing? Second last day of the trading year. And who could complain about where we are today, even though we're just flat right now on the NQ. We're going to talk about the future. We're going to talk about some of the mega cap names coming up. But there's also been several small cap gappers. Sidhu, you heard Neil's little spiel on that this morning, which I thought was hilarious. SIDU halted to the upside 87.87%, 87.87, having done about only 4 million shares on the day. Small float, so be careful with that one. We're going to be talking about some of the names here. I'm looking at some of the microchip names. ARM looks really good. Again, surprise, surprise. AMD up again, 2%. NVIDIA knocking on the door of 500 yet again. When are we going to get a decided break of that NVIDIA 500 and hold above there? Every single time we come into that 500 area on NVDA, we seem to find our way back down some way, somehow. Here is the look on NVIDIA, up marginally about 0.5% on the day, but moving up ever so slowly here. we'll talk a lot about that. Guys, I have not had an opportunity to really look at any equity names today. Been doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, so we're going to try to get in the flow of things as we move on. Tell me what you guys are looking at, and then we'll have a look at that. Maybe you guys give me some trade ideas. Mr. Ducats, I like that name.
I love that name.
Yeah, Mr. Ducats. Uber could be setting up to run if market rebounds. You know, Uber's just been,
like
well, not
Nvidia,
just, recently added to the S&P 500 as they were doing a little bit of rebalancing there. That's, you know, typically a very bullish event for an equity name. And we're going to be able to see, you know, kind of, can Uber become that, you know, Mag 8? And they, you know,
see,
one of the Mag 9s, maybe the Mag 10, looking good here. Just went green on the day, up 0.02%. What I'm looking at here is a series of higher lows and a possible flat top break. But obviously some earlier price action around the bell, around 9:30, boosted us up into 63.5. We're clawing our way back through 63 and a third here, but we're definitely coming in to this crest over here. If we can take this crest, it'll look good because we put in a series of higher lows to precede that, and breaking through this consolidation area top here at 63 and a quarter. So Uber, as the Obi-Wan Kenobi likes to say at times, is you know, marching a little bit up, but still flat on the day. So really nothing too crazy here. I saw Mullen like number 2 or 3 on my gap scanner when I was at the big desk. I was like, oh, what's going on with this? Mullen doing Mullen things, I guess, after that whatever reverse split. What was it, 100 to 1?
I think it was 100
We talked
to 1,
about that earlier, right? 100 to 1 reverse split on MULN, and this is a good looking chart. I gotta tell you, on the day, it was the dead one yesterday. It didn't really do much, Adair. I mean, it danced a little bit for maybe the highs there around 12 bucks, came back down to the pivot point around 10.5. But today is definitely an outlying day for MULN. But I gotta tell you, it looks quite volatile and spready for a $14 name. So I'm gonna be careful with this one, to say the least. Let's put in the ticker here so everybody can follow along. MULN. Mullen, the EV company, was a penny stock. I mean, literally pennies not that long ago, and then the reverse split kind of got them back into compliance with the NASDAQ, and now they've been running up on that ever since. No real catalyst, is there? No, they did deliver. They delivered some vans or something like that. Here's the headline here. Mullen delivers 50 Class 1V, Class 1 EV cargo vans and invoices Randy Marion Automotive for a cool 1.68 milli. That'll get you started. They do intend to deliver about 285 of these Class 1 vehicles. It's a bit of an anticlimactic name. Class 1 vehicle.
That's
Oh, come on. Don't start this again. Don't start this again.
I mean, that's very like Tesla, like the Model 3.
But at least that's
Model
model.
S, you know what I mean?
Like, it's just kind of like class.
I
It's
know.
not as interesting as like the 89.
You remember
Favorite
like
car.
the names of the cars in the 80s? The Integra.
Yeah, or
You
the
know, the
Chevy
Legend, the
Camaro,
Camaro. Yeah, these were names that could get people, you know, get people going. But I don't know how I feel about this Class 1 vehicle. In any event, we're just, you know, we're being a little bit cynical. Mullen to close fiscal first quarter with over $6 million invoiced for these Class 1 vehicles. So look, we make fun of Mullen sometimes, you know, tongue-in-cheek stuff, but really they are delivering vehicles here. And if they're going to become a serious company, we're going to treat them like a serious company. Right now, they're doing the dance with no pants, though, at that $14 air, just a smidge below, trying to hold that 10-period EMA, which is the light green line on my chart. Let's see if they can hold up here, or have we done as good as we could do on MULN with that 1470 high there.
Yeah, I mean, MULN has been one to watch lately. It's been really Mullen if it wants to go any further. It's going to have to see what it decides to end up doing.
We need like
there.
a pun animation for you. I think that
we'd
would
end
be
up
very
pushing it way too
apropos.
often.
Yeah, I know. Like it's going to be being hit more than the bags, quite frankly. But I do think a very appropriate animation for you would be something pun related.
Yeah.
You are like the queen of puns.
I like making the puns. I'll take that throne. I'll take the crown.
Oh.
Also, PLTR, legitimately, go Palantir, breaking out of this flat top wedge, ascending wedge, flat top break. I just married 2 terms accidentally there. But breaking out of this before I could even get in, I was trying to get filled around 1766, and Palantir said, "Ha, you thought." And then was like, "No, you thought wrong, girl," and then moved way to the upside.
Really rude.
Yeah, it was very unkind of it, I have to say. It did not care about my feelings. But, Von Bar saying big pun here. I like that.
Oh, that should be,
Yeah.
That would be interesting if that was part of the animation. I think that's pretty cool.
No, and I love that too because it's also a bit of a rap.
Okay.
Throwback to big pun. But yeah, Palantir up now. It was up like, I think, 1 point. Early ones. Now we're up 1.6% on Palantir. This is a good look. I'm sad I missed that, but there could be another long opportunity here. Also looking at it, I'm thinking actually that this is less of a bull. I guess less of an ascending wedge, more of a bull flag. Because look, we did have this move to the upside. So if you're going to chart this, let's say this flagpole began around 1745, and then we ended around 1770. So that gives us about 25 cents of movement to the upside. So I think this is a really good look for sure. If let's say we broke it around this 1765-ish, then that gives us until about 1790 for some profit takers. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. Obviously, not all patterns come to fruition, but I think if they do, I like the look of this over here. Also, this one, I need to switch up my side charts. I still have Warner Brothers on my side chart from a couple days ago, but the reason I find this one interesting is look at this the kind of formation we're making here. This is definitely a move to the downside. 4 mil is the volume, so it is workable. It's not like an Eli Lilly type of volume, which unfortunately Eli Lilly's not moving much today. But yeah, we're up 0.44%, so we are slightly positive on the day. I'll have to see if we turn this dip into a rip to the upside or if we flop to the downside. Gonna have to wait and see here. But yeah, no, I think Warner Brothers is a decent look. This one has been a little bit down in the dumps right now, so I think I could maybe take advantage of that opportunity. Also, Nvidia sitting pretty around VWAP, so I'm just gonna keep an eye and see what we do here. I am noticing a bit of we're definitely chopping and trading around this 496.5, so we'll have to see if this ends up being a long or a short. Either way, I'm going to be very cautious because Nvidia does not care about your feelings, much like the rest of the market.
It most certainly doesn't. All right, Shannon Dubb
The
wants
market
us to
don't
look
give
at IWM,
nothing
but
about
before
you.
I do that, the Katina man wants to update the people following his trade on the Affirm. It has now become an official member of the Dollar Club, so make sure you're following that. And make sure to keep make sure to keep joining in the new year, because that issue, let's call it an issue, that is part of the midday show where you can't see what the big kahunas are trading. That is all going to change in let's say hopefully a matter of days, weeks, where we have that dual channel. It's going to be a parallel channel. It's going to be an information-only channel. It's going to have headlines. It's going to have the big kahunas positions, what price, what time. Do we have that? If you're able to, Fabian. What price, what time, all these of their trades, where they got in, where they got out, their average cost basis, etc. And that will alleviate some of the issues. There it is. There's a little preview. The Chilean Nightmare on the 1s and 2s. You can see there in the top right.
That's going to be right down in here.
Yeah, there we go. The Chilean
on my
Nightmare,
screen.
back
So
up.
you stay tuned here at the Living Legacy Group.
This might not be the
we will
exact
definitely have
way
this
it's going to
information.
look, but it's going to be something akin to this. We're still working on it. It should have been launched earlier, but the support team that would support this channel was on vacation, so we didn't want to launch it without having the proper support team to back it up. But it is basically almost a finished product, so make sure to check us out in the new year. We are on the second last trading day of the year anyway. Derek, it's been a hell of a 2023, I gotta tell you. All right, back to work. IWM, so we can look for that for Shannon Dubb. You heard Kevin O'Leary talk about the Russell 2000 and the relative outperformance as of late for small caps and this rotation that we've been having. Let's have a look at the daily on IWM, because we broke through a key resistance level here, Ram. When we broke through that 198, essentially it was a 200 top. Let's be real.
because 200 is that psychological resistance. We had been up here umpteen amount of times. Look at this consolidation area. My goodness. From May 2022, this looks like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. This is range consolidation here, guys. 200 to the high side with 160, give or take, maybe that 162, which I'd say 160, to the downside. So $40 range on the IWM for how long? Now, we're finally breaking and holding above that 200 area. Not just a quick wick and then a see you later, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. No, we are closing above that 200. So where do we move up to? Well, look at this consolidation area over here. Going back from January 2021 to November 2021 when Papa Powell got on
I just jumped
the
into
mic
that train.
at I think one of the Senate hearings. I don't know if it was the House
Got
or
a feeling
Senate,
it's gonna
and
be
said
turning around,
inflation
even if we
isn't
can make a
transitory. And then you
quarter.
know what happened after
You know
that?
what I
The
mean?
market sank for all of 2022 essentially. So the high end of this range that we were doing the dance here around 235. Let's say 230 to 235. The low end of that range, if my computer will stop freezing, is about that 210 area. So we got a bit of a $10 gap, you could say, from the breakout area the consolidation breakout area over here to the actual support area, previous support area that we range from January 2021 to November 2021. So $10 worth of range. We're about that 205 right now. That doesn't mean we stop here, but it just means, you know, be on the lookout for possible resistance at this 210 on IWM. You know, talk often about it on the show.
Here.
Somehow, some way, support becomes resistance and resistance becomes support. There's a reason behind that, by the way, a very logical reason. We don't have to get into it now, but you know, be on the lookout for that 210 if you are involved in the Russell IWM or any derivative thereof. It is a good look. I gotta tell you, back to Mullen here though, guys, because we were talking about this one possibly giving up the ghost, and as I was yapping, it made a new high a day, $14.88, and is now knocking on the door of that $15 area. Let's get this chart out of the way over here and look at what the time and sales is doing on MULN, because I gotta tell you, I looked at this last week and it was quite spready. Now let's see what it's doing right now. 3 penny spread, quite respectable for a $14 name. 2 penny spread at the moment. So maybe this one gives us a bit more. Now 7 pennies. So it does fluctuate from a little bit wider to a little bit narrower. We're gonna have to watch this for a little bit more time to kind of get a feel for the name, but the chart pattern looks awfully good. It's giving you multiple opportunities on retracements. The initial one happening here around 10 o'clock. We got a bit of a retracement off that 1280 down into 1220, but then a new high comes in and a higher low. Same business between that 1030 to about 1035. We have a couple of minutes of retracement. We put in a higher low, and then lo and behold, a higher high comes in there vis-a-vis that 1360 touch, pardon me. And then you guys get the trend. Essentially, we're just making higher highs and higher lows, but I feel like the bamboozlement is starting to happen a little bit more over here. Let's just say from 11 o'clock onwards, it hasn't been as, stair-steppy to the high side. There's been more of these larger candle wicks with smaller bodies, larger wicks. That usually implies volatility and a bit of a tug in war between buyers and sellers here. So be careful with MULN on the day, because you could find yourself on the wrong end of this trade real quick, but it is definitely on my radar, and I definitely will be keeping an eye on it. I want to mention SIDU halted to the high side again. SIDU, a cool 108%. Let's pull up that bad boy on a different screen over here. Small cap gapper du jour, and I did appreciate Neil's story about that in the drunk tank.
Oh, that was really funny.
Was hilarious.
See you next week.
So Neil, quick question. Your friend's name is not Sidhu. It's the dude who he met in the drunk tank was... Yeah, you don't need to do that. Yeah. The story of how he ended up in the drunk tank is as good as the story. And do you care to... Well, I'll leave that for the afternoon show, because that's your story. I want to steer your glory. Yeah, exactly. Well, Neil will have that story for you in the closing show. So make sure to stick around, Adara. 108% Sidhu halted to the high side.
Yeah, Sidhu is wild. I noticed this one and the big desk and was like, what am I seeing? What is occurring? Sidhu has been a monster today.
Yeah.
Definitely moving indeed. I'm also seeing some mentions of Shopify in the chats. Let's see if we can shop till we drop. Shop is to the high side, up about 0.6%. I like the look of this. I would like a dip buy better, and then I could just jump in there, get my shopping bags, and load up the cart. But yeah, look at Swoopify. Sharif just said. Is that what you said, or did I hear that wrong? Yeah, Sharif said Swoopify, which I really enjoyed. We're outputting each other over here.
Oh,
but yeah,
boy.
Beautiful upward trend, although not beautifully drawn by me here on Shopify. I really like the look of this. I'm just gonna bouncing off and down these levels. If we kind of come at or near this 760, 765, and I see signs of moving upward, I may hop in here and take a swim for a dip buy.
Take a swim.
Yeah, we'll take a swim in like the dip. Like, you know, when you take a dip in the
that's
swimming.
very nice.
Didn't really work, but I
okay.
tried. Swoop, there it is, says Luke Perry. Yes. Also, Dave Pagden mentioning PYPL flat top breakout. Let's take a look at PYPL.
Fee rhymes with the AMC's like, is she even old enough to know these references? LOL, shop till we drop. You'd be surprised how much Adira knows about like ages before she was even born.
Yes.
She's quite well versed, not just in music, but in popular culture as well. I don't know why. Like she knows the Batman show from the 60s, probably because your dad likes
My
it,
dad's
right?
a huge fan. My dad, like, I was raised on the Batman show, but yeah, a lot of it, I just listen to old rap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your jam.
And watch old movies.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I'll chat. But yeah, so PayPal though, looking really good. Almost actually up pretty much the same amount as Shopify, which is kind of funny. But yeah, PayPal looks like we broke that flat top without me being impressive there.
I feel really old now.
Yeah, we had kind of two interesting
Batman.
levels
I
for me for
remember
PayPal
Batman
for
coming
long,
home from
at
school.
least intraday. This pre-market area of the 63 that we've just swooped above, and the other area is, I guess just slightly below it, the 62.95, because that was kind of where we had that top we just broke above. Overall, the theme for PayPal right now, higher highs, higher lows. How high can we go? We do not know. Well, I mean, I'll see. I legitimately like the look of PayPal. But let's see, daily chart. Yeah, PayPal has been a beast to the upside. Look at this. Starting October 30th, I guess around when all the stocks had their November to remember. PayPal on a really nice upward channel here. And you know what's going to be interesting is look at this. I spy a potential area of resistance. So this 64.40 area, we're getting close. And that was where we had that big swoop, this fall from grace here around September 15th, 2023. So we'll have to see what we do here, because I think this could be, I mean, obviously not all levels are going to come to fruition. I think, though, that this could be an interesting level just to have an eye on, just to watch out for our good pal PayPal, everybody's pal PayPal. Because this, the 64.40-ish was definitely, I think, an area of resistance earlier. We'll have to see if that resistance comes back in play.
Yeah, good
Should
call.
PayPal move back to the upside. Nima also in the chat mentioning Boeing. Let's look at Boeing.
Rocket chip
Oh yeah, it
has been Boeing on the daily. Rocket shipping today.
It looks like we're to the downside. Yeah, so the daily, we're on the daily. We'll start with the daily. Yeah. I was saying this, I think, yesterday or the day before. I said Boeing looks like it's in a bit of a consolidation area. We'll have to see what we do. And what we did was fall.
I wonder if this is a cup and handle pattern setting up where we get that big curl. Like it's a V rather than a U. So not kind of a weird cup. You wouldn't put that on the table.
Yeah,
because it wouldn't stand up.
Drink.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But usually this move up and then sideways move, Adira, usually results in another continued move up. Maybe not with the same vigor that we had on this way up. This was a monster move. I mean, geez Louise. But yeah, I do want to keep my eye on the consolidation area if it's going to be one of those ones where we get that cup and handle pattern.
That's a wicked move to the downside for today, though. Oh my gosh. Boeing and PayPal and Shopify all on my little list here. Because, I mean, these are all stocks I would be interested in regardless. And I think, too, thank you to the chat for everybody putting in their things they're trading or the things they're kind of keeping an eye on. Because, yeah, Boeing looks like a big quadunk, to shout out to Sharif there. And I think, you know, a profit-taking area for me would probably be partially at this 257.75. Why? Because that would be where we kind of made our last low. Then I would probably say
we started to make into the green on the Bitcoin side. We got 2 cents in.
So I do not.
We're hoping this thing is gonna lift us all the way out.
This rocket ship is
to make
kind
us
of
a
the wings are a
profit.
little bit shaky here, falling to the downside.
All right. It looks like Ram was asleep. Look down and her hands on her head, and the poor. Did you sleep enough yet? What's going on over there, bro? Guys, this is a great look here on the NQ. Possible double bottom. I mean, you don't really like these chart patterns. To be honest, you guys know how I feel about chart patterns on the future, but this is a hell of a double bottom here. It's defending 17-1. 17-1 also happens to be the lovely pivot point. The green dotted lines on my chart are the pivot points and the derivatives thereof, whether support or resistance. But I do really like this look over here. 17-1 hold. However, we did just reject that VWAP on this last candle over here at the 10:45 minute candle. Did reject that VWAP. So look at this range, Adara. I want to show you this because, like, I mean, I don't have anybody else to kind of.
I like looking at things.
Yeah. Look at this. So we have the pivot point hold. We gap above the pivot point, right? So we're opening up over here. So right away, you're thinking bullish, right? Based upon how you're supposed to use pivot point.
Yeah.
You're thinking bullish. You come down into the green, the dotted green, which is the pivot point. We hold. And then look at what this. First area we reject off, R1.
That's a clean
resistance
rejection,
one.
too.
Yeah, it's a good look. And then look at this yesterday. I mean, R1 was respected yesterday. The pivot point was respected yesterday.
Remember when I
Whether
said
like
about
it or
respect?
not, these are, you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean,
Pivot points
'cause I feel
are,
like I hadn't used these
lines
despite knowing about them. And,
or
you know, I was
resistance
obviously
or,
not using all the tools in my toolkit there. But
floors.
let's see what we do at 17-1. If we hold 17-1 and we break above this VWAP area, this might be an interesting long from around 17-125 into that possible 17-1 mid-40s area, at least here to R1. So I want to see if we can break and hold above VWAP. You know, getting in here would also not be a bad idea. I would have to risk about 15 to 19 points. I would basically give it to this low over here, right? And what I wouldn't want to see in this particular case is a newer low. The newer low comes vis-a-vis that 17-103, so just a smidge above 17-1. Ideally, I'd like the pattern to manifest. I'm talking about the double bottom pattern, and for a break of this neckline over here at 17-144. But that may or may not happen. It is going to be likely a low volume, low, trading day because we are winding down the year, and there's still a lot of people on vacay until New Year's Eve. So I don't want to jump into this trade too quickly and kind of have that kind of confirmation bias. I'm seeing what I want type thing. But, you know, a lot of things, a lot of the stars are aligning here. The double bottom, the hold of the pivot point, the hold of 17-1, the rejection off R1. So I like it. I want to see if I can weasel my way into this trade some way, somehow. But I don't want it to be so far removed away from my stop, like getting in at 17-125 and then having to put my stop at 17-102. It just skews the risk to reward. So I'd like a little dip down, maybe into 17-110 in whatever area. Maybe I'll put in a little dip trade down there. We'll see. But I do like, I'm keeping my eye on the future, see if we can make our way back up at least to R1. We're still in the green here on the NQ, only marginally though, Adair, 0.04%. Ponzi dang Fonzie. NQ below the IB medium, bro. You're not wrong, my man. You are absolutely right. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. I don't know where the hell that dude is, but he hasn't been around in a minute. Hopefully he'll join us some point. Sean was telling me something about him, but Dan Evans would have me look at this chart over this candle over here and tell me, Sharif, you're below the IB low. This being the IB high, obviously the.
Thanks for joining me, folks, today on our live trading session. Today is Wednesday. Or is it Wednesday? What day is it? Or is it Thursday? Oh, today's Thursday. Thursday, December 28th. We are live. It is about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And we are going to take a break, but we're going to keep the charts running. And I want to thank you. Like and subscribe if you haven't. If you've come back, thank you so much. We are going to be working together to get you an account open if you have not opened an account. If you know somebody that does trade, invite them to the channel. I'm open to suggestions in the chat. If there's a specific chart that you would like to see, just put it in the chat and we'll put it up on the screen. We will be here until 4 p.m. The market closes the New York session at 5. but the bell stops at 3:30, I think 4 o'clock. So thanks for joining. We'll be back in a bit, and I say about in an hour. And stay tuned for more live content from Traders Live TV, and we'll have some more market analysis. Thanks for joining. Hey, thanks. Welcome back. Or I should say, I'll say welcome back. I stepped out for a little bit, and now we're going to get back to the trading TV live. So let me get this back up on the screen. Here we go.
Yeah, Tesla. I should have not have gotten out of the short. I stepped away from my desk for a second, which is why I didn't want to leave the short hanging, especially with Tesla doing Tesla things.
Look, we're going up.
But yeah, so I did get out about 25 cents in the money, unfortunately, and then I'm still at the sim also, and then we fell to the downside with the viciousness quite aggressively here. So yeah, I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see if we make a lower low. If we make a lower low, I would probably get back in the short. I'm just trying to scalp these things for quick movements, which unfortunately has not been working out so far today. But yeah, we'll have to see how Stressla ends up treating us, because this is not a bad look. What I noticed though, also part of why I got out of the short, Tesla seems to be really strong. We'll fall down and we'll pick right up about around 258.85 for whatever reason. Just watching the tape, because when I scalpulate, I like to do some tape watching too to see where we're moving, what kind of resistance I'm seeing. Thank you, Sharif.
Like that. Scalpulating, I'm tape watching.
Yeah, baby. I watch the tape while I scalpulate. Oh, that's kind of rad. But 258.85 has been weirdly a really key area for Tesla. I noticed that's where we started to get a little bit of support. We run up. So watching this, I want to see us decisively break below the 258.85, because I have not seen that yet. And that's what I need to see, waving the old man fingers over here to see where we do there. Also, some mentions of coin in the chat, and as someone who is unfortunately in Mara, not unfortunately, I'm being too down on myself. I'm a little scared of this trade. But yeah, cool. Okay, coin. Wow. This is a very different look from Mara. We, this, yeah, I mean, all I have to say is higher lows, higher highs. Coin, much like all these crypto names, has been having itself a day/week/month/year. But Coin, I was reading somewhere, this was on CNBC, that apparently, so Affirm is the top of the tech stocks that are above 5 billion valuations or market caps. Affirm was the #1 percentage mover, up 430%. Coinbase was the #2 percentage mover for
What a monster.
Tech names above $5 billion in market cap. So I thought I worded that stat really poorly, but it's on CNBC. I saw that this morning. Coinbase is a monster, as Sharif said, put it very well there. Let's look at the daily on Coinbase. But yeah, not really helping with Mara, just because it's moving very differently from Mara, but I thought it might be nice food for thought. Yeah, Coinbase on the daily. What is there to say but wow? This is a great look. We got to add a couple areas of consolidation, move back to the upside, fell down, but also note that we are still making, we were making we weren't making lower lows. We consolidated a little bit this flat channel from August to October, and then with the rest of the stocks, 2nd November hit, Coinbase went running to the upside. I was talking about this yesterday. We went up $100 in almost 2 months, so that's crazy. Coinbase intraday though seems like we are kind of. I just want to see us decisively break above this 185.50.
Being distinctly
186
different?
area. It is being distinctly different from Mara, I would say. Shout out to Obi. He'll be here.
Right there. Love him. He has no idea. I love that. I find myself saying distinctly different to myself.
Yeah, it's a nice little. It's a fun little saying. It's a good time. But yeah, so also Bill is howling wolf, wolf, wolf in the chat. So let's look at wolf. See if it's worth all the fuss. I did actually see a story on wolf today, so I'm gonna pull that up. And I think this is a crypto related name. I would like to say. I am right. Okay. So wolf was where was the story on? Wolf. I thought I saw something. Maybe I am. Oh yeah, so they provided a business update. Fully funded, 7.9 exahash per second, increasing self-mining capacity by 58%. Not a bad stat at all. Building 3 at the Lake Mariner facility now fully operational. So I guess just a lot about this facility. Wolf. Tony Price saying, "Who is crying wolf in the chat?"
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be crying if I was in wolf right now because this is a pretty good look. What does make me nervous is it looks like we might be getting a slightly lower high here because we had 312. Now we're at about 310. So very, very slight lower high. But I would just keep an eye on continuing to make higher highs because it does seem like we have seen slightly lower highs if I were to draw this, and I will because that's what we're here to do. Lower highs, it's the one thing that makes me nervous, but overall, seems like we're bounding pretty well here off Wolf. Lot to howl about over here. Yeah.
Bob's my uncle. I'm not going to get into that whole thing, but Bob's my uncle. If you trade a certain amount, my man, on the platform, they waive the fees for you. So just check to see how much they are requiring you to trade and to generate commissions for them to waive fees. That's the rule in Canada. Bob knows what I'm talking about. All right, guys, I wanted to mention here the Fuge because I'm involved in this trade. How many times are we going to reject off VWAP on the NQ March contract? Once, twice, OB thrice, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The 8th one manifesting at the moment. So a lot of resistance here at VWAP, and it's from the south side of VWAP. So it makes me a little bit concerned. The other side to that coin is you should be bullish. Why? Because we're getting in higher lows with a flat top. So I don't know what to think here. And I think the more thinking I do, probably the more I'm going to psych myself out. So the stop is going to stay in place, and the price, the beak wetter, my first resting profit taker is going to stay in place. Whichever one triggers first is going to be, either the continuation or the end of the trade in the case of the stop loss. So what I'm seeing here on the Fuge, higher lows with this obvious flat top here at VWAP, VWAP being the solid white line on my chart. I'd like to get up to at least into 25 to de-risk a little bit. That is my first beak wetter. But yeah, we're having an awful lot of trouble breaking through the volume weighted average price on the NQ. And one thing I just noticed on my specific platform is if I exclude pre-market action, okay, my VWAP is entirely different than when I included. That's just specific to my platform. I don't want to say that that's a hard and fast rule for all of them, but on this particular chart, the one that we're looking at, this excludes all pre-market and after-market action from yesterday and today so that I can see the real gap up, okay? And this dotted line over here, that separates the days. And that's why you'll see the pivot point on this chart end at this particular area because that's when today starts. So very interesting. I didn't actually know that if I excluded pre-market action on this platform, that it would give me a different volume weighted average price. I wonder really if that, if I've been kind of using the wrong data all this time with VWAP. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm gonna leave this as it is and always compare it to my side chart, which includes pre-market action. Yes, LC Trader is based on volume traded, so it should be different. I realize that. I just figured the platform would include the pre-market trading action in its assessment of VWAP, despite the fact that I chose to exclude it from the chart. I didn't realize that the platform was going to do all that for me, but that it's good. It's good. It's nice to have both anyway. Boeing reversed to the upside.
My VWAP right here.
Nima. Before I tell you about Boeing, I want to tell you quickly here about Sidhu because Sidhu started pumping back up into that $14 area and then rejected again, was well over 200%. The volume flying on this one now, 9.75 million shares. Guys, about 1 million shares done in the past 5 minutes as it starts to really move up again. The reason why this is only at around 10 million shares because it halted to no end initially on the way up and then on the way back down. Obviously, when you're halted, you're not trading and the shares are not changing hands, therefore volume is a little bit lower, but that is the look there. I think we just got to fill on the future. Yes, we did. So we're one fill here on the future as we break into that VWAP area. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I can't not help myself every time I say here we go. I have to do that. But there we go. Just a perfunctory break of VWAP. Nothing to write home about, but the higher lows are still intact, and we're looking for that decided flat top break. Doesn't look like it's going to come in quite yet. This looks like an algo-driven push down. I mean, the algos may be kind of keeping this within a range. Who knows? I'm not going to speculate. Just trade the price action. One beak wetter. There, we'll see if we get the next. Mullen, we talked a bit about this. Bit of a double top here at 14.75, taking us south of VWAP. Hold 13. Now we're above VWAP again, knocking on the door of that $14. Looks like support here, the low end of the consolidation area that we had, acting as resistance at the moment. Not an exact science, but you know, close. The flipping of support and resistance over here. So keeping my eye on MULN. Let's have a look at Boeing, because we told Nemo we'd look at Boeing. So let's go to this Apple screen. We're not trading Apple today. BA, which trades on the New York. Here we go. Boeing, what's Boeing up to? I know Adair looked at this earlier. We still south of VWAP on BA, but nice off that bounce off that 257.75. Now knocking on the door of that 259.5. Still down, 1%. Let's bring in a different chart because I want to look at this a little bit more thoroughly. For today, choppy. BA. This is the 5-minute look on Boeing. Now, I know that we've been really aggressively to the high side as of late, but let's try to find an interesting area of support or resistance here. Let's go to the 15. Did we break down between all recent support? Yeah, we did, in fact. Okay, so this area here, we haven't been at that 257.5 area since December 15th. Okay, so it's like a couple of week low at this point. Now, where do we encounter resistance if we were to make it back up? Well, we have VWAP. We know that VWAP's hanging around that 259.5 area. But what's the price action tell us? What was the low of the last day we were at this level? Well, we got to go back to the December 22nd. Lo and behold, it's that 259.5, right? Where we found a lot of our support at that area. So we could be possibly rejecting off this level. We got VWAP there in our way. We have the low end of the December 27 price action right at that 259.5 area. So I'd like Boeing to kind of break and hold above that area to kind of show me that, that's not an important level for me anymore. I'm clearing them. So good luck on Boeing. A bit of a V-shaped recovery here on the 15, but still below VWAP and coming into the 20 seconds price action today.
Yeah, that's an interesting look there for Boeing. Definitely an interesting one. It's been like a beast lately on the day. So I think the fact that we're finding that consolidation is interesting. Someone in the chat was mentioning Iovance, DT Research here. Iovance, yeah, I believe, this one I did mention, pump it indeed. I mentioned this one on the small cap recap, I do believe today. Was there news on this one? Maybe
look?
Yeah, I'm just
IOVA?
now. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, we had a price. Oh, yeah, okay, so there was news on this one. So yesterday, there was a FDA slapping the clinical hold on Iovance's lung cancer study because a patient died. So that was pretty big.
That's monstrous.
Yeah.
You got to be really careful.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Go on. Sorry.
So yeah, that is the, I feel it's weird to say, but that was the catalyst for this one to the downside yesterday. That's very, the chart died.
Yeah, that'll get them canceling that study real quick.
Yeah.
Did they cancel the study after the death?
Hold. Yeah,
Got
pause.
It. Okay.
Yeah.
Pause. Okay.
Clinical hold. That's what they
Yeah,
called
but
it.
at least they can do, I guess.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think a pause is a little small. But, you know, it is what it is. And the daily here on this is, I mean, you can see like that giant sell-off weighed yesterday, obviously, understandably.
Oh, makes sense. Yeah.
Off
for
that
sure.
news. But I mean, other than that, honestly, for a little small cap runner, Iova has not been doing that badly, I have to say. Like, we did have lower lows here, but we did kind of break out of the channel. And then we kind of flew off of that double top, I guess triple top now area. This 9.2, 9.4. We'll have to see if we can make it today. I do think that catalyst is definitely something that would understandably be hanging over it there. But yeah, I think still like clearly strong on the day. I would guess then, because I'm not seeing any catalyst specifically for today. I'm guessing this is a rebound off of what happened, off of what we had yesterday, that big news. But I mean, today Iova looks pretty strong on the day. These higher lows, higher highs, very much an upward channel movement type here. Also, shocking. No, I'm joking. It's not shocking. I got out of the Mara short. Mara decided did not want me there, and I listened to Mara because the stock is right. Yeah, and while I was shorting this, like we were down when I got in about 7% of the day. We did have lower highs. We had lower lows. Arguably, if I wanted to short this, I got in way too early. I was watching the tape and I was looking at this area of resistance or support becoming resistance, and I thought this would be an interesting area to enter. Unfortunately, it did not work out, but I got out before I could be too sad about it. I'm going to have to see what we do at this 29.30 here, because my tape watching is telling me that we're seeing a little bit of resistance.
Dang,
but my tape watching also
watching.
told me to get in way too early on this short the first time. So we're going to be patient, watching the tape, watching the chart, watching these lower highs. Mara is still down on the day, but I know Mara doesn't care about rules or feelings. So this stock has been monstrous, so I'm going to keep watch here. Ben saying that they're long Mara. Probably a very fair assumption, at least right now. If you got off this 27.60, that's a 70-cent move there.
I wonder what the NOS boss is doing on this swing.
Oh yeah.
Is he taking? Is he wetting his beak a couple of times, or what's he doing over there? Is he still holding?
Some good beak
Probably-
wetting opportunities.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Geez, Louise, you could have umpteen amount of beak wetting opportunities there. By beak wetting, guys, we're talking about profit taking. It's a little joke that we say around here. Guys, SIDU, SIDU, 238%. Just
Oliver
broke
Valles
through
says, "Wet my beak."
1506 high. This one is really going. The small caps have been in vogue this week and the week prior. New
Oliver
high of day,
Valles, remember that name, that's who I
1538 now,
follow.
As it continues to pump. It's very dangerous. I'm not trading it. The spread is ridiculous on this name. The volatility is ridiculous. I'd rather suffer from FOMO rather than get into this bad boy. Here comes 250%. We're awfully close to it, above this $15 level. Looks like 15 is being defended here. Buyers stepping in at that level. It's not breaking 15 on the bid, at least for now. Lots of orange just came in on there on the tape. That means over the ask, means a lot of buyer exuberance. We still have that 1538 high. There we go, breaking down below 15, but for how long? 15 here on the ask. Let me look at the SIDU's daily chart, because we need to know what the levels of resistance and support are, at least on the daily time frame. I know Adara had a quick look at this, but it pays to have another look. Did you look at SIDU's daily? I
don't know if I did. I think it was odd. I think I mentioned it in the big desk. I don't know if I looked at the daily.
Well, let's go look at the daily here. Yeah, typical of the small cap gappers is a chart that looks similar to this. It's gonna freeze on me. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, you know how these ones are, right? They have their days. I think Adara was showing you, like, this is how a small cap lives their life, right? These outlying days, huge wicks, with small bodies. I'm talking about this over here. Now, what's the local resistance level? That's what I want to know. Not what the resistance level was in 2021. That doesn't interest me. Well, we broke above this resistance point here, made in early November. That was around 14.5. That's come and gone because we made a 1540 high. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it's this crest over here that we made in mid-September, Adara. And this got us into 20 bucks. The high being 20 bucks, but the
you're not going to learn this
on
just somebody trying to sell you a
for the sake of safety here, 20 bucks resistance. So I'm going to expect there to be a wall of sellers likely at 20 bucks if we should make it up there. The next level being obviously this peak over here at 25. That takes us back into late August. So SIDU, headed in the right direction of outlying day. This one just also had a a split of 1 to 100. So it looks like they were living their life in Pennyland there with 2 penny spread, 2 penny price, and they did a 100 to 1 to 100 reverse split so they can get back into the NASDAQ's compliance and their good books. Breaking down now below 14, so this one just made a 1540 high, and as quick as we made that, as quick as now we are below 14. So the bamboozlement, it's real, it's fast, it's furious. Be careful on these small cap gappers. What was the float? It was like 600,000 or something like that. 764,000 shares is the float on Sidhu. Be careful. All right, we did get that beak wetter through the break of VWAP on the future. So we did get that 17,130 touch. Oops. So now, what I'll be focused on the most is, can we hold VWAP now? We got the break of VWAP. We kept rejecting off VWAP. We counted about 8 times, all these wicks rejecting off it. We finally break it now. Now, do we hold it as a level of support, or are we just going to be a quick perfunctory break of VWAP and then we'll start trending back down? Time will tell. Let's see if we hold this 17,125 area. That's what I'll be gunning for, with the ultimate little touch there at R1, resistance 1, the teal line on my chart at 17,145 a dare.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday too, it's really cool how a lot of these pivot points are actually respected by these stocks. It's not always
I love it.
much like VWAP, much like MAs, but it gives you something to look at. It gives you another thing to be like, this is what's going on.
It does.
This is another potential area of resistance and support. And who can say no to areas of resistance and support? I don't know, not me. But,
I'm good with it.
But yeah, I have Nike pulled up here for C row in the chat. Nike is an interesting one because we're definitely to the upside on the day. And I believe Sean or Neil mentioned Nike earlier, I want to say. It looks like we're slightly breaking out of this upward channel, but what an upward channel it is. And the reason I say slightly breaking out is because look at this here. We did have a slightly lower high. What looks like we could be making a lower low. I'm going to keep an eye on this. I do not dislike the look of this. Also, if it holds up, this could be a decent range play. Just like scalping this from 108.30 to 108.60. I know it's small potatoes, but like I said, I feel like I'm trying to get back into more the scalping because you have to kind of become comfortable with what you like doing as a trader, right? And I mean, I'm still learning. I am in the sim, but I think for myself, the big kind of trading I've been doing, my learning, I find I've been the happiest when I'm scalping. So I'm trying to get scalpier, trying to get back into that. Also, that level I called out Mara, that 29.30, 29.35
and let it go.
might actually be a thing.
Now I'm
so
down
$1.
$1.
When the chart
This is what
pull
you
back
don't.
up. But look at this. Look where we're kind of failing. This is 29.30.
50 cents and ran.
I might have to get back in the short with smaller share size. Because look what you're seeing. Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. NVIDIA apparently
It's pumping.
Oh,
it's
pumping?
500 here. This
God.
is we're $1 away from 500 on NVIDIA, and we were just at 495 when we like about 20 minutes ago. This is how NVIDIA is rocketing up off that 495.5. Now we're at 499 almost, 498.84. We just made a higher high here on NVDA. It's up almost 1% now, not quite 0.91. But NVIDIA breaking through R1 here on the chart. So resistance 1 for pivot points, holding the pivot point all morning. Look how many wicks off the pivot point, which also happened to be yesterday's closing price. That 494.20 essentially was the closing price. So it's nice when those two conflate. But anyway, 498.84 breaking through this previous high here at 498.5. So NVIDIA making higher lows and higher highs. So that's 3 higher highs now for NVIDIA. This is the IB high. This is the 1045.11-ish high. And now this is the current price action. Higher low, and then higher highs over here. Good look for NVDA as it knocks on the door of 500. Again, 499 though. Still a level that we got to break through, the whole dollar level. Let's not disrespect that. Quickly, I saw the Katina man sit down, and then he's like, Microsoft, LOL. Microsoft is actually moving back up into that 375.80 in exactly the way that Apple is breaking down. Look at this up and to the right pattern here on Softy, and then look at Apple breaking down below VWAP now, making lower lows and lower highs. So the Apple and Microsoft switching spots for whatever reason, even though Apple started strong on the day, well above that pivot point, and gapping up, in fact, like the closing price yesterday at, where was it? This is the closing price yesterday at like 193. what was that, 2016, and the first print today we got at 4 a.m. Was essentially like 193.50, so well above that area on AAPL, but moving back down now. Now that probably won't bode well for the futures trade that I'm in. I don't necessarily want Apple trending down while I'm in a futures position, because Apple is the largest component, whether in the S&P or the NASDAQ, and you need Apple to go if you want this. Well, it's not a hard and fast rule, but definitely makes things life a lot easier if Apple is going in the direction of the future. So keeping my eye on that. But NVIDIA is one of those ones I'm really keeping my eye on now because it is awfully strong, and chips are strong. You have AMD up 2 3/4, ARM 4 3/4. Intel and Micron taking a bit of a day off. Intel's been a rocket ship, so you know they're not up on the day. Intel and Micron both down 0.5%. But yeah, I mean it's not a bad look today for the micros or the semis or whatever you want to call them. Good look there. I don't really see much else. What's the chatting about here? Cheeky tax. Okay, that makes sense. So him and I were going back and forth with respect to my VWAP line, just explaining that to him. Big Nimit, OCEA making moves. Any news? First of all, let me look to see if it has any news. Ocean Biomedical. Do we have anything for this bad boy? I don't have anything, but wow, that's a move. 51 some odd %. So we need to look at this. Okay. It is a penny stock, so OCEA, sub $1, but for how long? Look at that rocket ship right up into 91 pennies. We started our life today at 60 pennies. So we've moved up big boy, 30 pennies already on the day, 31 pennies. Here we go,
my God,
91
look at
back
that
in play.
Bitcoin. I'm down $1.
Do we see $1, new high a day as we're talking right now on OCEA? I don't have a catalyst for it. Adara, is there anything on Benzinga for OCEA?
I'm looking on Benzinga.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Shout out to them.
95 pennies now, Adara. Nothing. Okay. Sorry. 2 days in a row, though, Adara, because we moved up big boy yesterday off that 60 penny area. We got into 86 pennies. Today, we open up our life at 74, 77 pennies, and then we're talking 94. So OCEA 2 days in a row. No, I don't. I have no entries on the 30th, so I have no idea why this is moving up. But it is breaking through key technical levels here. There's no question about that. But the major technical level I'm going to suggest to you is that break and hold above $1. Can it do that? We'll have to wait and see. It's about 5 pennies away.
Yeah. So the Mara short is going splendidly. I am pleased as punch. I was watching those levels. I saw confirmation of that lower high. Watching the tape, scalpulating, and guess what? Mara said au revoir, and I am all smiles. Because I did try to get in the short way too earlier today. I will fully admit to that. Here I did not get top wick, but I got pretty darn close, and I'm not going to complain. We got around like 29, 22. I think I probably could have got I think highest probably around like this 29.30, 29.40. But yeah, not gonna complain. Very happy with how this trade went. Patience is the key here. I'm not, people, some would say it's not going to last too long. I highly doubt it. I know I like scalping anyway. Even if I take some profit out at 29, I'm not going to complain.
Is Nostradamus in the chat? Kidding. You get because Nostradamus.
Oh, right, that's true too.
Come on, there.
Sorry, I'm really tired. That's a fair point. I appreciate it. Yeah, because no one can see the future.
No.
All we know is how it's gonna go, and I mean also. No, thank you. I appreciate that. That's pretty good. I'm embarrassed how long it took me to catch that.
That's all good.
But look at this too.
You're like, do we know a user called Nostradamus?
I was thinking Nas album Nostradamus, and then I was like, I wish Nas was in the chat always. But look at this. Like, we can't see the future, but what we can do is look at chart patterns and what they usually dictate, right? What we have here are lower highs and lower lows. So all that tells me is, it doesn't tell me for sure what's going to happen, but it does tell me there is a chance that Mara could continue to press lower. So I'm going to look at that. You know what I mean? You're right, though. There is Nostradamus is not in the chat, unfortunately. So I appreciate that, Sharif. I think I needed to hear that.
Good.
But yeah, in the sim, just a reminder here, as always, really happy to be learning here. Liking how the short is going thus far. Going to keep an eye on it. Going to keep monitoring it. But yeah, the more I see these lower highs, the more I see these lower lows, the more kind of confident I am in how this trade is going thus far.
Dara, I just wanted to update our viewers because it's time sensitive. We have a 7-year note auction in exactly 8 minutes. We saw what the 5-year did yesterday. It pumped to the high side, baby. Microsoft is pumping. The Katina man's pumped. He's sitting back down. Oh, he was doing that for the auction. All right, all right. I thought you were still involved in Softy long, because Softy's at almost high a day now, pumping back up. The Katina man is $1.60 in the money on the Softy long. Softy looking real good right now. Katina man up 0.5 point, looking a lot better than Apple. It's an upward channel. It's all higher highs and higher lows here since around 10 o'clock. But with respect to the 7-year note auction, previous print 4.399. So essentially almost a 4.4 figure there. What we saw yesterday was a 60 basis point difference on the 5-year auction between the previous print and what we got yesterday. If yesterday is any indication, you know, given that they are very similarly very similar duration notes, 5-year and 7-year, we may have a very similar print. So look for the actual print to be, you know, markedly lower than that 4.399 that we got around last time. But, you know, that's just a hypothesis. We'll see if it ends up panning out. That comes to us at 1 o'clock. But often the case is 1 o'clock comes and goes and we don't have the news and the market takes a few minutes to react. That's been my experience with these auctions, these treasury auctions. They take a little bit of time for them to respond. Quickly, we had two auctions today, the 4-week bill auction and the 8-week bill auction. Those are far less in importance than the 7-year note. Investing.com gives them a 1 out of 3 bulls, whereas the 7-year note gets 2 out of 3. So it's up there in importance, guys. Make sure to, you know, be ready for any market volatility around that 105, 104 time slot. Usually takes a few minutes for the future to react, but there could be a reaction to that 7-year note. Just wanted to let you know about that, okay? Mr. Ducats is getting some feedback on the mic. Guys, I don't know what's going on over there. My mic does its own thing, and then one of the production team has to come over here and caress.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
They're you know, they try to get it under control. Maybe it's upset or something.
There's the mics. They need to be, you know, they need a loving touch.
Right. All right, guys. The Fuge coming back in again into VWAP, and by Fuge, I'm talking about, or it's above VWAP, excuse me. I'm talking about the NQ now. I was going back and forth with the individual in the chat. I don't remember who. He's telling me, Sharif, what chart are you looking at on the NQ? I'm looking at it on TradingView, and we're below the Fuge. Well, I talked about this earlier. Maybe you weren't around. I do populate this particular chart from 9:30 onwards. So the VWAP is going to be different on this particular chart than if you were to include yesterday's aftermarket action and this morning's pre-market action. The volume weighted average price will be a little bit different in that case, but for this particular one, I only care about the big boy volume, and the big boy volume comes after 9:30, okay? ES pumping back up, 48.38, awfully close to that 48.39 HOD, Mr. Katina man, which is where we got about 10:45 this morning. The ES looking real good here, up 0.1. The NASDAQ up 0.11. And by real good, I just mean like moving up, not anything super crazy, guys. So good luck there. ES pumping, NQ pumping. The next beak wetter on the NQ position is at 37s, okay? So we're knocking the door of 33s. I think we just touched 33s. So we'll see what is going to pop off there. I want to mention AMZN because Amazon just touched that pivot point area. This big, huge green candle on Amazon, taking us from 53.5 all the way to 53 3/4. Looks like we're finding resistance at pivot point like we did earlier on. We got into that pivot point, which is the green dotted line on my chart, and we rejected. So let's see if these higher lows that we've been putting in is, you know, kind of any indication of what the chart pattern will be. Higher low, kind of a skewed double bottom, with this being the neckline over here. We'll have to pack our patience and see whether or not we can actually get that big move up. So good luck right now on the Fuge, but pining for more. C. Rowe says Nike blast off Federa, NKE.
I was looking at NK, I think, for Zero a little while ago, and I was not seeing. Yeah, so what I was seeing with Nike is what I'm still seeing with Nike, which is we're very much headed to the high side, but I would like to see some higher lows. I mean, higher highs. And also higher lows, because we saw a slightly higher low, but nothing to write home about, right? Like, not compared to this crazy, very steep upward trend we had earlier. Do you know what I mean? Looks like we might actually be making another lower high now. So I would say, maybe you could argue, and I don't want to like go looking for patterns in the wilds aren't here. We're not going to go chase waterfalls. We are not TLC. Boat chasing waterfalls. Yeah, that is.
The fail. I knew it. I saw Sean's hand moving towards the stream deck. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, he does it so casually too. You look up.
Yeah, we got no shame around.
We have no shame. Very first bull saying thank you for the music. I think you might be the only person saying that, but we appreciate it. And you're always welcome. So yeah, I mean, the point is like, I think a big thing too I've learned, like, Sharif talked about and I appreciate it, is you can't like look for patterns if they aren't there. Do you know what I mean? That being said, the most bullish case I could make for Nike right now would be sort of, we have a bit of a bull pennant kind of going on here, right? Yeah. I say that because these lower highs. However, it would be more bullish if we actually had a flat top and higher lows, which we don't have. So that being said,
it's the one reading your chart patterns like that.
Thank you. I learned from you. But yeah, so I think I feel like I'm kind of torn on Nike right now. I think the fact that we do see these lower lows is making me a skosh nervous. I would not say flat bottom break. We are up 1+% of the day, and the flat bottom break is a continuation pattern. So for that to occur, we'd already have to be on the downside. That being said, though, this lack of higher lows does make me nervous. Best case scenario, it's a bit of a compression type scenario. There we go. And then also, I did get out of the Mara short, and I got out of the Mara short not because, the whole Nostradamus situation. No one can predict the future. But I was looking at the tape, and the scalpulation is telling me, or it was telling me, that we had a lot of, a bit of support there at the 29 area, so I got out of 29. Happy with it, about 20 cents. No complaints from me over here, but it looks like we are once again rejecting off the 29.30. 29.30, weirdly a key level here for Mara. So I'm not going to say it's a long just yet. I would like to see us break above and make a higher high decisively. So for us to make our higher high, we have to break above 29.80. Until we do that, I am a little skeptical of Mara being this big name to the high side. Also, because when you look at the percentage of the day, we are down 5.76%. Well, now, that keeps changing. But the point is, to me, Mara still looks like we could have a little bit more downside action. That's all I'll say there. I stand by where I got out of that short. Also, I got filled in NVIDIA. I forgot that I still had that there, but here we go.
You want to have a look at Meta here? Because Meta is absolutely rocketing to the high side here, Sarah, on META. And I don't know, I looked for news, but we just popped off 359. We're on the door to 361 now, so $2 move in like a couple of minutes here.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah,
$2.
You are right. This is like a $2 move here on Meta. We broke above that other high. We are seeing, generally I would say higher lows. Let's see if there's any news on Meta. Also, there was some, there was some news in NVIDIA too. I just want to say that as well because I noticed this earlier.
NVIDIA.
The GeForce RTX chip GPU has launched in China. So NVIDIA is according to Benzinga here. But yeah, look at this with Meta. I think this pre-market area strength of like around 360, just below 361 could be of interest. Just keeping an eye on what we do there. But this is not a bad look on Meta. I do have to say this is a great look. We're up on the day. Let me look at the daily on this one because the year
I want to just go ahead and cancel that $1 million loss.
Yeah, wow.
And pick up NVIDIA.
Wow.
People thought Zuck was talking out of his rear end there.
Really?
By the way, yeah, they're like, oh, he's just gonna say the right things to get investors, to alleviate their concerns. He's still gonna go full force with the metaverse. He's still gonna be spending hand over fist on whatever. What do they call that? The metaverse part of Meta is called something Labs. Reality Labs. Thanks, Kakita. Yeah, he's going to be spending hand over fist at Reality Labs. No, man, he really got it under control. The fact of the matter is that, we don't like to obviously, celebrate people losing their jobs. That's not what we're doing. But, there has to be cost-cutting measures given the current state of the
economy.
Economy, pardon me. And he did it. He pulled the trigger. I gotta tell you, like during 2021 and even parts of 2022, especially the early parts, I was seeing on my favorite social media. Oh, I have to interrupt myself because I think we got the auction here and we just tanked down on the future, on the NQ. Now there is a lot of bamboozlement initially here on we tanked yesterday and we rocketed back up. So we need to be very careful here. I guess Sean's in a short. What are you short? He's short AMD. Sean is short AMD. It looks like it's coming down below 150 now. The future coming back into that 17,118. Do we get a pop back up or what's going to go on here? So let's just wait a little bit to see and digest this information. It looks like it's headed back down, baby. Let's see what we got here on the note. Okay, it's out. 4.399 was the previous print. This time, 3.859. Okay, I'm going to have to get out of this trade.
Oh my God, I have to get out.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get out.
Damn.
Let's see if it's going to break 17.1 or we're going to pop back up. I got to concentrate here. We're doing the dance with no pants at 17.1. Do we get bought up? I'm surprised with this move down because we did get a lower print, but I guess the market was expecting something even lower. So maybe not as much exuberance in the auction as anticipated by the street. We're holding 17.1 for now, but for how long, Adara? Because that was a monster move down off that 17.130 and right back into 17.1. We're doing the dance here at 10s, 11s. Let's see what we get here. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, NVIDIA is stressing me out just a skosh. We're holding okay-ish around this 497, so I'm going to stay in this for now. This is a case of, I forgot I had placed my order here, but I did like this long until it went wrong, which is when the whole market went swoop to the downside. Got a little dramatic there, sorry, but my hands are waving. NVIDIA is trying to decide what it wants to be when it grows up. Hopefully a long. Hopefully that's what it decides. Because I still think the long case for NVIDIA is very solid. We did have that strong catalyst I went into.
What a move down.
Yeah,
wow.
It's like we are thinking I'm going to have to...
Wow, Zers. 17.1 coming in, yeah.
Yeah, I really dislike the look of this. We're going to see if we can get it at 497s, and I'd be pleased as punch at that. I just don't want to be here anymore. Also, thank you so much to Ben Fishin. Really great pun name here as well in the chat. For that $9.99
US dollar
and
the greatest British
singing
pound
it with
is
the
up
microphone. We always are singing it up in the midday, so we appreciate your support very much. Yeah, I think this is
Come on, man. Give me a
really
rebound.
interesting look. I did get out of NVIDIA. Obviously, we're now moving back up to the high side, but the thing is, I can always re-enter this trade, right? So I'm gonna wait and see here. I did get really nervous when we flew to the downside. But yeah, it looks like we might actually be getting back up to my point of entry.
Hey, thanks for joining me.
Bleeding.
Yeah, and it pumped right back up off 17.1. I literally got bottom weight. That's so annoying. Okay, guys, the 7-year note auction, the previous print 4.399. This time around coming in at 3.859. So again, very similar to yesterday. If you round it to 4.4, and then you round up to say 3.9, or yeah, essentially 3.9. That's basically a 50 basis points right there on the difference between the previous print and this time around. So the market, I guess, was looking for an even lower yield to come out instead of that 3.859. Yesterday was met with exuberance. Today, not so much. You never know what you're going to get with these markets, baby. But 17.1 holding for now and a quick dip and pop on 17.1, but we are moving back down. A red candle right now on the 1, so we'll see if we get that continuity to the downside. But this is why we always tell you guys about the auctions, especially the important auctions, the longer dated ones, 2 years and above, because they do have this market moving effect, and it happens to fall during our show here because, well, that's just the way it's set up, baby. 1 o'clock comes, and if there's an auction that day, there's almost always volatility. Here we go to the downside. This could be moving the markets down, baby. We're down again below 17.1 Adara on the NQ. Look at Apple absolutely tanked. It's now near low days. It's printing lows. 193.60 AAPL giving up the ghost after knocking the door of 194 3/4. It is now back down to that 193.5, 193 2/3. Apple breaking down below this kind of support area here at 190. Let's just say 193.90 for whatever reason. Yeah, it's not typically an area where you expect to have a lot of support. But anyway, NQ below 17.1. What's the ES up to? Is it kind of an ES thing or an NQ thing? Well, it's both. So they're both at pivot points. Do we find some support here on the ES? Looking like it is finding at that 48-28 area, but yeah, that's basically it. We end up red, sadly, on the futures trade, even though we had these two beak wetters up here, not by much though, as we did break that 17-1 as soon as we broke 17-1. That was it for me, baby. Big Kyle Burdett pumping it, says dump it, give Santa the red chimney. That's hilarious. Some other dude in here, Mr. Longshorts as well, had started building a short position on MNQ, so only had 2 contracts. Bang out, only. Don't sell yourself short like that, man. That's good. And his message before that was, woo! MNQ short from 17,130 to 17,104 all out. Shout out to you, my man. Happy you're printing. Even though I took an L on it, no big deal. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that, Adair.
Yeah, no, I think very interesting look. Yeah, I did try to get back in that NVIDIA long, really small share size, legitimately the smallest you can have. It was an experiment. It failed. The reason I got back in is because I was noticing we had some decent support around 197.20. That was where I got in. Then we fell. I almost got bottom weight getting out of that. I should have been a bit more patient before getting back in. I think it was a bit of a FOMO move. And in the end, I guess I had FOMO for running to the downside. I don't know. But it is what it is. I'm not going to complain about it. The situation happened. And here we are. I do think NVIDIA still could be along as long as we don't make higher lows, but I'm not going to get in that until I have more confirmation for that. Cyan Lala, Adara long on NVIDIA looks good since it made higher highs, although I'm short NVIDIA at 498.52. Yeah, thank you for that. I think it looked good. I think now it's a little bit sketchier, although if we can hold up around this 496.75, you know, I'm not going to complain about that. But yeah, I might, like I said, I might get back in. I don't want to test it. And congratulations on that short, because if you're taking some profit there, I have to say that is a pretty good look. We're about, I guess, more or less $2 down from where you entered. So that's a very nice look. Indeed, the market did fall with the viciousness there when we did fall on that auction. So yeah, I'm enjoying the look of this. Dave Pagden saying market is still green, relax. Yeah, that's true. I think it's just like that, for me at least, I think the suddenness of that move, and you know, I am still in the sim, so it obviously a bit different, but I did see that move to the downside and was like, whoo. But here it goes. Classy Kent saying, what's causing Neo to move today? Neo, as far as, oh, that is not an NQ name. One moment, please. And why? Neo. So as far as I'm aware, I'm going to see if there's any specific catalyst, but I know in general all the Chinese names have been moving with regards to that strength that we had going on out of China. Also now apparently this 11:17 a.m. coming from Benzinga. Shares of Chinese stocks are trading higher following reports suggesting China's central bank said it would continue to boost policy adjustments to support the economy. So that could be giving a nice boost here to these Chinese names. I did try to get into this Neo long earlier. As you can see, it did not work out. What I find interesting though is how well Neo was kind of holding this around VWAP area of support. We were saying earlier, we say this quite a lot about Neo, not Neo specifically, we say about VWAP, right? Now, VWAP isn't always going to be an area of support or resistance, but if there is confluence, shout out to Obi there, between like the VWAP and other stocks and everything, if we see stocks holding VWAP really well, if we see stocks holding any kind of indicator very well, we should keep an eye on that. We should take note of it. And man, do I see Neo holding VWAP right now on this bottom. So I think this is a really interesting range.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Everything.
Are you kidding me, bro?
I'm so sad I got out of that NVIDIA long.
This is exactly what happened yesterday. Exactly what happened yesterday. We broke down, we pumped back up. That's why I was trying to hold this, because I saw it yesterday, but hey, I was the weak hand here. I got shaken out. What a move back up for the future, man. Off that 17-1, 21 points, 25 points. Just like that. Pass Overdose says he held. Good for you, brother. At least it makes one of us here that's not a weak hand. Shout out to you, Pass Overdose. Hell of a name, though. I say that a couple of times to kind of get the gist of that. But yeah, here we go. Let's see if we get anything here, though. We got a couple of wick candles below 17.1, and we haven't printed a newer high, though. We need something above that 17, let's just say 135, to really kind of change the trend. This is what I'm looking at over here. Right over here. So we were printing higher lows, higher lows, higher highs, upward channel. We initially had trouble with VWAP. We claimed VWAP. We reclaimed VWAP, and then boom, the auction came in and sent everything awry, tumbling this way and that way. Here we go, right back down to 17,115. I don't know what to make of this move, and if I don't know what to make of it, I ain't trading it. So I'm staying away from it until we find some sort of direction here. If that means missing out on the trade, so be it. But I need like something that I can understand. And right now, we're all over the place. So gonna steer clear of the future for the moment and look for something else making a move. Everything's moving down though. Uber headed down. Nvidia's headed down over here. What do we got with Sidu? Sidu typically marches to the beat of its own drum. It's doing the dance here, just sub 14, but putting in a bit of a higher low, despite the fact that lower high, excuse me, not higher low, and higher low. In fact, this is a higher low relative to this one over here. Bit of a compression pattern possibly forming here on SIDU. We'll see what we get there. Arco says Nike new high. So Nike doesn't seem to care about this move down the future. Let's have a look at NKE. Yeah, absolutely. Continuing to head up. Absolutely unaffected by the auction coming into that 108.70 area. 1.4% to the good right now for NKE as it looks to get off the schneid there. And continue to, that's a good day for Nike. Not much in the way of notional range. Seems to be like that bottom at 107, 106.90, and now we're knocking the door of 108.70. So on Tesla, Flushing, says Jason McCoy. Yes, sir, absolutely. Tesla on its way down. It is not Adara's Besla at the moment. It did this whole consolidation area here at S1, which is the red dotted line on my chart, holding that 258.25 for the morning, and then even made another high. And then there you go. The auction comes in, and either the investors don't like what they see, or the algos are kicking in big here. Here it comes. We just broke 257 down into 256.71 now, the low of day on TSLA. Does this bounce, or we'll have to wait and see there? But yeah, big move down on Tesla. And Meta didn't even realize that the auction came into came in at all. Meta is absolutely pumping to the high side, awfully close to that R2 area at 361 2/3. We are now at that IB high that we got into at 9:30. That is 361.31. We're awfully close. I think we did print a new high day. What was that high day? No, 361.31 earlier on. What's this candle? 361.30. So we just, on this 5-minute candle here, 1 penny off the high day on META, breaking through this 360.75 high crest over here, and now we're dancing with this level. Meta, I still don't see a headline. If you guys see a headline on Meta, let me know, but I don't see one. The last entry on my blotter is 11:37 p.m. a.m., pardon me, so about almost 2 hours ago, and it has nothing to do with this particular move. So Meta, good look here. Meta is pumping with only 6.24 million shares of volume. You're right, but I gotta tell you that my experience, and I was in this for about 6 months or so holding it as a swing, it typically trades lesser volume than the Mag 7 in general. Save and except if you're including Netflix in the Mag 7, then no, but I don't include Netflix in the Mag 7. Typically Meta will be like the lowest volume of the bunch. Maybe Goog, G-O-O-G, a little bit less. Typically Goog L will trade a little bit more in Meta. That's been my experience, but maybe you can fact check me on that, going back and looking at the data. But yeah, good look.
Good look indeed. Yeah, Meta does not know there's a bond auction. Meta's like, bond who? Bond what? Continuing to the high side. Really interesting look on that one. Yeah, it's pumping harder than it fell during MetaConnect, I have to say. Because I will always, that MetaConnect traumatized me. It was quite the drop.
Remember that?
You know what's, that was a crazy move. Also, Mara, still not breaking above this 29.30, 29.35 area. I am fascinated by this. This stock will not get over this area. And if we continue to not get over this area and we go lower, especially with the rest of the market moving down and Mara down almost 6%, I might do another short scalp here. I have to tell you, I cannot lie. I see what I see and I like what I see. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not making any commitments to Miss Mara just yet, but I do continue to like these lower highs. I continue to like this repeated fail of this 29.35. I will say it looks like we could be a skosh kind of compression-y here. So I'm gonna be patient, but if we decide to fall below, I'll take a dip. I'll dip my toe into the water here. We can have a nice swim in there. Bordy's saying coin at all-time high, or coin at high, sorry, Mara not in play. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I think Mara I'm looking at, but I'm not going to trade it until I see more there. Coin, though, is an interesting one. Yeah, coin, okay. Coin also, though, I'm seeing, I kind of, this area of 186 seems to be a bit of a struggle for coin to get above. So I think that would be a skosh interesting here. I'd like to kind of wait and see what's happening. Yeah, I'm not going to trade Mara right now. I'm seeing some other people in the chat. Like I said, yeah, I want to wait till we decide to break at this range. I just was watching it because I liked the whole idea of this 29.30 as this area of resistance. I think it's an interesting look. Dave Pagden saying you have to pair trade the miners with BTC. I need to keep more in mind of that. I will say what I've noticed is these ones are super responsive to what BTC is doing.
He asked her what she thinks Coinbase's all-time high is. He doesn't.
Okay.
He says.
Can I make a random guess? I'm gonna say 230. I don't know why I'm saying 230, but I'm saying it's higher than that. So like exactly 150 off from my guess. That's.
I like.
You made a good guess.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate that there were no expectations. You know what I mean? I was like, I whatever I say is fine. I want to look at the daily now. That is wild. Weekly.
Yeah, weekly because you got to look 2021. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Intraday? That wasn't on a closing basis. Go to the Katina Man screen.
I don't think I'm seeing everything.
Is that the IPO day? Wow. That's monthly.
That's wild. That's what. Thank you for that. I learned a new thing today. Yeah,
hey, thanks for joining me today.
I had no idea 380 was gonna.
I'm gonna have to step out for a minute, but we're gonna keep it rolling live for you, and we'll be back before 4 o'clock before we shut it all down and see what the market has done for us. I can control my trades via remote, so. I might get in, I might get out, might stay, I don't know. Today is Thursday. It is 1:21 p.m., the 28th of December. Thanks, and we'll be right back.
$178. Meta is continuing to go to the high side. It's at day's highs. I don't even, this is local highs, guys. We haven't been up here. Let's go to the half an hour. Let's make sure I'm accurate on that. Yes, this is very, very high in terms of daily even. I don't think we've been at this level. No. Obviously, we can go back before the shift in the, what's it called? The ticker from Facebook to Meta. That's why my chart is distorted. But we have not been at these levels at 361.86 since. Give me a second here. Yes, exactly. September 20th, the week of September 20th of 2021. We are very close to all-time highs on Meta. And by very close, I'm talking about $25. 385.37 META all-time high. Meta is 1% to the high side now, bucking the trend absolutely on the day. What is going on with META? I have no idea. I've been looking for something on my blotter. Nothing's been coming in, but something's clearly afoot here. It's not going to run on its own like this, especially on lower volume. What a day for Meta Adara.
Yeah, Meta is not making meta moves, making mega moves to the upside right now. This is wild. Thank you for the bang there. Yeah, I have nothing to say other than this is that one's wild. Nvidia kind of moving back up from VWAP here, but I don't want to get back involved because My attempts to trade NVIDIA earlier today have been abysmal, to say the least. At least I was trading in the right direction, right? It didn't go short in NVIDIA. I was long every time. Unfortunately, at least my points of entry happened to be wrong there. It has been quite the quite the day for sure. Very eventful in the market. Sometimes the midday gives us these beautiful moments, like this crazy auction move and this crazy meta move, and all we can do is trade them and take advantage. What is happening now?
Nothing. I'm angry. Yeah, like I sold this thing at $230. It's at $361. I feel like a dingbat, as my uncle would say.
I like that word.
Yeah, he calls me a dingbat. Nick Dub, ARM looking for high a day break. Yes, sir. 4.85% now for ARM as it knocks on the door of $78. Stop console wars. META going OD, man. I see it, baby. I see it. It's up on the chart right here. 361.90. New high of day now on Meta. Ram. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. Print Factory on the right side of this table, baby. As Meta continues to the high side. I want to tell you something, though. I feel like I'm not going to chase Meta at these levels because I have no idea why it's moving, and I feel it's a little extended. But I do like this NVIDIA look right here. I have a resting order to get triggered on NVIDIA if we can complete this V-shaped recovery. The reason I like NVIDIA is because of the series of higher lows and higher highs, and this defend off VWAP. Yes, now I'm long NVIDIA. The order got triggered. So, no, we're still south. But I do like these VWAP dip. Look at these candle wicks right into VWAP. That was the auction. We got bought up immediately above that. Couple of green candles here. The out on this one is obviously going to be the break of the low, but I'm looking for NVIDIA at least to retrace, possibly knock on the door of that 498. We'll wet our beak on that if we get a move back up on NVDA. But all the hype right now has to be Meta. And I gotta tell you, Softy is not a bad look either. Look at Softy continuing to head to the high side. What an upward channel here on Microsoft. All the dips have been bought up, and you're clearly getting higher highs and higher lows. This is an upward channel if I've ever seen one, baby. And even that auction dip got bought up immediately on Softy. So much the same look here on Meta. Well, no, I can't even compare Meta and Microsoft. Microsoft's a bit of a different beast at the moment. But yeah, we'll see what we get there in NVIDIA. Let's see how this does.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA looks like a very good look. Let's wait and see how that goes. Also, some chat about Wu-Tang in the chat with regards to that Method Man reference. Cash does roll everything around you when you're in the market. And when you're
dollar bill, dollar bill.
We were talking about this, because so there's the original Wu-Tang song, and there was also the remix that Wyclef Jean did with Akon and Lil Wayne and Naya, and so that also a great song. This is off topic, but yeah. So you know what's not on topic is thanking Benzinga, or what's not off topic. I mean, always on topic, Benzinga Pro, because we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you sign up today, you can get 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. That is TTV, capital letters. All you have to do, just use the link in the description to go to checkout.
And we did check.
Yeah.
We did check. And you do have access to the scanner.
Right.
Which I thought, why? Okay, so
it's
the one.
It's at this desk.
The one you're logging into from here is not the one you're logging into at the front.
I think that's what it is.
Because you did have access to the scanner when we looked, right?
It is what it is. I'm gonna find a way to get it in. But yeah, bamboozling is a good word. And then look, like you can see Ethereum to USD. Look at all the kinds of news you can see. Apple. Oh, this is interesting. Apple's Chinese partner, Luxshare, set to transform iPhone production landscape with major acquisition. Really interesting news. You know what I mean? Like it's really helpful when I work on the watch list in the AM. I can see what's moving. I think really helpful source to have access to. So that is the vibe with Benzinga. That's the word. Shout out as always, and thank you very much to them. Ash Sharif says I do use them all the darn time. Yeah.
And it's a good use too.
Very good to use.
Yes.
How goes NVIDIA?
Out of the money by like 10 pennies, not even back in the money right away. It's doing a little bit of a dance here. Let's see what we're gonna get. Hoping, well, not hoping because hope is not a strategy, but the look that I have for it is if we continue this trend of higher highs and higher lows and this bullishness vis-a-vis these dip trades off VWAP during the auction, we'll see if we can get that kind of move in to at least that 500-ish area to knock on the door there a bit. We did earlier. We were awfully close to 499. We got to 498.84, but retraced back down there during the lead up into the auction. We started making lower lows at about 1245. We'll see what we get there. The stop is going to obviously be the break of 497, so we'll have to wait and see what we get on NVDA. But Tesla is still continuing to hover at lows. Now, it is basing a little bit here, but it did that over here too. So if you were looking to take a buy off S1 on Tesla, it wouldn't have been a bad setup, and you started making higher highs. You broke through the 20 period, and then all of a sudden the auction came and it tanked. So let's not take basing here as a bullish indicator, because it did that here and then it went down a little bit more. So if you're looking for a mean reversion trade on Tesla, be careful with that and see if you get that confirmation breakout. The one on Meta here though, this 361.90, a bit of a random area. You could say, okay, 362, whole dollar level. But what I see here is the dotted blue line, which is resistance level 2 using pivot points, and it just banged off that exactly. I mean, look at the general area over here. So pivot points coming, featuring again on Meta like they have on the Fuge today and many other things. Let's see what we get with them. Anything going on in small cap world? People were talking about Sidhu not long ago. Let's have a look at SIDU. Do it. I flipped back to Nike over here. Oops, SIDU, which is on the NQ. All right, so we're still below 14 bucks, although we're putting in higher lows though. So Sidhu not really giving up the ghost here, even though it kind of rejected that 15.5 area, came back down into 12.5. Look what it's done at that 12.5 area, higher low. The trough was at 12.25. Then this trough over here, 13. Then this one over here, 13.1/3. Now we're knocking the door 14. We have a bit of a flat top-ish area, only 2 touches though at this flat top, so let's not put too much weight into that, around 14.5. So an ascending wedge, you're possibly continuing the trend, because an ascending wedge is a continuation trend, and definitely the trend that preceded it was awfully, awfully bullish. So we'll see if we get that 14.5 decided break on SIDU, maybe even test high days at around that 1540-ish area.
Yeah, Sidhu is a really Sidhu. Really interesting look for sure, indeed. We're not going lower. It's interesting. A lot of these small caps tend to lose steam. We are above VWAP. We have broken above pre-market highs, which I know are like your 2 kind of qualifiers for small caps. Not really a bad look at all, I have to say. What else is looking interesting right now? Tesla has the Cybertruck is driven off the highway at this point. I really wish I had gotten to that short a different place than where I got in, because this is beautiful. This is gorgeous. Tesla, this thing keeps driving off of the cliff.
We're going lower.
Yeah, Tom A is saying Tesla keep down, not with the market. Yeah, it's definitely moving counter trend. Indeed, was there a story on Tesla today? I'm not. Oh yeah, there was. I guess Elon Musk was getting upset at some Tesla bears. Apparently, that's definitely not what's moving the stock.
Elon, what did Elon do?
He said he didn't like what some of the Tesla bears had to say, I guess.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him. I mean, if people are shorting your company, would you like them?
No.
No.
Never mind. I actually was watching some old crime show the other day. I think it was called Cold Case. And there was a whole thing where this girl was like, because they show flashbacks, and she's like, why are they shorting my company? I'm going to find out who they are. Yeah. And I was like, you know what? Honestly, it's interesting how many times stock references come up in things, and now it's I get it. So
did you hear about the little dynamic between Bill Gates and Elon Musk?
No.
You didn't know about this?
No,
this was before you joined up. So Bill Gates reached out to our friend Elon, and he's like, hey Elon, you want to donate a little bit to my whatever Melinda and Bill Gates fund, because he has a big charity, right? And Elon's like, yeah, I mean, obviously, is it for the environment or whatever it was? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, oh, do you still have that short position on Tesla though? He's like, yeah, but $250 million.
That's not insane.
Bill Gates had was it $250 million? Do you remember what it was? It was something like that. Fact check me, chat. It was about $250 million position short on Tesla, and he was reaching out for him to like do something for the environment. He's like, why would you be shorting Tesla, the company doing the most for the environment? I'm not saying he is.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what Elon Musk responded and said to Bill Gates. And then with a straight face asking for help. So they
So he's got his hand in a couple different pies there. I guess that was the implication.
there you go.
James Bell saying
500
Game of
million.
Thrones, yeah.
Thank you.
500 bill. Oh my God, so that's half a bill.
Yeah, it's not chump change. Not chump change. Bill Gates got crushed on that too, it says Michael Mulvey. I'm not really sure exactly what the outcome of that Bill Gates short position was. I'm not sure what his price was, so we can't really make any analysis on that, but just telling you this whole story because of the thing. Like,
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're probably not going to be like in vibing with the person shorting your company. At least I would.
No, that's a fair point. But yeah, I think that's interesting that yeah, I was not fully like aware of, I guess, like that whole Bill Gates situation. That makes sense. But yeah, no, I just think it's interesting that this is popping up on Benzinga over here. I am seeing India, I guess, reporting that there are negotiations with Tesla to set up the manufacturing plant. Those are coming to a close. So that would, I guess, be a positive catalyst, one would think. But you know that like the market does not care about your feelings, and Tesla does what Tesla does, and often what Tesla does today, at least, is drive its little Cybertruck down the wrong side of the highway, apparently. 'Cause it's a downward
DJ
move.
Price saying, don't know how Tesla went from peak 1200 down to 300. There was a split in there, so that's not split adjusted. I think the peak split adjusted, I can look for you, but it's definitely not. The 440, the Katina Man says, that's typically the split adjusted high. I'll do it, Katina Man, I got it. Here it is. We'll take out this one candle over here because it's distorting everything. Bar. There we go. All right, Katina Man, you are right. It was around that 420 area. Shout out to 420. So that is, I believe that's the high. Check. I don't know if you have that on. Right. Is it right? Okay, yeah. So that's a split adjusted, my man. It wasn't 1200 was the price before he split again. He split a couple of times. The most recent one was August of 2022. He did a 3-to-1. Prior to that, it was September 2020 or August, I forget, 5-to-1 at that time. So Tesla's been split like twice already the past few years. So that's the price there. I don't want you to get the idea that it was 1200 pre-split. No, it hasn't tanked that much. That is a ridiculous amount to tank, but it wouldn't be uncommon, Adara, for some of the highs that we made in 2021 for there to be a 1200 high and a 300 current action. Your example on Coinbase set that up, even though Coinbase has been rocketing up lately, still nowhere near the highs.
Yeah, no, Coinbase is $150 off of the highs. I think I guessed $50. I don't remember. Yeah, no, sorry, it's about like 200 off the highs then, because I think I guessed 150 off the highs. Yeah, we're continuing to skyrocket. Still a good look on the day as well, but I really like this whole area. I think of resistance becoming support. This 186.09, we seem very stuck here. So I just wanted to put that out there. Also, there a few rhymes with AMC in the chat saying Hope Gates had a stop loss. LOL. Yeah, I mean, I got a kick out of that.
I don't even know what the result of the trade is. I really want to do a quick Google search while you're talking to find out what his, if anybody knows. I mean, I have no idea. Some people were saying that he got rinsed on it, and
I mean, yeah,
he's got a lot of money.
Right.
So.
I think in some ways too, what's more interesting about that story is just the fact that there was, you know, this whole like him going to Elon and Elon being like, nah, like I think to me that's more interesting than actually the outcome, right? In some ways. So I think, you know, the whole idea of the journey is more interesting than the destination. That would be my case with that story there. But yeah, no, I don't mind the look of coin. I just think this area of support consolidation kind of throughout the day of this 186 is something I would be very cognizant of. Vince Jane, this is interesting discussion. People in the chat definitely populate this discussion. And
Love
like
it.
this, Vince Jane kicking it off with, is NVDA the stock of the year in 2023? I think it would probably be in a lot of people's discussions. I think, you know, it really probably depends also. Different people trade different kinds of things, right? So I'm sure if you're more of a small cap person, your stock of the year is probably going to be a lot different than people trading mega caps.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? So I think that's
Here it is. So according to Walter Isaacson, who wrote the book for the biography on Elon Musk, he writes in his book here, but things turned sour in a hurry when the subject of Gates' shorting Tesla stock came up. Isaacson wrote that Gates had placed a big bet that Tesla stock would drop in value And when he turned out to be wrong, he had lost about $1.5 billion by the time of their meeting. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I'm not vouching for the accuracy of that, but that's what's being reported here by GeekWire.com. I like that website. A cool $1.5 billion. If that's accurate, that's an insane amount of money to get rinsed on a short. Because again, you know this, and you've been shorting a lot lately. Unlimited potential liability for a short. It can go to infinity, whereas if I'm long a stock, go to zero.
Yeah,
I lose my investment. But wow. Yeah, it's not a lot of money for him, Lolo. I get it, but that's still a ridiculous amount. He's probably not happy taking that L, whether he can afford it or not. Really isn't the point. Nobody wants to get it rinsed for $1.5 billion on one trade, right? Like, I mean, I don't care how much money I have. Anyway, I don't think Bill Gates is well liked, generally, from what I get in popular culture. Is neither here nor there. Yeah. All right, we just got a beak wetter here on NVDA as we came back up into that 498 area. Nothing really to celebrate. I'm looking for continuously higher highs on NVDA, possibly to come back into that 498.5, 499-ish area. But it's been, a kind of hard roll lately on NVDA, especially after the pops off VWAP, rejected or popping off that 496.5, moving back into 498. But I feel like we're finding resistance here at that 498 area for some reason. The Fuchs just popped up into 17,137 and then just quickly rejected back down about 10 points back into 17,127, now at 130. We'll see if we can get continuity, but bit of a bamboozling trade on some of these large caps today. Trying to see if we can get that momentum on NVIDIA. Get going, baby. Let's go. Big Diamond Realty of Miami. It's okay. I'm not going to read that, but I get your point. I get your point. He's being accused of a lot of stuff, and by that I'm talking about Bill Gates. Stop Console War says, I'm mad at myself on Snap. I remember telling Bears versus Bulls that Snap would bounce off 8 or 9 when it plummeted off that bad quarter in the summer, and I didn't get it. It's all good, man. I mean, don't kick yourself for the stuff you didn't take. There's nothing you can do about that. You had the right idea. It shows you are of sound mind. You have the good view, the critical analysis here on the stocks. I still hold the position that Snap is a good buyout candidate. I don't know how many active daily users they have. Say that again, Katina, man? Well, you were one of the people. I got to give you credit. You all good there? The Katina man is looking to go long on Microsoft as it knocks on the door of 376. Nice day for Softy. What was I going to say? I was talking about Snap. Thank you. Yeah, I still think it's a good buyout target. A lot of daily active users. And my niece or nephew are staying with me right now. And they are all over that platform. Whether they can use younger users to monetize some way, somehow, that's a whole different story. But you can't tell me that these users aren't worth X amount, right? Especially, like, how my sister does it? Now they're a little bit older, so they have their own money. But when they were younger, she'd be like, okay, so here is what needs to be done around the house. And she'd put up a list on the wall, and each chore had a price beside it, right? I
like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the harder chores, obviously, you got more money for. The less complicated chores, you got a little bit less. And so whoever did the chores at the end of the week or the end of the 2 weeks would be entitled to their earned allowance. And so they could get that allowance in many different ways. You get an e-transfer, you get credits for your top-ups or whatever online. Very clever. Yeah. So she was doing that with them, and I thought that was really good.
I like that.
Okay, NVIDIA just tanked here at 497 and a third. I don't know what the hell's going on with NVDA, but we're going to have to be really careful. The out on NVIDIA is going to be the break of 497. We already got a beak wetter as we knocked on the door of 498, but NVIDIA coming right back down here as the Fuchs, very, very undecided in what the hell it wants to do. Popped up into 30s, now it's back in the low 20s. I'm at a loss for words. I have no idea where this game is going today. Benton C, Arsenal game today. Yes, my friend, We take on West Ham at home. We are heavy favorites to win this one, and we better win because Liverpool took care of business a couple of days ago against Luton, and we're only separated by 1 point. I got to tell you, I'm pleased as punch, to take a phrase from Adera, that Aston Villa got their rear ends handed to them by United, and I never, ever celebrate Manchester United wins because I dislike them so much. But they did take care of business against Aston Villa, who is quickly becoming a serious competitor for the league, at least so far, under the instruction of Unai Emery, a former Arsenal manager. They lost 3-2 at Old Trafford. It was a hell of a game. I haven't seen the highlights yet, but it looks as if that Højlund guy that they picked up in the summer scored in the 82nd minute to propel them north. Obviously, City took care of business yesterday, beating Everton in Liverpool. 3-1 City, looking, a little bit better after I don't know how many ties they had there in a row. Let's just check that real quick. City, oh wow, City tied, lost. Okay, anyway. Yeah, City's been having a lot of trouble lately. But they, they still have a game in hand too, by the way, because their game against Brentford got postponed because they had that Club World Cup. So City's got game in hand, and they're at 37 points. Arsenal at 40 with a game to play today. So we'll have to see how Arsenal play a day.
Yeah, no, I mean, go sports. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I find the Prem very interesting. I will say as well that I'm so fascinated by that Luton. I think it was Luton Town, that stadium that was basically backyard. I have nightmares about that sometimes. No, I'm joking. I'm just very shocked by that existing. Also, did you see this lovely chat from Zion Lala?
What do you say?
Sharif, I'm a huge fan of yours. Although I don't watch soccer, I bought my little 3-year-old Arsenal jersey. #Sharif fan. That's very sweet.
That deserves 1,000 bans right there. Shout out to you, Zion. Arsenal, best team in the world. At least, that's what I'd hope.
Yeah.
We're doing real good this year. We did real good last year under Mikel Arteta, and hopefully, we're spending too.
Oh.
We're spending. Ed Nuts, Aston Villa will fade. I'm hoping they will, but all that comes to mind when I see that is 2016. And you know what happened in 2016. Leicester City. Everybody, the entire year, Leicester City is going to fade. They can't maintain this. And then they won the dang league.
Oh, so
yeah.
basically you're saying, don't say anyone's going to fade because
sometimes they don't, right? Like okay. Leicester City, all I can think of is 2016, Jamie Vardy, Riyad Mahrez, everybody else that was on that team at the time. Yeah, that was definitely a year to remember. So
that's a lot of
we
people.
are winning the league, says Bisho Arki. Man City says VWAP. I like your name, VWAP. Okay, that's pretty cool.
That's great. I love that.
Yes, Liverpool, bruh, says Ponzi. Ronnie says, what a year. Yeah, Leicester almost won Champions League. That team too. I don't know if they won almost. Where'd they get into? They got into with a quarterfinal? I don't remember. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm with Sharif. All right. Distract with sports, says John Sproul. Yeah, we got to mix it up a little bit here, my man. We talk a little bit of sports, a little bit of stocks, sometimes music.
A lot of bit of stocks, yeah. sometimes 90s rap references. We do what we can.
Semis, says James Dell. ARM knocking on the door of 5%, 77.89 Adera.
Yeah, no, I just saw Pauly D in the chat with Shy Ronnie, which is, I believe, a reference to that SNL sketch with Andy Samberg. So had to shout that out. Also, Tesla just being really fascinating. And why I say that is, clearly it's a short, but I like the way that it's kind of doing these consolidative areas. Michael Moore saying, what does Tesla want to be when it grows up? Shaking my head. I am also shaking my head. I don't know what it wants to be when it grows up, but I think probably a short. And why I say that is, look what we were doing earlier. We keep having these kind of curved, rounded bottoms and then continuing to fall to the downside. So look at this. We kind of came back into that consolidation area. And then what did we do? Swooped right back down. This guy does not want to chill. Tesla is very much stressful right now, but yeah, I would not be shocked if we continue to fall back to the downside here, because I know sometimes these rounded bottoms, by the roundy face, by the smiley face, to move back to the upside. Usually this would go up, but I mean, Tesla does not really want to play this game, which I think is really interesting. And also, what I've noticed is the other 2 times we did this, where we fall off from is kind of where we had a big candle of whatever the opposite of candle of indecision is. Candle of decision, I'll call it that, because I know you talk about the candle of indecision. I will call it candle of decision. This is a massive candle of decision here. We fall
Oh, I
to the
gotta get out
downside,
of
then we
this
come
chart.
back up, get back there, fall back down. Same here, this big candle of decision, guess where? We come back there and then fall back down. Now we just seem to be falling down all willy-nilly here on Tesla. Either way, no matter how much I cover it with flowery verbiage, Tesla is falling to the downside. Down. Also, yes, Paulie D said that, yeah, that is Gold Love some SNL. Okay, I'm happy I got that correct. Also, support staff in the super chat. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. If you don't have 500 million to stay in the NYSE, how do they maintain a listing on MBIA NYSE price target 128? MBIA. Oh, why? Yeah, that's my bad. You literally said NYSE and I just typed NQ. That's a moment here for me. Smack yourself in the head a little bit there. MYBA, I'm not seeing. Are you seeing this MBIA? Yes.
MBIA. Okay, so Mitsubishi Corporation. It's an ADR, so it's Mitsubishi, obviously.
Yeah.
It trades. MBIA. What? Okay, that's not on our exchange. I don't know what FWB2 is. I don't know what exchange that is, but I don't have data for it. But it seems to be Mitsubishi. Is it?
I'm not.
I'm not 100% sure. Okay, let's bring in trade ideas because I got that one up here as well. MBIA. It's the other way around, Neil? Okay. I don't, MBI, I have, oh, MBI. So it's MBIA company, but the ticker is MBI. I'm assuming, I don't know. Who was asking?
Oh, it was support staff in this super chat here.
Okay, so support staff, tag me or tag Adara again, because this is probably it. MBI trades on the NYSE. It's a tiny company, $43.5 million market cap, about 5 2/3% float. Oh, sorry, that's not the market cap though. That's the float, 43.95 million. What is the market cap? MBI market cap, 314 million. Okay, so that's what that is. I have no idea about this stock. Do you want to have a look at the charts? MBI.
MBI, yeah.
On the NYSE.
Oh, it's MBI. Okay, so it's not MBIA. Okay.
Well, the company's name is MBIA, but the ticker is MBI.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so here it is. It's a look. It's a look. I'll say that. I would say what I am seeing right now on intraday, and I'll go to the daily in a minute. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, right? So we did have a bit of move to the upside. Now it looks like we're kind of falling off to the downside here. The other thing too is we're up only about 0.4% on the day. So it's like, to me, when we're up this little, it could kind of go either way. Volume on this is not significant, really, but it's not super insignificant either. It is over 500K. We're at about 750K from what I can tell here on PPro.
Oh, I gotta go.
Oh, yes.
With you, okay?
Of course, yes. So Sharif, you will see him on the big desk in 10 minutes. But for now, you'll just have to spend some time with me as we go over MBI and some other charts. Ooh, this daily on MBI is also a look. But we have really strong support. I like the support that we have at 614 kind of area. We did kind of careen to the downside here. A flat channel that kind of fell to the downside. This was, I guess, almost like a bit of a consolidative rounded top here. Starting May 30th and kind of ending around September 21st here. Before that, we had moved to the upside, fell down, slightly fell back up, slightly lower low here. And then we landed lowest point around October 23rd, 633. It started to have November to remember a little bit earlier than some of the other stocks. Then we shot right back up here to see some more stories in MBI here. So December 8th, I declared a cash dividend of $8 per share. So yeah, that was when we had this big move to the upside, that cash dividend day. Then we kind of had a bit of a double top around 14.2, fell to the downside, and then now we're still hanging out at the 614. It's a very topsy-turvy look, I have to say. It seems very catalyst responsive. I have a feeling that this name, much like a lot of these kind of smaller stocks, will kind of do how it does and wait for its moment in the sun. The spotlight goes on it, it flies, and then it kind of tames down a little bit, right? That would be my take on MBI, looking at it right now. But yeah, we definitely flew up off of that $8 dividend, $8 per share dividend. Some mentions of Sing here. So let's look at Sing. Let's see how, if it's singing right now. Oh, I'm on the daily chart. That's my bad. Yeah, this daily chart, I think Shrave and I mentioned the daily chart and Sing earlier, but this daily chart, much like all these small caps, is very wild. I do like, what I like here is that honestly, like, we do see slightly higher lows, but we are also seeing lower highs. So I think it could be a skosh compression-y. I would probably like to see a high above this 12 area, 1250. This one also ran yesterday. This was that ADHD medication-related catalyst. So this is, I think a really interesting one to look at. If people are looking at anything in particular, you want some opinions, tag me, put it in here, mention the stock, let me know so we can take a look. I'm not trading anything right now. I traded a bit, Sharif's saying pump it. I traded a little bit earlier today. It was not really working. I do not think I was on my A game today. Still in the sim, learning and hopefully growing. I did have the short on Mara earlier that I liked. I got it initially in this move way too early. We broke above VWAP. And again, VWAP is not always going to be an area of, I guess, movement or an area of interaction, but today it really was. We kept darting around VWAP. I saw these lower highs. I got in on the short too early because I was scalpulating and I was watching the tape and I saw, on the tape, we did have a little bit of, it was a bit of an area where it kind of moving down on here, right? We had some decent resistance at this 28.80. Alas, it was not to be. Got out at VWAP. Then when I saw again resistance on the tape at this 29.30, I waited for a second candle, went to the downside, took that short until I noticed again, looking at the tape here, this $29 area. And then I got out. But yeah, we held this 29.30 as a top very nicely. And when we fell with a vengeance. Fell right back down, basically $1 here, picking up a little bit at this 28.30, 28.35 area. So that's about $1 movement to the downside here. We have not made a lower low, so that is something, but also it's been many moons since we've seen a higher high on our good pal Mara over here. So we're gonna have to wait and see, but it looks like right now Mara is running a marathon to the downside. Yeah, thank you, Havana Woody. Yeah, scalpulating. I'm trying to make it happen. Basically, it's like me doing scalps while also kind of keeping an eye on the tape as well. So we're calculating, trying to find good places to enter and exit. That's my take on that. Also, AMC's Lurching says Lake South Tiger. I like that name. It's very, very interesting name here. New York AMC. Oh yeah, Lurching is right. AMC is just moving all over the dang place. I think the fact that we didn't make a lower low here is interesting, but AMC also is, this one was a meme stock. It definitely does what it wants to do. In the pre-market, and even a little bit after we opened, we did have this nice move to the high side on AMC. Then we fell pretty hard around this 650 area, kind of made definitely stutter step to the downside, lower highs, maybe lower lows, except we did pause here at this 624. Looks like we want to make a bit of a bottom here. We're going to have to see what happens. Steven's saying market will have a new high by close. Let's find out. Let's see on that. I think that could be very interesting. I'll pull up the SPY here so we can take a look-see at that at this moment. See, let's percolate. Okay, yes, there's these dark pool wicks. But yeah, SPY slightly positive. Definitely been doing kind of the snake action, hovering just above VWAP and a little bit below VWAP. Holding VWAP really well, though, I think is a really interesting look on the SPY. Let's look at the Qs. Or I'll do TQ. Oh, this has to be on the NQ. There we go. So ready to give me a moment here. There we go. So yeah, TQQQ. Okay, actually really, this is an interesting look. I don't want to say flat bottom break because A, I'm trying to not find patterns everywhere, and B, we are still slightly up on the day, but flat bottom break kind of. Look at this really interesting bottom we have around this 51.56, 51.58 area. Lower high, lower high, lower high. I also think it'd be, Santa Claus rally, who knows if it'll actually materialize, but I think it is interesting that TQQQ does have these lower highs and somewhat of a flat bottom going on over here. So I think this is an interesting look. Also, Finch Jane, Tesla is being shorted out. Sorry for the pun. You never have to apologize for puns here on the midday / how to trade. I would be making them all the time. And yeah, that is it. Tesla really does look like the shorts are having their fun on Tesla. I swear every time I look at this, we're another dollar to the downside. Like I said, we keep doing this thing where we have the curved bottoms and then falling back down there. This is quite the look to the downside here. I want to look at the daily on Tesla, see what kind of levels we've got. Yeah, it's really interesting. We sort of double topped here at this 260 area. And I say that because look, this is where we kind of fell off a little bit before we had that massive move to the downside after Elon Q3 conference call gate. But no, I'm joking. It's just that, the conference call heard around the world, I guess. But yeah, we definitely did fall off of this double top here. So it's certainly an interesting look. We did also see a lower low here. But generally, since early November, since the November to Remember began, we've very much been, and shout out to Sharif for that. Have to give credit where it is indeed due. I do like this upward trend on Tesla, but I do think we're coming into a super key area of resistance at this 265. Next would be, I would say, about this 278, 280. We'll have to wait and see on that. Though, also, what else is going on here? I thought I saw a mention of NVIDIA. Oh yeah, Pacific Standard. NVIDIA back down to 497. Yeah, it indeed, if it will load. Oh, this is the daily still. Oh, NVIDIA is kind of interesting on the day because we do have these lower highs and kind of a flat top. I don't want to make any assumptions, higher lows and sort of a flat top. No assumptions to be made here yet. Gonna let the action dictate what is happening, but I will say that's interesting on the daily. Intraday though, yeah, NVIDIA keeps darting around this 497 area. Decent support around 497. And because 497 also is around where VWAP happens to be hanging out right now. Earlier, we were seeing a bit more of a bullish case, I would say, with these higher highs, higher lows. Still seeing higher highs slightly lower high, lower low. Yes, lower low. But yeah, certainly an interesting look here with this lower high. Could we be compressing? We're still up on the day. I would say, yeah, watch NVIDIA around VWAP. It does seem to like bouncing off of VWAP at this point. So I think that's certainly an interesting look at. Pacific Standard saying NVIDIA waiting for VWAP test at 496.55, near below. Yeah, good look there. Some mentions of Boeing here in the chat as well. Let's take one final look at Boeing, seeing where will its flight plan lead us to? Are we leading to the downside or the upside? Thank you, Sharif. But yeah, ooh, okay. Looks like Boeing's kind of losing its wings a little bit here. Really interesting move to the downside earlier. Tons of consolidation pre-market, swooped to the downside, a little bit of consolidation, fell back down. Then we saw a little bit of support around 257.80, and all we got to was this 259.2. So we continue to see, yes, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Right now, they were doing a bit of, a little bit of consolidation here. Could be a consolidated top, except we're down on the day, and consolidated top is usually a bit more reversal-ish. So not really sure what to say here. Thank you, Paulie D, calling me the Pun Master Flex. I really like that. I thank you for that one there. But we are looking to wrap up the midday and head into the big desk. So I will say adieu. We will see you tomorrow for the last trading day of 2023. Same bad time, same bad channel. But for now, Sharif is at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome to the close. The market's very stagnant right now. The NQ up 0.02, the ES up 0.03. But what isn't stagnant is oil. Oil headed aggressively to the downside here, guys. 2.83% as it gives up much of the week's gains.
What's the high in Microsoft today? Oh, that's a wrong bad wick. Okay, so I can't even look at it. But anyways, nice move up, fell back in. We tried to protect that 375. It didn't work. $3.76. So again, that's about $2 there from the bottom. It's about $1.80 there from the bottom. We got it out all the way going up. And you guys remember just before we went off air, this is around 11 o'clock. It went up to 375.30, fell back in. We got some more out around 375 and then held one out there at 70 again, kind of back into there. And then another out once we hit 76. So yeah, not too bad today. Pretty good actually overall. I am looking at now a break. We're still going to be red on it because we didn't hold as much to get up there, but glad to make it back. I'm going to go long 376 on a break. So that's something that I want to look at here. 376, a break long here on Microsoft is going to be something that I'm looking at. And then another position that could come in here momentarily is going to be the Amazon long breaking through here. Well, maybe not. I want to take this top wick. 154.09. I want to take that long on Amazon as well. So a few trades that we're looking for. Obviously, the dip buys would be better if we can get some of those. But right now, I'm not sure the market's set up for it. I like to take out VWAP up there on the NQ before we see Amazon. But Amazon right now looking pretty healthy to the upside there. Look, bottom, bottom, bottom. So he keeps getting higher lows as Amazon looks to work out. And I do want to smack that through 154.09.
Tesla down on the day 2%, $10 worth of range today, guys, with a 265 high and now breaking down to that 255.40 low. Essentially, the news headline for Tesla today was competition. The Xiaomi Suki, I hope I pronounced that right, is a new EV, essentially out of China. It's supposed to be able to compete with the Tesla Model S Plaid and the Porsche Taycan. Let's have a look at it because I think it's a good looker here, guys. This is the blue variant of it, and here's some side profile. Some great looking rims there, I'll tell you. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but it looks like a nice car. I don't know exactly what they're going to be able to produce in terms of numbers, but they're talking about an 800-kilometer range, very similar 0 to 100 speed, but they're looking at scaling this into late 2024. There is no price yet on, though, but market commentators saying about $125,000 probably starting price, guys.
And I bet you the margins aren't nearly as good as Tesla's because nobody's are. So that's okay. Well, whatever. That's not saying anything special. The only who makes money on EVs right now? BYD and Tesla and I don't know, maybe Li Auto. You could tell me, Sharif. Li Auto probably is profitable. Yeah, Li Auto makes money on their cars. So those three for sure. And I don't really know anybody else. And if you guys know anybody else, you guys can tell me that. None of that mattered for Tesla today. Absolutely none of it. Now, I did have a keystroke error on Tesla at the open. I went to move a level 2 from Tesla to ARM and punch in, and I punched in, but I did not move it from Tesla to ARM. Thankfully, I just got right out. It only so happens to be the high of the day. It was actually it was just the timing of it. I was going dip buy at the open. It was I wanted to go dip buy. I saw the level 2 on ARM. I was like, oh my goodness, move over to execute. Well, I saw the chart on ARM, went over to level 2, and said need to execute. Hit bid enter. And that ends up being the high of the day. This has been a stair step to the downside that's held on to almost nothing. There has not really been a bid. The unfortunate thing here is it's a stock that looked like it was breaking out. The good news is on the higher time frame, you're still, and this is a bad wick. Let me just show you where the actual bottom. The actual bottom's here at 255, right? So we go to the daily chart. The 255 level still, you're making some higher lows, even with this big pullback. So if it can hold on to 55, it's not completely doom and gloom for this very gentle upward trend in Tesla. But for today, it has been a rocket ship to the downside. That 55 looks like a good base for a bit of a bounce play. And then I got 58 marked off because that feels like if it gets back up there, forget about VWAP if you're looking for a fade play. I think 58 would make some sense here on Tesla. Yeah,
I'm not. Well, I mean, we're down here on the 20-minute chart right there. It's a good thing we didn't get too involved in this. I mean, I liked the 260 level there, and it didn't really work. I mean, it came in once and worked nicely at 261, but then once it took 260, it was kind of like game over from that. You did have a nice move back to 260 right there, so that's going to be an easy short, but you're well away from that. If it gets up to 260, then that's going to be a great long. I just wonder, like, I'm trying to go long Microsoft, Amazon, and all that. What are we short, really? We're short AMD. Oh, thanks for asking about AMD. I will talk about that when we talk about the chips, which I guess we'll be talking about with ARM. Yeah, that bottom's pretty nice, man. 255.50. I wonder if it's worth taking a 50-cent shot here. You know, breaking back, I'll get that garbage out of here and then go back up to the upside. What is this price? 256.27. I'm going to go long. I'm going to go long 256.27. I made crazier moves than risking 75 cents on Tesla. So I feel like that bottom could be there. The only thing is that normally we don't want to go long into names when the market is below VWAP, and then that would be counter this stock, right? So maybe we go long there and we only give it back to 256. I don't know. Let's try that. I do like that break there because I think that if you swoop up to that, then you could get up to 257. So that's like 75 cents to risk 25. Might be worth it there. So something to consider on Tesla. I still like the stock for sure. I actually just tweeted something out, by the way. If you guys want to see this, I think it's pretty cool. We just talked about making money and whatnot. I actually just said that for me, an investment in Tesla due to the Cybertrucks made sense for the following 10 reasons. And then we give 10 reasons there about why the Cybertruck could be something that sparks Tesla into the new year. Go over at Trader TV Sean and find that out. NEO 928, I mean, that was a good little move down there as well. I have to zoom in because Neil was mentioning there as well about the charts. All right, so 925, that actually would have been pretty good because, see, that's a 925 bottom right there, came in the open and then came in again. And then you got that little wick down. Actually, that's on 930, sorry. 928 are the wick bottoms there. So, yeah, I like NEO as well. Let's think about that. Let's think about that Tesla trade. I think there could be something here. Breaking through 260, what did I say, 256.20s? Yeah, I'm gonna look at that a little closer and most likely make it. AMD was a really nice short off that number, but as the market comes in, I'm talking about the bond, as the James Bond. Once the market comes back in a little bit, we'll talk about this with ARM and whatnot. But ARM has been a monster, and AMD took 150 today, guys.
Apple winning its appeal yesterday, guys, with against the ITC's decision to ban the sale of its Apple Watch 9 and Ultra 2. Yesterday, they filed a stay with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. They now have until January 10th, I'm talking about the ITC, to vary its decision. As a part of Apple's overall sales, it should be noted that their wearables business reported $39.8 billion in 2023 in terms of revenue, so it's definitely not small for them. I'm not saying that's all attributable to the watch. Here's a look at the price action on the day, a bit of a downward channel at that critical whole dollar level, though, guys, 194 right now.
Yeah, it's been teetering back and forth off of 194. Like, it's at the open, it was a clean break through 94. On the way back in, it wasn't clean. It was essentially a VWAP bounce off of 94. They couldn't get past 94.5. And I didn't trade it again. And after that first initial bounce off 94, didn't trade it again until it was above VWAP, looking for the long off VWAP. Thankfully got out of the way of that. And oddly enough, like at 1 o'clock, as Sean mentioned, at 1 o'clock, there was a bond auction, right? So you're going to see, this isn't a crazy wick on Apple, but that move down on the auction turned into a double bottom for Apple, which it's now basing out off of. This feels like a long again off of 194. Like I said, it's not the strongest name out there. There's, ARM we'll talk about, obviously. There was a Snowflake that we're already in, and AMD is pretty strong, but you're not going to get VWAP on any of those. And then Meta's the one I was going to say. I knew it was a Mag 7 name. Meta was the biggest runner that ignored the bond auction. I feel as if this making a secondary move might be better and more volatile than Apple today. I'm not even sure Apple makes more than like a 50-cent move off some of these levels, whereas Meta, if it pulls into VWAP at 360, if it holds out the morning range high, 360.5, you can get better moves off of levels like that on Meta this afternoon. I think the volatility is going to be there. If we have a 30-handle range in the futures, which is possible for the afternoon, then try to find the names that are going to have more outsized moves and opportunities for you. That's why I'm thinking I'm staying away from Apple at this point.
Look, I'm up on Apple. Apple's going to be my number two stock. AMD first, Apple, then Affirm. All the A's today working out for me. But here we go. So again, Apple was a little difficult off the open. We did not believe in the short, but the short did come in. So we just kept buying. Eventually we got a little bit out there at 193.90 on that break, but we bought it right back and then took 40, 50 cents to the upside. Held our last 10% and got out at the bottom there once it broke that little bottom. Apple, once again, we did it. It's another positive stock. I like the name. It's a sticky note name, that and Microsoft. But right now we're getting close, man. We're getting close to punching into the longs again. We should probably take the long in Apple. That will probably work out great. I'm excited to see. I mean, what's going on here? So I guess it's Roblox going up. Intel. First of all, AMD's coming back in just a little bit right now. I just want to talk about it because I do have a bid here in this range because it's kind of moving up. Did I just get that fill on AMD? No, I did not. Okay, so it's moving around quite nicely here on AMD, but it just keeps on coming back in and then fading off this exact level of 85. So we're only short now at 03s. We did capture a lot of profit back down to the downside. You can see our best outs is only 50s, but we had that move on that auction all the way to the downside. And it wasn't even about that. It was about failing at 150 and then hitting the short, got out, reloaded it, then boom, all the way to the downside, and then those were some great outs pretty much at the bottom. Let's see if we can do it again. I'm going to get out if we take down 105.22. I do have 30% left on this trade, so it'll be a winning trade. It'll be a winning name, like I said. The number one name here today will be AMD, but if I have to get out at the top, it might be number two. So let's wait to see what happens here. So far, so good here as we continue to trade.
All right, guys, crypto volatile. Again, Bitcoin down 2%. ETH was up large earlier this morning, giving up most of its gains. Just up 0.75% now is ETH. Let's look at some of the mining names. Mara up down big, 8.25 after having multiple good days to the high side. Coinbase as well, marginally green at the moment, 0.6% in the green, trying to dance here at break even. This is what I was talking about with Bitcoin, below that $43,000 level at the moment. Is there any trade on these ones, guys?
Well, there's been trades. Well, Coinbase was an absolute rocket ship. I'll start with Mara because that's what I was actually trading today. But then we can go into Coinbase because that was more of a rocket ship. In a week that's been a holiday shortened week. Actually, this week, since I started trading in 2003, like the final week of the year, generally speaking, as a trading week is been a pretty consistently good one. And a lot of times, because when things work, they work easily. Sometimes it can be frustrating. Today, I think goes into the frustrating category. But generally speaking, it's a good week. And the last day of the year tends to be good as well for a day trader. But today, for everything that Mara has been great in the last few bits, today stunk. Like the pre-market, it bounced off 28, and that was fantastic. And then every subsequent short was just poorly timed. Every one. Like I was in the short off to 29.75 on the front end, not the back end. I was then in again on the front end, not the back end. I then went for the short underneath 28 in the consolidation. That's the only one that actually went to plan. Short the consolidation, get it out when it breaks back above. And then I had this one above VWAP. 1, 2, 3 times, holding a core position, and then reloading the short. And then right there at 130, it broke the channel, stopped out. I got up to take a break and came back. It's like, wow, that was the actual top. That's going to happen. So that's what I mean.
That's exactly what you're looking at right now.
Never turn it.
See, it turned around. Sorry, welcome. I'm back.
You try to keep it. You try to keep the loss reasonable.
I am looking at the charts now, watching them, and you see how it shot up now. It was
easily the most frustrating
20
stock.
cents,
But what's
now it's
interesting
5 cents.
is
So
down 7.8%.
this green
on Mara, but Coinbase since the open is just a rocket ship. It's green on the day. Its low of the day was right at about 9.25, so pretty much at the open. Then it did a double tap
this green
of 180
cloud is what
on
we're
the
looking
bid,
at
and then just went rally
to
mode.
reach
There
up
was
into here,
this little dip in here was right when
and
that
then we'll
on-off
close
happened,
this
and it's
deal
kind of
and
under
wait
those
for
levels.
this
But this
deal
is super strong
to go back
and
up.
we had Kevin O'Leary on sort of talking about how these guys aren't out of the waters yet, but the rally in this name has just still been impressive. I think you have a bit of a divergence between these two, talking about Mara and Coinbase. They've been rallying together. Suddenly, you've got some strength over there in Coinbase. Maybe VWAP will be a thing. I think it might be more interesting at the 184 even, given that wick it had just before we came back, or sorry, just before 1 o'clock there on coin. So if it goes green, it's still got a double top at 187 from yesterday's high. That could set it up for a breakout. I think if coin decides to break out the high today, I think it's worth a shot, just given how strong it's been in the past and its clear relative strength in the market today.
All right. Just preparing some stuff tomorrow. We're going to have the podcast tomorrow. Just preparing that. Okay. Intel. We just got some out of Intel. What are we talking about? Crypto. Okay. We just got out of some Intel again. Whoops. Yeah, there's our chart. We shorted Intel. Just got some out right there again. So we're going to find out about that one. I don't have anything crypto today, but again, that Coinbase trade. Great trade again, up at 187. We actually talked about that earlier. And then Mara, another big name there, fading off $30. I mean, a pretty good trade. The one for me that I feel like is going to fall the hardest, and it's not just because I'm out of it. I mean, I am out of it. I'm out of everything. I don't own. The only thing I own in crypto is crypto, which is really nice, man. Let's, anyways, HUD 8. The reason why I talked this about HUD 8 is, we've sort of looked at this a little bit, and I said this move down off the reverse split there, and then the move right back up was kind of puzzling to me. So I could see this name sort of settling in and around somewhere like $12, $13. So I feel like if the next couple days the market is not overly kind to crypto, which it's been fine, it's 42.6, but if we do get a pullback, this would be my number one issue, or my number one short, I guess, in the crypto space. But here, let's look at some crypto coins right now. We did have Kevin O'Leary on, and by the way, I spoke with his team, and they were very, so by the way, Sharif, good positive feedback from them, from you. They like you, so that's good. So I was like, oh, that's strange. No, but just playing around. Good job, Sharif. That's good. What? Show it again. Show him again. I want to party up, Sharif. Come on, man. Just pretend Arsenal, whatever the team you like, scored there. Okay.
He's laughing because they don't score enough.
Yeah, they don't. Okay, so just quickly here, Ethereum, right? Solana, he was talking about that. XRP, I don't think he mentioned Ripple. He didn't mention my baby, Cardano. Damn it. Should have asked him about that. But he did mention Polygon. What a surprise, from 0 to 100. $1 right now, up 27%. I own some of that, but I probably own it higher off the look. But yeah, anyways, it's always nice when you open up your crypto wallet and it's booming, and it's been doing that for a little while. So congratulations to anybody that's in that. And by the way, okay, we did get reloaded. We're still him, guys. Affirm right now, a nice little downside move despite us running into, well, there we go. We just swiped it up a little bit there. You might have saw some prints, but there it is. We'll take it out on the 50 period. I actually missed that we went all the way down there. So we reloaded. Affirm has been a great trade today. Honestly, guys, boom. Boom, did it. We got stopped. So we got in there, took it again, got stopped out, used that as the high, and then nice move down, reload it. Unfortunately, we don't have anything down here. I was getting greedy. I was waiting for a 50 break, should have punched out. Let's see if we can get it again. If we get back down to VWAP, let's empty the clip on this one as we wait for Amazon and Microsoft to still bust higher.
ARM is an absolute rocket ship today, guys, as it's been for, say, the last month and a half, 5.14%. There is no headline on this. The last entry I have on ARM is this upgrade from Rosenblatt, boosting the price target from 85 to 10, but that was on Boxing Day on the 26th. Nothing today specific to this move, but it is trending higher as we speak, awfully close to the high of day, 78.16, trading at 78.06, guys. What is the look on ARM?
I'm trying, it's a tricky long up here because the volume's not all that great, but ARM has been an absolute rocket ship. Let's first just acknowledge that this has been a great IPO. Like understandably, there've been the timing of ARM's IPO. Obviously, anything in 2022 would have been rough for a lot of companies, but this is something which came out in a different market, and people still said it was overvalued. I said it was the valuation, it was overvalued, and I wasn't comfortable buying it till I saw like an earnings report that was good, which clearly I think a lot of people had that same thought, because since then it has been just on fire to the upside. So respect the trend is your friend. I had a late break. I wish I could tell you I had a 75 breakout, but I made a keystroke error. I was looking for the dip buy. We talked about the part of the plan this morning that was dipping into 74.5. And when I saw that happen on the chart, I flipped level 2 over, did not catch the dip buy, and then it was a rocket ship. I just broke a 76 trade out for a scalp trade, and then several dip buys. At the first dip into 77.2, that didn't hold. Then when it held a higher low, I had another dip into that price. Then I held out to 77.80. I then got long about 77.80, looking for it to break the high of the day. It just didn't happen. So while the long has been good, ARM has been consistently a good long, I haven't been able to hold on to it as strong as it has been. And sometimes that's going to happen to you. The market's been in this weird downward trend where I keep thinking we're going to have a bit of a rollover, and it just doesn't happen for this name. So you're breaking out the high of the day here. I think I look for some 78s. This is a stock that probably, I think it's going to have a great, I think it's, look, relatively to a lot of names in the space, I think it's going to have a great 2024. That's the year that I'm looking for next year. And it's off to a roaring start for its very short life here on ARM. I am in Intel and have been in like several times throughout lunch. I got back in pretty much every time it wicked me out. The last is off the lower high here at 50.55. But we're in, it stopped me out, was in lower, stopped me out, then got back in, and it's now at 50.30. Intel down 1%, but I think part of the story here is it got to huge resistance on the daily. If you zoom it out far enough, you'll be able to see it. There you go. Huge resistance there on the daily at 52 after a gigantic run to the upside, and it's giving it a little back. So Intel down almost a full percent today. I think that's a short back into the 50-50. But ARM, it's the strong arm of the law today.
Yes, sir. All right, so just real quick, AMD just dripped into 60s. Drip. So right there, man, we'll take 43 cents and buy those 60s. And we just took that out because remember we said, or it wasn't 60, we got filled at 65. 60, is the 200 period moving average. We've bounced again. So now we only have, well, from this position, we probably have about like 5% left, but we just took out about 10%. So we had about 15%. I took out 10 for sure. So now we have a little small piece left, and we'll see if it wants to continue to work. The good thing about the show is we do what we want around here. And coming in the new year, I know Neil just mentioned ARM. We're going to talk about it in the new year coming next week. We're going to give a couple picks on what we think could work into the new year. So kind of like, we haven't decided how many picks, but maybe like 5 names that each of us can give you, and then we'll recap them like in March, and then we'll recap them in June. And I feel like that's something that let me know in the chat if you guys like that right now. I think that's something that you guys have talked about a lot. We talk about our positions all the time, but maybe we could do like a little rundown and have some fun with you guys next week.
Yeah.
So
what's crazy, I think over the course of the last, I'm not going to say them out loud because we'll do them.
Yeah.
We'll keep the suspense. But if you've really been paying attention, at least for the two of us, I don't want to speak for Brendan, over the last 2 months, I think you could probably get 3 or 4 for each of us if you've really been paying attention. And I just said one, so I'll stop talking about ARM. But I like the idea. It's certainly something we can sink ourselves into and have a little bit of fun with. And the best thing about it is I'd love to hear some ideas from other people as well.
Exactly.
Especially in sectors that we don't talk about. I think like the number of times I'll look back, or you'll go over the ETF recap, and it's like, shoot, that's what TAN did today, or holy crap, I thought, like Moderna broke 100 today the other direction, and I didn't even notice it, and that's been an absolute rocket ship. I don't wonder if there's a dip buy opportunity in Moderna because it's been a bit of a run.
I love Moderna there.
And I looked to make sure that Pfizer wasn't completely dying when it happened. But I just heard it. Did I hear in my ear that we're going back to the desk? Ram?
All right, guys, the rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk and by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 25% off. Use code TRADERTV25.
Oh yeah, Moderna, that's what I wanted to look at.
I'm just looking through. Oh, here, this is funny. I was just looking through. I mean, I still have the positions on. I'm still waiting for Microsoft and Amazon to go. Here we go. Canned. There it is. I was in groceries. I think this might even be Walmart or Loblaws or something. There it is, canned. We talked about that. What I was actually looking for here, ooh, that was so good, this meatball. Oh my God, we went to this crazy, on my day off, Bevy Bira is an amazing, based in Miami, Florida, but they're here now. It is so good. These sandwiches that they have there.
Delicious.
This is a meatball. It's homemade pork and beef. It was like, ay. Oh, here's Sherway.
You want weird? Go back to that picture.
This San Pellegrino?
Yeah, that San Pellegrino
pear, I think.
with a 15-year aged El Dorado. That was my birthday drink.
Oh,
Like
okay.
literally, I had that
Is that-
rum on my birthday. Like not same can.
Okay.
It's literally my.
Is it pear? I don't know what I drank.
No,
there.
it's like
Is
a,
it
I think
grapefruit?
I think it's like grapefruit.
Okay, yeah. There was a pear one. That must have been
We have a
tasting
whole
nice.
case of that stuff. Dude, it's delicious. Put that with rum. It's delicious.
What I'm looking for here, which is taking me forever, is I asked a couple weeks ago. It's gonna take me forever here. It is. We're the Grinch. There it is. Merry Christmas. I'll find it, but we can go to Neil in a second. What I'm looking for is I had asked a couple weeks ago. I'm stopped doing this. I'll find it. Asked a couple weeks ago some ideas from you guys. I think there's like 28 or 30 responses on Twitter. So I was going to look for that to see if there was any talk there.
I love the answers we get. I asked for some gaming.
Oh, here
advice.
it is. It's right here. It was the very next one.
I asked for game advice for the.
Yeah. What did people tell you? I
Like,
gave
got
you the
some-
best one.
I got great
but,
suggestions.
yeah.
The brain game that you mentioned was fantastic, and Wayne mentioned like a farming game, which I'd have to look up the name.
What is it called?
I wasn't
Yeah.
familiar.
I probably
with it.
have that game.
I'll look
think I
in
know
a
what
second.
you
It was
mean.
in the chat. But then
Yeah.
someone actually said Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw that. I saw someone
Like,
say that.
I mean, no.
I don't know.
I mean,
My 12-year-old wants it. I'm still
I
saying
had
no.
fun with that. Like, what point would you say yes to GTA?
It's rated M, so.
Okay,
I think it depends
here's
on
the
what
bit
your
of it.
kids are about.
I actually don't know what the rating. Like, what does that?
Well, that means mature.
That's like what? Like yeah, okay,
18 plus, probably.
Like, yeah. I would have thought.
I think
Grand
there's
Theft Auto was
S. I think
14.
there's. This is what we say around my kids, but they can spell. I think there's SEX in it.
in Grand Theft. Yeah.
Yeah, like the idea of it. Like,
Okay. I always thought that was probably more like if you're 13 or 14.
at least when I was
but-
playing Vice City, I thought you could go around and talk to lady friends and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. You
Okay.
could do that.
In Grand Theft Auto, there's some of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fabian's like, yeah, man, it's my favorite game.
Okay.
But no. Okay, so here's some. Yeah. Yeah, there is.
Earmuff.
There we go. Someone said 17. Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is. Hookers are on it. Okay, thanks, Dan McIsaac. So I didn't want to say that, but
Whoa, hey,
that's a good name, right?
sex work, ladies of the night, sex.
Yeah.
workers.
I don't know.
Come on
I don't know
now,
what
we
word to
gotta be
use. Okay, here we go. So this
politically
was
correct.
back on December 20th. I said, give me some ideas that people think could work from these levels. I mean, we have Palantir there. This one's funny. What's up to D? Long or short spy. That's a good one. Amazon, Rumble. No, I disagree with Rumble.
Rumble.
I do like Amazon at 150. So shout out to Pranaya there, who's actually, thanks for the book. I'm starting that right now. The Crazy Stitch Lady. I didn't even realize that. No wonder you're saying Disney, because when I see you in the chat, I didn't know you were Lilo and
yeah.
Stitch. So that's you there. My daughter loves that. She's never seen anything about Stitch, but loves it for some reason. T-Doc, I think, is good. These are some interesting names here from Momo FOMO. Baba, Disney, Nike, all names that have been recently pretty beat up. So those are good ones as well. Alcoa, hard to disagree with that, especially if we are not entering a recession and more spend coming on industrials. Chewy, PayPal, I like those names. XBI, sure, man, the biotechs. Simon Property Group, I'm still in that name as well. Lyft, disagree. CRISPR Therapeutics, I'm not sure. I'm not going to go, well, that pretty much is all of them. There's more down here. But anyways, some pretty interesting names. I'll put this in the chat right now if you want to add to it. And then Bears vs. Bulls can probably help you out otherwise.
For XBI, just because I like the chart, I've looked at.
Yep.
I like where if it breaks out, it's obviously a big if, but the biotech names like the long off the bottoms and fantastic, just waiting for this to zoom all the way out, like through 95 here, you could have a really big break, and you just had a trend break in the 80s. So like this is something that's working with implied support back at the 200 period moving average at $80. Like that is a buy the dip. And obviously a lot of times you might have individual names that you like in the ETFs, but you don't sleep on the ETFs in general. It saves you the it saves you the time of having to pick like, okay, what's going to be the one? If you don't have a strong sense of what's going to be the one, then
I'm just tired of like trying to rotate in and out of things. Like if you get the XBI, then you're going to get some Eli Lilly, you're going to get some Bristol Myers, you're going to get some Pfizer, some Moderna, whatever, and you can go find out. I don't know the exact holdings, but I'm just giving you an example. XLV is what I was looking at for healthcare as well.
E4. No, how about no for that?
Trimming arm, adding NVIDIA, yeah. I mean, all kind of plays. And I do think that, I do think that there are enough reasons to do that, to sector rotate and things like that, right? So, yeah, I think the sector that's going to continue to work will be the chip space. So
Apparently C4 is doing things.
C3.
I thought.
Oh, C4. I see
This-
C3 AI.
You know, this quad C stock, it's like
I remember that, yep.
Anyways, if someone put it in the chat, I'm like, oh, you think this is the stock to go long beginning of the year? And it's actually, no, I think it's just that it's moving right now is why I was putting
Put all your money into that.
It's breaking the high of the day as we speak. So Quad C, C4, breaking the high of the day, $6. Looks like a key level on the daily. But I don't know, like, we have a lot of crazy wicks in the chart, but on the daily chart, this looks like it's breaking a key level at 6 even. So shout out to whoever mentioned that. I did miss that. I did miss that just now. And I see there's a really good point, DJK. Like, I love NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA is a lot cheaper than you think. Right now, NVIDIA, in terms of like PE, it's cheaper than AMD right now. But I think AMD's at a bit of a curl in terms of its earnings, so that's the kind of thing that can definitely change. I meant to get to Moderna. I said it a few times, and we didn't really look at the chart. ARM just dipped into 78 just now, but 100 on Moderna was a pretty clean break once it held underneath. It's now at 98 even. If you look at where this thing has been going, look back at $96 here. Like, you had a couple of days in a row where this kind of chilled out at 96 and then ran away from the price. I think that's an interesting buy area. For sure, the 90 level is a big one as well. Just looking for where this could be a pullback. That 96 also gives you the previous support going back into mid this year. So this is in the middle of a dip on Moderna that could be a little bit juicy. And then I want to mention Nike at least, because Nike, I don't know if we get 110 today, but 110 since the big Hwadunk, 110 was the resistance level that it's been trying to break out of, and it's about 70 pennies away from that breakout. Might happen today on Nike. It's hard to bet for a breakout like that, you know, when you have lower volumes and the ES or the NASDAQ doing nearly nothing, the ES doing nearly nothing. It's very range bound, but it's a pretty strong stock. Maybe look for a buy the dip situation there if you're actually trading it, because it's been a solid stair step to the upside.
I see in the chat there, Pacific Standard. Yeah, ARM just keeps on going. Wow. He's mentioning that, yeah, AMD is all the way down. And it is, man. I mean, we're in the money 50 cents again. But like I said, we only have a small piece left of this. Still enough to do some damage. So if it goes to the downside, we'll take it. But I'm just waiting for 149. I don't even know if I want to play these kind of breaks. You know, ever since
Tesla just broke 55.
Oh, shoot.
It might be a wick bottom.
Oh, you know what?
Wick bottom.
Wick bottom. I was looking at that. Oh, okay.
Idea.
So it didn't take that. It did take that 250. Well, it did not. That 250, 650. Okay, here we go. Now Tesla trying to make that move. Look at the S&P trying to get back upside again. I don't know. Are we catching? I mean, we are catching a falling knife by going long. I just don't know, man. We're already under a lot of different levels, but this could be it. Again, good volume there. Nice sell side volume. Something just broke on Tesla. Obviously, all the way back down into the downside there. So nice move, but let's see if it can hold on that. So that's going to be a nice little trade there. Obviously, you know, you're going to want this thing to go up a little bit more here than where we are. But let's see here what happens. We'll see. That's a good name for sure. Tesla. Intel's not doing much. AMD still trying to bounce off that. I might just get out here.
Where's NVIDIA?
I don't know what NVIDIA's doing.
Close to 5?
Yeah, it has to be somewhere close. But with AMD pulling back, 496.50.
Really?
Okay, there was a big, what's up, VWAP there in the chat. There was a big seller pushing down to 256. Okay, so that was going to be, you're talking about Tesla again for us right now. So, all right, let's see. That 255 bottom could be interesting. I may go long at some point here. What's SoFi? SoFi? I don't know. I'm trying to find names that are actually moving like outside areas, because I'm still waiting for Microsoft, which is not here, and or Amazon.
When I took the scalp trade here in Tesla, it's a wick bottom. When I say wick bottom, I mean it broke the even dollar and then immediately came back above. So the play is, generally speaking, get the even on the way back in with a stop at the low. So I got 10s in. The low, it's hard to see, there's a silly dark pool in there. The low is at 82, so it's about 28 cents worth of risk. The second went up to 38, like it went right to like 37, 38, which was 1-to-1. Took some out there at that 1-to-1. Now I look for the top end of this range, which I just put at the wrong spot. So like 256 and change would be the next level up. But it is catching a falling knife. There's no question about it. But that's a very specific even dollar break, or I guess false break. If it holds on to 55, great. Now that it's above 55, I'm actually going to move the stop, and it hit the 1-to-1 target, move the stop to the even. instead of the low of the day, once it goes at 1-to-1, move it to the even. If it can hold on to the even, then great. I can consider a reload or something along those lines. I would like a short idea, like something that I really like to the short side. And outside of, I had said 58 on Tesla. That's an obvious one. I'm not sure what I like to the south side. So I do want some short ideas out there. Obviously, I'm not thinking about any small caps. I do have ARM. That's another long. Moderna is like that could be something stair-stepping to the downside, but I don't see an obvious entry price. If it came back to 99 or 99.5, I think that sets up for a bit of an entry. But outside of that, not too much to sink your teeth into unless you're shorting the literal low of the day, which I'm generally not a huge fan of.
Okay, well, we're into something here. It's Microsoft. It did take, so we wanted to wait for it to break that 09. So that's the price that we got right there. I wanted to give it to sort of some of the, like this kind of top right there. That was actually 05. So we meant to get 06s and we wound up getting 09 or 08 half. Not bad. That's good slippage. So we'll see if it can go back up to the upside. I'm trying to give this a little bit more, maybe a little bit more room, but I'm thinking down to like 75 or so would be good enough for me, especially if we break below. That little bottom wick there is 666. So why don't we just use that and play with the devil now? You know, we've already lost on Microsoft. This is basically my only red stock. I mean, I have other red stocks, but the only one that actually is red, like real worth red right there. Like we said, we could buy a couple cups of espresso cold foam, whatever now with a firm, so that's worked out. But 375.65 or so. All right, let's see. I was going to try to take out 10% up there at 20s, but that never got going. Maybe we're just going to be slow the rest of the day. I mean, look, of course, this is what's going to happen to you, right? And so it breaks on a break of VWAP, but then the market just comes right back in again. So here we go. You know, this could be just the case of what we're going to have to deal with here in the market on a fade move down. Will Microsoft still watch the futures or take its own path higher? Let's wait to see on that one. But I feel comfortable giving this 30 cents. It's definitely not acting the way it's actually acting great. You know, if you'd have told me that Microsoft broke it on a VWAP break and then VWAP pulled back 10 handles, then maybe what's up, man? Oh, yo, what's up, Gregory? How's it going, man?
Yo, what up?
How's everything?
Merry Christmas.
How's
brother.
holidays? Good, man.
Do we have a mic now? You know, we can talk.
Where how's Montreal going?
This is Greg, fourth floor manager here, 10 years with the company. You've seen him before, visiting the office. What's up, brother?
We got the new mic now going.
Yeah, because Randy keeps coming by and talking into the mic, so.
It's good to see you guys still doing your things. Things are good, just enjoying the holidays. I couldn't believe market was opening on Boxing Day. I'm like, these guys are still going.
Yeah, we're
never
animals.
stops.
Always, man.
Is it? Now, let me ask you a question. Is it true that the market cannot be closed for 4 days in a row?
That is true. The only time it's happened, well, for sure 9/11. And I don't know if there's another time that happened, but that is the rule. That's why you get a half day on Thanksgiving Friday, because they have to open the market. And of course, the weekend counts for 2 days.
Yeah, definitely. So I hope all your viewers are doing well, and I hope they appreciate the effort you guys are putting in. It's not easy to do the show, not easy to come out here, trade every day. And on top of that, you know, live to air. So yeah, a big shout out to you guys for keeping it going, keeping the energy up, and yeah, the amount of passion that takes, I just really have a lot of respect for you guys. So well done.
Yeah, man,
We
thank
love
you,
brother. Appreciate
Promise
it.
me maybe you'll come back. We have a podcast now. Maybe I can get you on that at one point. Sure. All right. We had Kevin O'Leary on today, by the way. Fan favorite. Okay, Gregory. Wow, always nice to see. This is the thing about being on a prop floor. It's like at any given moment, you know, blasts from the past. So thanks to Greg for coming through there. Now Wayne managing now.
Wayne,
So it's been a good run for sure. As we'll look to get more and more successful traders on the floor, and that's what's going to happen. So, all right, like and subscribe and all of that. Thank you so much there. Again. Yeah.
Oh,
What happened there?
I was hitting
Like and
this,
subscribe.
and then Fabian hit that. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. How about the tank that I just took out there? That's how I roll. I got like the bazooka.
Yeah, you got the bazooka there. All right. I like that one. I like that like and subscribe. All right. Well, Microsoft is working. You know, we're 15 cents in the money. It's trying to go. You know, I got a little bit of revenge on my mind, if you know what I'm saying right now. We've actually done fine on Microsoft. And I just, you know, we had 276
So it might bounce like.
So twice, man.
Hopefully it'll go
Once,
up to here.
twice, 3 times sold on Microsoft. We can get out some more 18s here if we're lucky enough to get it. As there it is. So let's just see.
4-hour
Last
chart.
time, this is my first out. Last time, it's my first out this time. So I'm already out right now of 20%. It's pretty pathetic because it's not really moving. Let's just hold the rest. We already have our out now. The out is in. I don't want to get out any more Microsoft until this level. 376.45. Let's put the order there, and then we'll get out of another 20% if and when it gets up there. So do some quick math. All right, I got the 20% mark. So we'll put that out there right now and wait to see if we can get it up to 376.50 again and see if that one wants to work. It's softy. It's trying to go to the upside. The other trade that could happen at any given minute would be AMZ.
I gotta ask Dan McIsaac what he means by this, because
Go ahead.
Dan just said, does Sean know about old Greg? What's old? I don't know what you mean by old Greg. Is there another Greg? Is he? We've been in a long time. I actually don't think there's ever even been another Greg on the trading floor. I can't think. I can't think of in 20 years. I can think of one Greg, and that's the Greg here. So if I'm forgetting somebody, then you get, let me know. You get old, you traders blend in, or you forget names. I'm not going to pretend that I'm immune to that, but I can't think of anybody but our Greg there, and he's definitely not old. Young man. Dear friends just said PayPal analysis. I don't know if you've looked at PayPal today.
I have not.
It's, okay, it's up 1%, but today up 1% is kind of a rocket ship for some of these names. And it has done nothing but sort of scale to the upside here pretty cleanly. The good news about PayPal, set an alert for the 64 break. Maybe 65 is a little bit better, but the 200 period moving average is right there. Look at the clean, gentle trend up on PayPal, and it coincides with a breakout at that top, giving you the 200 period moving average, which I always like. So PayPal's on the mind. I just want to see it make that next step up, which could be breaking 64. I think that can be a play maybe early in the new year. Heck, that could happen tomorrow. It's at 63.30, so that could be a level that you mark off for tomorrow on a breakout. 64 on PayPal. Chris saying, oh my God, Mullen up huge. You know, I paid for locates and then didn't use them today on Mullen. Just fine. They were super cheap. It was just, I paid. It's not a fail paying for locates and not using them. If a trade doesn't set up, then you shouldn't do it. I missed the chance to short 15 here. Like, it ran the high of the day, got to almost $15 and pulled back. And I missed that short. I was paying for locates, didn't get them fast enough, and then by then it had already moved down. I'm not chasing the move, so I said, okay, fine. I wasn't quick enough, and I missed that trade because I didn't have the locates in advance. If I had just forced the trade, I would have just been sitting there losing for the rest of the afternoon. So I would rather pay, 1 cent per share, which I think it maybe costs like 2 cents a share or something like that.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that, not see a trade and not make a trade, than if you pay for the locates, force the trade because you paid for it, and then lose a bunch of money. Like, that's the worst thing that you can do. It's a sunk cost, and for sunk costs, you've got to understand that it's, at the end of the day, it's a sunk cost fallacy is a real thing. So once you paid for it, just make sure you execute based on a plan and not on that stupid fallacy.
Got you. Okay.
All right, we're short Tesla. We just took it through the break of the bottom of the day. So we're short right now at 80s. Actually, I got it, like 80 was the low, and we actually got 80, so I think that was a pretty good fill. So let's just wait to see here what does happen. It only went down into the 50s, I think it did. There, how low did it go? It kind of flushed immediately. 64 was only the bottom there. You can't take, I mean, again, I know, hard to sit there and take 20 cents on Tesla. Let's just give it a little bit more room. Of course, being short Tesla and being long Microsoft, not really something that's going to work if the NASDAQ makes a dramatic move, but I'm definitely short the weaker name and long what I believe could be a stronger name through a key level. So I'm not in love with it, but I do have more shares on Microsoft than I do on Tesla. I actually have 3 times the shares on Microsoft than I do on Tesla. So just to give you a little bit of an idea there where my confidence is, but I'm not super confident in any of them. but I do hold 3x the shares in Microsoft than I am doing that in Tesla, right? So, but still a decent sized position for me in Tesla. Let's just see how far it can go down now. I just put a bid at 54. Let's try to make $1. The reason why is like, I don't really want to get out. I mean, I'm looking at this name here. I mean, I don't know. I would really like Microsoft to go. But I was going to say, like, you got to probably hold it back to here, which is 255.49 or 50s. So that gives me about 70 cents or so worth of risk on this trade. So something that we'll look at on this. We'll see if we can get it. I don't mind averaging in and around the 20s or 30s if we do pop back up.
So if you know, if you would like to know, my risk was.
So we'll try that with Tesla. I am getting a little bit excited here about Microsoft.
Start out with 65.
Right now, if
I am down to.
Let's just punch. There we go. We got some out 98s right there. So we'll take some out on
$28.95.
Like, I'm not super
So
worried
we're looking
about
at
it.
two
It's
pulls
just,
up.
The market,
maybe collect 10,
before,
12 bucks, put us back into $30, $40 range before the weekend.
Either way,
and
the
then
market's
we
trying
will
to hold
stop
on to green so
trading,
Santa Claus can continue. The last day is going to be
live.
tomorrow for it, so we could still
We'll trade
be down
demo.
0.5%
We'll
today,
always
0.5%
trade demo.
tomorrow. But yeah, this market's falling down. So it looks like our Tesla will probably work out. It's a good thing we emptied out the clip a little bit there on Microsoft. So again, what we made there, we kind of give it back right there. So out of 20%, out of 20% again. So we'll hold about half of our position now on Microsoft and just see where it goes. No offers, guys, until, well, I did have an offer there at 30. I'm going to cancel that. No offers until 44, where we talked about before. So we'll wait to see. If Microsoft wants to go, please do it immediately. And then we will wait to see what happens here with Tesla. 255 and change. I feel like we could just be doing this just because. Like, I'm not, what time is it? 2:48? Okay, there's still some time left in this market. Right there, 255.50 is going to be my out on Tesla. I hope the market rips, but not just not Tesla.
Well, anybody that's interested, I'm throwing a poll up because it just the Nasdaq was exactly flat. I'm like, it's 250 and the Nasdaq is flat. So will the market close up? I just did it. I have to switch my account back to me, and then I'm going to vote for it. But I do want to get very quickly to Mara here. Mara bounced off 28 again. Like, this level has been a bit of a thing outside of the one break that I ended up shorting underneath for a hit. You had the pre-market dump that bounced to 28. You had a 28 bounce here at 148, and then again just now we bounced off off the 28 level. It's also, if you pull it back a little bit further, when in doubt, zoom out. Yesterday's bottom essentially, and
when in doubt, zoom out.
On Friday, you had resistance at the 28 level. I think if this breaks underneath 28, I'd probably go for that short again. It's just a setup I like, and there's a lot of room underneath. But the long, if you like it, it's probably right there for you. I'm going to cast my vote right about now. I'm going to vote what I want to happen. You know what, whatever. I just voted yes, go Santa Claus rally, although the Santa Claus rally doesn't hinge on today. I just did that for fun. So
the question is, where do you think it's going to go? Positive?
What do you
think
positive or negative?
Yeah, you think it's going to close positive?
I generally think positive, and the reason for it is the fact that we have not been able to break down, and that when you teeter back and forth, we've been putting in higher lows into lower highs, but when you zoom out on the NASDAQ, we did exactly the same thing yesterday and then had a late push. Right, and then we closed on the highs the day before. Like, it's generally an upward trend. Even when we've had these barcodes, we've tended to end with a little bit of a spike. So it wouldn't take much of anything. All you have to do is get to like 0.2, 0.3 by the imbalances, and you're likely to hold on to it. So it's a slight vote for the upside. I don't think I have, like, if I was really convicted in it, I'd probably be finding a bunch of longs right now. I don't know that the market's giving us that exact kind of opportunity. But when you zoom out, to me, it kind of favors that opportunity. To make a little bit of a late push. Like yesterday, it was a pretty good push going into the close, but Mara, I still think underneath 28, I want to short Mara. So it's at 28.15, doesn't really have to go much further to make this bottom. It's not really a flat bottom break because it was briefly under here before, but support level could break on Mara.
We just got Rocket. We've made there 2,000 points right there. That's hilarious on Streamlabs. That's 4,000 cool. Today. I think I probably got about
4,000
points today, which is not the greatest. Okay.
Sympathy, Smith.
The Tesla just went down nicely there, actually. It just went into a pretty good level that maybe we could have got some out. Bounced off 50. Come on. Let's see if it goes back down to the downside right now and see what goes on. Yeah,
see, they're handling all these.
I saw your message, man. I wasn't going to get O'Leary to message you on that one. But I have reached out, again, just like I booked the guests for the recap show, I'm going to book Kevin O'Leary for a podcast. So that should be a lot of fun. I'll let everybody know when that goes through as well. I feel like that could be good, and then we'll really get down to the deep in that. That should be fun. But go back, man. It was about 10:50 or so today. If you go back to our morning,
I'll
show,
replay
then you'll be able
that
to see
because we
that.
missed a good
and
half
because
of
we're
it.
booking guests today, we
Or
have
part of it.
Fibonacci Princess one more time. I'm going to ask her about a couple names. Moving into the close, funny name there. Takes it off the Fibonacci Queen. She told us some story about that. I don't remember. Don't tell her that. But something about that. She'll be joining us later on tonight. And then we had, of course, Raider Trader, which was fantastic. Brian Shannon, man, it's like Murderers Row, CMTs, everything with all great ideas. And really, really thank everybody there for supporting the recap show, because it's been something that, again, like Greg said, man, we're putting in a lot of work into this. And I just want everybody to keep supporting everything and let us know that, you know, you like what we're doing, and I think you do, so it's good, it's good. All right, just quickly here. Microsoft is not good. We're going to stop and fail. Like, it's funny that I said, like, the only stock that I'm really significantly negative today is going to be Softy. And, I mean, there it is again, and it's off the same damn trade twice. It's like, literally, I did not learn. It's like I tell my kids, don't touch the stove, it's hot, right? So there it is right there. Ooh, the stove was real nice, man. We were cooking early, and then all of a sudden, boom, to the downside. And then look what's happening to me right now again. We got out of 20% there, 20% there. Now we're holding half. Actually, one of them must have been more, but we're holding half right now of our position, and we're almost out of this again. But the thing about this is, where's my stop? I just want to make sure, okay, so it is breaking this level. I think it's worth a buy. In and around here against that, because every time I'm buying, like I'm buying breaks. Well, maybe it just runs out of steam, comes back down in, and we can get some trades on here. Thing is, at the same time we took this long, we also took the short in Tesla. So the short in Tesla right now is 40 cents in the money and working out and looking to go lower. So it's okay, but I told you we had more shares in Microsoft, which is why we lightened up there, but still more shares in Microsoft than Tesla. So I would like this to get back upside. Let's see if we can't buy some 71s basically against the 60. So I don't know, man. Feel like I am throwing good money or bad money after good here by making that
Feels
great
like
decision.
that sometimes.
No, but I don't have any bad money. This is good money on Tesla, and I'm losing it, giving it back on Microsoft. So I'm throwing good money after bad money. Right there. That makes more sense. Okay, so here it comes. Here we go.
Intel went back to 50-50, by
Look
the
at
way.
this.
So right at VWAP, it went right back into 50-50, another lower high. That's where I was looking for the reload. We're able to get it on point. It just went down at 40, so we grabbed 50-50 into 40. Next bid is going to be 35, and then 30, 25, 20, all that kind of good stuff. But we are rolling back over in the futures. All you had to do was bet that it was going to go the other way. And the market wants to go that way. I still like Moderna for a short on a pop, but you're not really getting it at all on Moderna. And Meta is cracking VWAP to the downside. That was one of the strongest names all afternoon. Sorry. Okay, what the hell? On one chart, it's cracked VWAP. On this, I'm going to trust this one here where it's above VWAP. Scratch that. Meta is not cracking VWAP. One of my charts just is messed up. Meta's bouncing off of VWAP, so correction.
All right, we almost got it. We'll do it anyways. We are really cruising, man. There it is. Like, this is what I'm saying about, like, you know, we could talk about being up or down.
I'm watching another screen
whatever,
over.
right? But it's like,
I don't know which
and
side,
I said,
but
maybe
I'm watching
the long
another
will work
screen.
on Microsoft, but the short might work on Tesla. It's like I still like both ideas, and I actually like that Microsoft break because I had done more work on it. I thought the 276 or 376 was a great level there, and it's apparently not, as we'll hold that 20 cents against ourselves. But we're 80 cents in the money, and we just took 2 outs there on Tesla. It just bounced off 54. There it is again, right? So not scalping anything out. Like, we just took 70 cents twice. If that's a scalp, that's a scalp. But 70 cents, that puts us up here. Remember, our risk was going to be about 70 cents. So now
makes it 1-to-1.
1-to-1 makes it fine, yeah. So right there. So
1-to-1
nice move to the
ratio.
downside right there for Tesla. And then let's see what happens now, as it looks like we're going to try to break through 254. And if it does, then, I mean, I don't really have any targets. I mean, we can zoom this out. I was looking at it, and honestly, the most interesting thing to me was 252. So I guess that could be something, but hey, I'm no fool, man. I mean, you know, we got to take profit. I mean, I am a little bit, but we got to take some profit somewhere. So I'm bidding again at 254, sorry, 253.50. So the flush is here. Yes, sir. Here it goes. Nice move down. Although Microsoft, I am going to take, maybe I'll take a little, I just offered 97 and the thing went downside there. Let's take a little bit more out on Microsoft. It's still working,
on,
not
baby.
working,
Lift
but
up.
it did bump up there a little bit. Let's see if we can get some more out here at 376 because Tesla's
know it's
working
gonna
for
be a
us.
pump.
Let's see if Microsoft wants to do something similar. And if I have to take a 10-cent hit on Softy, trust me, we'll do that again. So there it is. We just take some out. So that's going to be good. I'll actually face slap that one. I'm happy. The only thing The only thing I'm not happy about is we did not get that reload. Okay, here we go, man. And this is the thing, you know, like when you're in trades and you're happy about them, that's great, right? And you guys can see like emotion. Like I get excited when this goes back up.
It is.
Quite frankly, someone said in the midday show, Adair's told everybody she's in sim mode. You know, so it's like, oh, you know, easy to talk when you're in sim mode, but I still speak 50,000 words a day trading live here, right? And so you guys gotta be very, very careful what you're doing. This is tough to hold this many trades. I'm not. What I've been doing in November and December is really going lighter on the amount of names that we look at. Because, and what I'm getting at is the midday, they cover a lot of different names. So it's very, very difficult. The reason why I'm always talking about Affirm, AMD, Intel, Microsoft, Roblox, and Tesla right now, those are the positions that I'm in, but they're easy for me to manage because I'm familiar with these names. You know, like when Neil mentioned C4 there, like I couldn't even guess what price it's at, or AD.
It came up with, there was
ADHD or whatever that other stock
It
was.
it was kind of an inside joke. One of the days Obi was here, because I kept calling it 4C or like all these stupid
Right.
names, and the actual it is C4 is the name of the company, and the ticker was 4C. So again, a lot of times. It's not that you will never trade something that you haven't been looking
Tesla.
at, but I think you've got to be careful if you're not familiar with the way that it trades. Like if you looked at a small cap runner or like stocks that are underneath a million float and you have setup for those stocks, then a lot of them can be similar. But you want to stick to names you're comfortable with. There was a question in the chat about Penn. Penn with an activist investor today, it's up 6%. Obviously not a lot of things are up 6% today, but it is semi-failing a $27 breakout, which I wanted to see this thing close above 27. Look at it hold the 200 period, gorgeous. That's always good, but no chance to close above it. Well, okay, it's probably not going to close above 27 today. I shouldn't say no chance, but it's starting to roll back over. I think that's an important thing, closing above the breakout price, in terms of giving some continuation on that move. Otherwise, your key support looks like it's down at the 25 level. Activist investor good. What can come of it? I don't know. It's got a decent bump today, but it's giving it up late in the afternoon. Still no breakout yet on MAR, although it looks like it's about to through that 28 level. It's pretty darn close. It's at 04s. It's not a flat bottom break, as I said, because it's been underneath it before. But look at the wick there. Look at the wick there in the pre-market at 28. Once it's under 28, I'm going to go for that short trade as Power Hour is now here for us. I don't want to be over trading into new positions, but this is one I've had a good read on where I want to be short and that it has been a short. But it's about the executions as well, right? So the plan for execution on shorting pops hasn't been good. This will be the first time I'm actually taking a breakdown of a key price level.
Oh, the Dixie's green. Okay, we'll look at that. So I just took out another one there. We'll just go, we'll take another fill. Another fill. Okay, so we took out another piece there on Tesla. It just keeps on bouncing at 250. I was about to tweet this out, but I'm not going to. It just keeps on bouncing off 254. So, you know, I mean, I'm waiting for a drip.
That
into the
VWAP,
bottom.
this is
canceled all
gonna.
my bids
I believe
now,
this
so
is gonna
hopefully,
turn.
if it does
here.
flash in, then I'll just be able to
I'm
watch the
hoping.
net sort of do something like this, and then
It's
we'll
gonna
worry about it
pull up.
afterwards.
I'm not ready
so,
for
all
it
right.
to come all the way down
The
yet.
reason why I'm trying to cancel those bids is because
Get this up to
well,
at
first of all, we
least
got out there
$2 to
because
$3,
rebounding off
and then I'll
254.
get out
But
if
also,
it doesn't
like,
go
I'd like
any
for this
higher.
one to win. We just got up to tens again,
We'll take
basically
the
where we got
$2
in,
hit,
and then it
but we're
failed.
not going to take a $9
Look how easy
hit.
this comes down, right? Again, goes up pretty easily, comes right back down easily. This is not the right kind of trading. Not for me. You know, like if you're going to take a couple hundred shares there, take some out, and then get stopped at the very bottom, only to watch it go up, basically for no reason, 40 cents, and then right back down again. That's tough. It's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow, and it's not like it's something that I'm like, oh my God, let's just load into this trade. Right now, though, we do have another one for you. And this is one that is, it means doesn't mean a lot to me, but it means a lot because I know there's a lot of traders that took this trade with me. You know, the short 150 there on AMD, that was pretty easy once you saw this top wick. You know, that's what gave it to me. I listen to this. I was out. I went and visited my barber, gave him, he has his birthday and holidays, gave him a little gift, came back, and I immediately went into the chat and I said, I'm punching short AMD. Okay, I just looked at this wick. That's it. I saw high volume. I saw the wick at 150. I went over to Sharif. I go, I'm punching short AMD. I put it in the chat. That's why I have two fills. Because the first one was right here at 150. Then the next one was like at 150.10. Because I was starting to build a position, you know, against this. But then it just started to fall. And I was like, okay, let's start taking some out. Like, if the risk was going to be up, I wasn't even giving it. I saw that. I was probably going to give it to this top. I didn't even have a stop in yet. But anyways, once we went down 40, 50 cents, we just started taking profit. Then it came back. We took profit again. The only thing was, unfortunately, we did not reload this at 2 o'clock, which we should have, 2:20. And then here's the move down. Congratulations to everybody who's rocking with this one.
I was just about to say, it's the third 150 short today on that stock.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
it's basically given this move 3 times off that level. Now there was a clean breakout as well if you like breakout trades, and you only had to risk to 150 on AMD. Mara just broke to the downside. What's crazy about AMD and the move that it's making is Nvidia is still just languishing at the bottom. I don't wonder if Nvidia is not a short on this next little pop up here. I mean, if this gets into VWAP, like it's up 0.3%, but I mean the stock's been under VWAP all afternoon show, not all afternoon. Obviously, since noon, it's been above VWAP. But since we came back on, it's been underneath VWAP, lagging the rest of the chip names to a certain degree. NVIDIA's been a rocket ship, generally speaking, but it's really slowed down the closer it got to 500. And if it's not going to make a break, you know, late here in the day, or the market's not going to break late here in the day, I mean, then NVIDIA underneath VWAP looks like a good short the pop situation. It's hard to look at AMD on that strength and see NVIDIA not participating and not want to have a piece of it. Mara did just break. It went about, it's SSR, by the way. So when it broke, I couldn't get 95s on the way down because there was no uptick. So on the way back, it actually filled me at 95 on the way back. It went down to 85 on the way back up. I guess got filled at 95. I'll give it to about 10s. I never want to get trapped at the bottom on a breakout trade. I generally want it to work pretty quickly. So relatively tight stop. The local low is 27.55 or sorry 56. So I want to get some out in front of that level. Mara is looking weak, but remember Coinbase not exactly having a bad day at all. I know it's down 0.2%, but I hate only looking at things that way. Coinbase at the open was already gapped down $8. Wow. So really, that is a $6 move from the open on Coinbase. That's a strong move to the upside. Yes, it gapped down. Yes, it's down 0.2%, but I'd say Coinbase had a great recovery day given what happened to the other crypto names. So good for them.
Slap
shop.
Yeah, now we are, Tesla's trying to go there. It just bounced off 253.70 or so. Remember, my fill was going to be at 253.50, but that wick bottom right there hit 253, what does it say as the bottom? It's wrong again. 253.60. Now it's going back upside. Okay, we'll watch out for that one. Let's just see what happens if it can make a move down. We did get some more. You might be wondering why my Microsoft price changed. It didn't change that much. But remember I told you I was getting a little tired of this back and forth nonsense. So eventually I just bought some more. Let's just wait to see. I'm still excited to be here for everybody. It's just like the market needs to move. Let's talk about something. You guys want to do some Q&A? I mean, what do you want to do? You guys can ask me anything. AMA right now, if you guys want. I went to the grocery store and you saw Pratt. Good. Who's walking around with Elvis. That's hilarious. Yeah, rip on that. All right, so what else you guys want to talk about? Any Q&As here? What's up, Patrick Langlois just spun there. Why is Tesla so off compared to other names? All right. I don't really know what happened with Tesla today, to be honest with you. I mean, Tesla really started to work. I'm only short because I just got fed up watching this thing go, and eventually it was like, okay, we got that move down there. If we were going to break that bottom, I know people were short or long this, not this guy. We waited for this move, and now we're out of 60% of it. But why is Tesla weak? Okay, so the story that we had on our watch list, I stayed away from it today, but here we go. I'll call this up for you right now and have a quick little look to see why. So here it is right now. We had it on here. Tesla was up in the pre-market, so that's kind of strange. Like when I read this is why it's actually not on the sticky note today. It's so Xiaomi here unveiled its first electric vehicle. I say, who cares? But I don't know. That's why I don't think this is what's sparking any of this. But anyways, just more competition. And I don't know if there's more competition in China. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing for Tesla. But, you know, you see the way that Tesla started the day, it was like fine. You know, it had to move up and then it moved down and then it kind of based out at 63. And this is when we were like, oh man, like I remember that 63, it goes back into yesterday's high. And we said any pullbacks into that level might be something. And then we were like, any pullbacks into 260, that's even better. And that was better. That was good, man. There's the bottom. That bottom is 259.70. So, or 259.80, and that gave you a move all the way back to 261.80. So that 260 was a great long. That gave you $2. And then all of a sudden, at about 11 o'clock, this is why I'm not convinced on whatever the story we think it is. All of a sudden at 11 o'clock, it really started to bleed. And then finally caught a bid at 258, but that only went another $1.50. And then from there, it is straight downside. When I see something like this, and we sat here and we said it's going to be hard to catch this falling knife, and it was. It's, you know, trading like that. And you guys have seen me. Remember I said we had a banger November and now December. And the thing is like what we're doing is not averaging it into losing trades. It's one thing to do this, which right now Microsoft's in the money, where I go long the same price I liked twice. Like that's fine. You know, and we got out of this for a $1.50 hit. That kind of sucks, but off the jump, we've had those winners before, so it's okay. But, you know, that's different, in my opinion. Going back to the well, it's like, for example, and I'm only going to use Neil as an example because he's right here and he went long. You don't see Neil just, you know, and I've done this before, and so has he. You know, you go long there, it drops down, you go long again, and then you go long, and you keep going long. Like, you keep fighting it, trying to get something.
If it was at 55,
right.
I probably would have taken three. Like, at the 55 level, and only because we're talking about this one right now on Tesla, my chart's not much better because I have this wick. I keep trying to get rid of it. But I went long once. It went 1-to-1, and then I moved myself up to 55. And I know it's hard to tell the scaling because of that, but that's about a 50-cent range in there.
It's going to go back into the screen
if it is
cloud.
wicked this bottom and then regain 255, I might take the same trade with the same tight risk a second time, a third time, looking for that push back up. But not necessarily like over and over and over again to the, you know, to that. And like Sean said, that's where you generally get into trouble. Like it gets to a level, you take your shot, does it work, does it not? And then you move on to the next trade. That's the deal. And for traders, that's how you gotta roll. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like I went to Mara multiple times at the same level. Now ultimately, like shorting here at 29.30 was profitable, but like I'll slap a fail on this all day, every day. Like it's profitable to have scalped this into VWAP as many times as I did, but it's a fail to get stopped out and not find a way back into it until I'm now shorting the 28 low. So you can look at something like that and say, okay, well, you know, whether you're up on it or not is not how I'm ever going to judge something like this. Like, did I make a good decision? Yes or no? And if I deemed that I made a poor decision either to get out or not to get back in, I don't think it was a poor decision to get out. I think it was a poor decision not to get back in. Then I will slap a fail on it and then move on to the next. And then I try not to judge results. It's like, I use the analogy for poker. I mean, if you YOLO some ridiculous, I don't know, like 4-8 offsuit and end up getting like a gut shot that you then keep calling down and you catch something on the river, just because you won doesn't mean you ended up making a good decision there. All it means is that the outcome was good, and if you had a 1 in 15 chance, it might hit sometimes. That does not mean the decision making was necessarily good. I always think in those terms of trading, and the book that I got that from was Andy Duke's Thinking in Bets. And it's not a trading book, but it's the one I read every couple of years just to maintain that mindset. So Mara in here, it did just break down. I saw a big buyer. You saw me move my bid from about 65 right here to 76 because there was a big buyer at 73. So big buyer at 73 on level 2. I can quickly show that to you. I don't know why this doesn't auto change, but it'll probably still be here. So I saw this step up at 73, so quickly joined the level here at 76, got the fill. And again, it doesn't mean it's going to bounce off that level. If I'm looking to take profit in front of that low, well, that buyer's giving me a reason to go ahead and do that. So Mara's starting to work into the downside. Intel's been working, so it's okay. Tisha in the chat saying TTOO is moving. Okay, why not? Noah, the name of the book is Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. So Annie Duke is a public speaker. She does like motivating stuff as well, but she's a professional poker player. If you're familiar with poker, then you probably know her name. And I was put onto the book by a good friend of mine who's an executive at one of the major banks here. And he listened to her speak and was like, "Do you know who this is?" I'm like, "Oh my goodness, she's a great poker player. I've seen her at the World Series, like been watching on TV like everybody else." And he's like, "Yeah, you probably will really like this book." And so I read it, and I now read it every couple of years. It's fantastic. And the whole premise is, if you're trying to get better at making decisions that are risk-based decisions that are probabilistic, then you can't be resulting. If you're resulting and focused on the results, then what happens is, if something that was a low probability ends up hitting a couple of times, like if it's 1 in 10, every once in a while it's going to hit 3 times in a row, you can sit there thinking it was a good thing to do it. But if it was a low probability event, you should not be judging based on that. So you make decisions based on what the overall probability should be. I care about R&R and something like that for consistency. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Like I said, it's been frustrating because I've had a lot of good ideas that I haven't had work out perfectly, especially something like Intel today. Like I was shorting Intel in all the wrong places until like this last entry when I got stopped there. I kept shorting it off of non-key levels, and I wasn't really patiently waiting for it to get back to the key level or giving it a proper stop and jumping back in. Until that wick there, I said, this is ridiculous. On that same wick, I got right back in at 52. And then on that pop, I waited for it to get to 50. Waited, and then got the short off the 50 level. That's generally the key. Allow it to get to that price. When it does that wick of the high, that's generally a good entry point. Sometimes you get right back in on the wick. That's what happened here. And it now works down into the low of the day. So it's just about sort of finding those opportunities out there for you and what works best for you. AMD now cracking through VWAP, so I think the shorts are certainly starting to accelerate here and really work. I'm going to add one in because Rivian just did this. Rivian just, oh my goodness. Okay, so Rivian just did a huge flush into the downside. We're now 0.1 to the downside on the NASDAQ. We look for the shorts just worked out, and I want to find a way to short a pop here on Rivian. I'm looking at the opening range bottom here at 23.75. So when this probably bounces off the low of the day, I want to see if I can pick something up off that low. We have about 45 minutes to go, 15 until we get the early look imbalances. And I expect them to be a nothing burger, but that doesn't mean the market will be a nothing burger.
So if you don't have $1, then you have $2 club, and there goes Tesla all the way to the bottom. Sorry, I took a minute there. I went and got a coffee, and I saw Steph, and I was like, "You want a coffee?" So we got that, and now we're all coffeeed up there. But look what's... Ooh, man, what needs to wake up is Tesla, but that's a $2 winner right there. Look, like, this is why you
$2 on the downside.
Where's my girl? There she is.
Like and subscribe today.
I mean, are you not entertained? I mean, this was 255 short there on Tesla. Gave it to you as... Before it was even happening, I told you, if we break that bottom, we're going short on Tesla. And we did pretty darn good. We got out of 60%. We'll take another 20% right there for another $2 winner right there. AMD, of course. And I know you're in this. Patrick, shout out to Dan. Shout out to everybody there. Let's hit the siren because we're going, man. Here it goes. It's Advanced Micro Devices. See you later. Alligator to the downside there. Hey, what happened? How come did that get cut off there? How doesn't that go longer? No, that's it. Okay. Look at that. Affirm. Just trying to wake people up. Look at this. Affirm. 50-70 all the way to the downside right now. I feel like this it could be something. I'm gonna actually cancel my Amazon right now because honestly, guys, like, all right, we just took a 66 there. Oh, we got 2 fills. Oh no, I actually had a bid down there on Affirm. Dope. Okay, more outs there on Affirm. I am gonna go over and cancel my Amazon bid, and we just got out some more. Microsoft, I'll talk about that in a second, as I hope it didn't go too high up and the coffee didn't cost me too much. But there we go. We were going to bust this long on Amazon. It just turns out that it was a crazy short. So that sucks because we would have been really dancing right here. And if you are short on Amazon, it's just bouncing off VWAP right now. So again, watch out for that one coming back in again. And then here's, okay, so how high did Softy go? All right, we actually did pretty good. So we actually wind up getting out there at Softy at 05. So the highest it went was good, only 15s. So I don't feel so bad about it. Let's see if this one wants to work. So again, on Tesla, we only have 20% left, but it just basically saved the afternoon for me right there on that play. So Intel we're in the money on everything right now. Well, Roblox actually is trying to drip down. We don't have too many shares of that.
You still in Roblox? Where is that right now?
It's nothing. It's 46.50. Like, I don't know, man. It's not like
I'm only
it's
curious
been doing nothing forever.
50,
The close
yeah.
on
I might just
Roblox
buy this.
today,
Used to be
I
like-
think could be. I mean, technically
I think the
speaking, it's
highest was
interesting if it can
50
close
bucks.
above 40. If it can hold 46, it's still looking.
I
Really,
think it's
really
holding 40. You know, I'm just gonna buy some more now.
Yeah, like it's just sort of looking at the daily chart on
Yeah,
this
it's
one.
too
Like
much on
that,
the bottom.
like that is not much of a pullback here. There's some names that have given some back. Like you saw Mara and these big runners up. So when something does a consolidation or a pullback day and it's really, really light, sometimes it tells you something about the strength of the stock. So I still, think Roblox has some strength in it. I was kind of expecting with the market breaking the lows, that when you said Roblox, in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's probably breaking 46.
Yeah, me too.
Again, I'm glad it isn't. But someone said who's shorting Nvidia? It's not at VWAP. No.
No. We're shorting AMD. Well, I'm shorting AMD. Well, I'm not shorting anymore. It's 320. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Steve G.
320.
Yeah, you know what? Not rocket science with this take here. He thinks Elon would be great on the podcast. Yeah, so do I. I think
he's probably all right.
Yeah, we'll do the podcast. I'll reach out. Be interesting to hear his take on what EV stocks will do. Yeah. Like to get his take on that, and also like to get his take on competition. I'm sure he's going to be very, very honest with it, and give you everything he thinks about it. And then I'm going to ask him about Dogecoin and Shiba Inus and all that kind of stuff. And then I'm going to ask him about all of his kids and everything. So hopefully he can come on. But here we go. So we just bought. Sometimes I feel like just when things are working, man, they're working. Like we just talked about right there, buying some Roblox off that bottom. So whether or not it's the bottom or not, we just bought some 48s, I believe was my fill. It's not that it's working that great. Just starting to drift up a little bit right now. Good out for us on Tesla. We'll spin that. That was really good. Like we had that, the Compound. I listened to that every once in a while. So I was thinking about asking, there's a guy on there named Steve Batnick, and then there's Josh Brown, and JC Peretz has been on that show a couple of times. He's been on the recap show as well. So I feel like, these guests and everything, Neil's going to be on. We're all going to be on the podcast. It's going to be a great time. This is just something that we're building, right? We're trying to build community. Neil's coming.
We're building a community.
Let's go.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh yes, exactly. So that's what I mean. So
Come on and join.
Hookups as well. We're going to try to get a few more people. And the thing is, it doesn't just have to be. This is why the podcast is what we're trying to do. Is that it doesn't have to be stock related. I mean,
I'd love to have a contest to have one of the viewers on. Just something.
Yeah. Josh Brown would be great. Yeah. There's lots of stuff.
And
Taylor
off
Swift.
topic,
Yeah. Let me call Taylor Swift real quick.
2024, we should make a resolution.
You got excited there, Dara. You thought I had a
Traded
number.
TV Live has to have a meetup in 2024. I'm just throwing it out there. We've said it a million times. We got to do a meetup at some point. 2024 should be the year. That's New Year's resolution. We'll figure something out. Ideally, personally, I think it should be in Vegas, but we've been overruled on that about 17 million times. So even if it has to be something in Toronto where we are, I just think we got to do it. Like we had Daniel Westermeyer, one of our viewers, was here visiting, and it's great to put faces to some of the names of the regulars in the chat. Dan McIsaac agrees on Vegas. I only say Vegas because I'm a trader and I've never been to Vegas.
We can easily do Vegas. The only problem is it just can't be all of us because we have to do the show.
That's sort of.
But we know what we can do.
We can get creative.
Forget about this.
No, it's doable. Of course it's doable. You leave on Friday night.
So then let's organize it.
It's a matter of finding. We have to figure out the best time for everybody, and then Brendan will tell us why we shouldn't do whatever we want. I just want to make sure the weather.
So I don't know about you, but just do it. Like Brendan's.
We've said this every single time we bring up meetings. Like, oh, ho hum, this, that. But it has to be organized with the viewers to make sure it's a good time.
We would let everybody know.
Like that's the idea. Like it's not like, hey, we're going to Vegas and then no one shows up. Like that's not the idea, man. But just when you thought the market was going to close red, what were we like 0.25 to the downside? We're 0.25% to the downside, and then you get this 320 bounce. And I'm only saying that because, may he rest in peace, it was a trader on our floor like years and years ago, a friend of ours. at 320 is like there's a buyer in the market on GE at 320, and we'd always talk about the 320 balance. It's not really a thing, but the market's trying to get back higher. I think this can be a fade opportunity for some names, but I also think it can be a chance to kind of, I'm sitting in a long that I just got in ARM because when the market went down, it did nothing. I had a long in ARM and a tight little stop out. I just feel like if this name in the market goes again, it could retest the high of the day. If you didn't fall when the market was falling and you're up 5%, then I want to give you a shot. And the overall trend's been fantastic. So if I can risk 20 cents on ARM here to try and get it to break toward the high of the day, the high is 50 cents from here on ARM. Rocket ship to the upside. I don't know if we get a reload in Intel, unfortunately, but it is close to VWAP in that 50-50 level. So I do like the reload at 50-50 on Intel. As I say that, there's ARM. Did I just not put a 20-cent stop in there? I just set a 20-cent stop, and then I put a 10-cent stop.
Oh man, I hate those keystrokes happen all the time.
I do that all the time.
You know what? Another great opportunity. I mean, honestly, guys, like Miami, I was there. That was fun. We could do it there.
We love Miami.
Chicago was another, awesome opportunity there.
Frank.
I think that would be great. Yeah, we'd be able to hook up with Frank.
Well, that's not bad.
Mr.
The
Frank
CME's there.
Caberna.
Chicago's a good idea. Some deep dish.
Oh, that went to 60. Roblox. Yeah, we'll be eating lots of food no matter where we go. That's for sure. There goes Okay, by the way.
I love
Hopefully Roblox can go back up to the upside. I can't believe I missed that 60 fill. I mean, I should just take a dime. I mean, we bought the bottom, it went up. I mean, the market isn't necessarily healthy right now, although it's not too bad. Microsoft's trying to go, Intel's trying to go. There was one thing I wanted to talk about, now I forget what it was. Oh yeah, it was just that it's a good thing that we hurried up with that coffee there, Steph, because Tesla did bounce off that 253 and now right back up to 254 again, and now making those moves back and forth. This is what I want to talk about. I just tweeted this. So part of the recap show, and again, thank you everybody for continuing to support that after 4 o'clock. But check this out. We talked about it earlier. People wanted to know what was in Bill Gates' portfolio. So can you guys still see? I mean, hold on a second.
Damn, I can't see that.
This is what.
Hold
it's
on,
not
guys.
working, Ramin. What do you mean? It's not working. I just did it. Okay, I'm going to go oh no!
Don't lose
What
it.
happened? Nothing's wrong with it. I just have no idea how to use it. Okay, so right here, hit that OK boomer thing. But I mean, Bill Gates, these are boomers. Okay, so someone said, Savvy Trader said, what do I think of Bill Gates' stock portfolio? Not what do I. This is what they tweeted out. I posted a reply. Too many names. Like, I don't know. How do I look at all
Adobe.
these? This looks like my damn portfolio.
Target.
It shows the percentages, but underneath, you see, you can't see. This is why you guys got to go to Twitter right here. See, it says booking 0.0.
Okay,
Yeah. So FedEx 1%, Caterpillar 4.
Oh,
it goes this
1%.
way, left to right.
That's a weird.
So it's going this way. So the highest. So let's just look at this right now. So the highest holding is this. Is I'm trying to zoom in, guys. Like
Microsoft.
I'm trying to click on it. Like I'm trying to zoom. Oh! We just had. Ouch!
I think that's
ouch.
Come on, that's it, bro.
Ouch! 200. Ooh, it's not working. Okay. Anyways, let's just go this way. It's Microsoft and it's Burke B. Come on, bro. CNI. Okay, so CN Rail. That's good there. And then Waste Management, Caterpillar, Deere. So just basically a lot of like run-of-the-mill names. Nothing too exciting. No surprise that Microsoft still from time. I wonder where he owns those shares. Try $0.
What's interesting is I always expect someone in that ilk to have some like shot like this is like a future type of play.
He probably does. I mean, the thing is, he has Carvana in there.
But they're so low percentage. Like you don't have anything that's a decent percentage, which is like your shot play. Not shot play, but you just think a big bet on something which is not established.
Wasn't Bill Gates the guy that released COVID or something like that? Wasn't there some controversy about that? If Bill Gates was the one who started COVID? Smart guy.
Wasn't it George Soros?
I think it was both of them. Maybe
together at the Bilderberg.
But it definitely wasn't in Wuhan, for sure.
Ooh.
All right. That is Microsoft, and
You
I
heard
wish
that.
You know when I first started buying my Microsoft shares, I remember it was $30. Like unbelievable. That stock straight upside, man. I love that name.
Only name from.
I remember selling it when it went to like 50. I was like, Yahoo!
In the .com era, it was the only Nasdaq top 10 market cap name that was 20 years later still a market cap top 10. Like it doesn't generally happen, and it happened in this case for Microsoft. And they'll probably be able to do it again for the next 10 to 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, generally speaking, if you're in that top 10, 20 years from now, a few of those names ain't going to be there. That's just how it works historically. Usually it's the majority of them aren't there.
Is our stream still working because of what I said about Bill Gates? Okay, good.
Whatever, man. People
Well, I have to say
That's
something about
funny.
Sundar Pichai and all those guys from Google and YouTube and all that, and then maybe we'll get it all shut off. But I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna do that.
exactly. We're on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Screw you, Microsoft.
Say whatever you want about them. Well,
Though I love Microsoft, I don't want that.
Maybe
stock
I
to
can
go down.
take
That is
over from
literally
there,
one of the
guys.
biggest
I
holdings.
wish.
You know what stock that I lost on it today. So hey, it's me. But again, Disney. Like, look at this. So you want to talk about? I mean, we weren't losing early. We were long, which was good, and then we went in and out there. I feel like that was a keystroke here. I don't even know what happened there. And then we were starting to go short, and then pop tick, baby. Yeah, we cooking on that one, right? But anyways, that was short at 40, out at 55s. That's not a huge loss. But Disney is a name that a lot of people are trying to predict, for moves coming through. And I did see, we already talked about that. Go over to my Twitter and you can add whatever you guys want. This name's been pretty disappointing, man. I mean, in this wicked move up in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, as the S&P 500 gets pretty close to touching all-time highs and NASDAQ does break all-time highs, Disney this month is like, nope. They went from 96 down to $90. So we actually got back to like flat in and around here, $96. Because you guys remember we were buying in here when it dipped down and we thought we sort of saw a bottom. And then it went back down to the downside. And then we bought in and around here, 85, 86 again, giving us the average price of around, I'll have to look. It's about 90. The problem is I bought it in Canada on the CDR, so I don't know the exact price, but I looked at my account, and when we were up here, it was about flat. So I feel like I'm long 94, 95 on Disney, but the market keeps on going to the downside. This has been my most disappointing name of the month. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, we just have a small cap here regaining some traction. MBOT, Microbot Medical. This one was initially trading higher today after the company announced the completion of its GLP pivotal preclinical study, so keep an eye on MBOT. Continuing to rise to the high side, up 60%, guys.
I said Boeing under my breath for a disappointing stock, but just in the general sense that, when at the moment that I thought Boeing was breaking out, it then made the pullback, and when I was complaining about it the most, it then made its rocket ship to the upside. It's been a very frustrating stock balance. When I said it's been frustrating, I didn't necessarily mean recently. I can't complain about it. I've sold most of my Disney shares. It's not to say that I gave up on the stock, but I sold like 80% when it got into the mid-90s. I was actually going to wait for 100, like closer to 100, but then when it started rolling over, it got to like 96 or 96 and a half and started coming back in. I'm like, what am I talking about here? If I don't really want to be in this thing, then why? Yeah, why am I waiting for an arbitrary price? I'm gonna get out at 99. No, I didn't want to be in it anymore, so I just sold it. And which probably means Disney's gonna be at $140 by this time next year, maybe. I don't know. ARM just came out, so I gave it a little bit extra, and it took a little bit extra there. Whoops, wrong direction. Took a little bit extra out underneath that 77.60. So I guess maybe VWAP could be a thing, but it's 330, so we're probably running out of time for something like that. I jumped into Rivian off this lower consolidation, just looking to be in the short 265 and holding on to and adding to Intel just now on a curl in the VWAP. So Intel bounced, re-shorted it here at 45, breaks 50, still gonna get out. None of you biz, who can afford to go? It's young family. PayPal is a better hold compared to Disney. I mean, maybe it's just
probably.
Well, I was gonna say that's a bit weird because they're not exactly related names. Like if you had said Netflix is a better hold than comparative to Disney, I don't know why we're comparing. I don't know why you'd compare PayPal to Disney. It's a weird comparison. I would probably agree with that, but I don't know how we're making that comparison. Square to PayPal, sure.
There's no comparison.
Well, Disney's in. I don't know. I'm going to wait for Disney a little bit more, but we'll wait to see it. I mean, look, meanwhile, Roblox, I mean, 25 cents? I mean, if someone gave you a 25-cent trade, would you take it right now? Well, it's a chicken dinner winner, so we'll put it on the board. And then we just did right now also buy Microsoft at that bottom again. So, we're feeling kind of... Remember we said that, hey, would we be able to win on Microsoft and on Tesla? We done it. We done did it. Right there, and I know that it does take a little bit of experience and stuff like that to be able to trust and to hold on to these positions. And I know it's a lot different for people at home to trade than us, but there goes Tesla. We only have 20% left, and we definitely, I mean, when we make $2 on a trade, and then the trade that we're worried about is Microsoft, and it's doing this. We're going to be just fine. I do wish we had the upsized position on Tesla rather than this dog. But we don't. I shouldn't say anything too bad about it because we just talked about Bill Gates. But there's Roblox, nice move up. AMD, look, it's making that move. I'm very, very close to punching out. I mean, if we get a rally into the close, which I would prefer because of Microsoft, then yeah, AMD's not something we want to be in. 194.15, we're very, very close. I'm going to cancel it, our stop, and just put this in right now. Sorry, 194. I wish. 149.21 because we're pretty close right now. Let's stop that out, and we'll take about $1. Well, we'll take 80 cents. We've given up that last 20 cents right now as well. Elon must be selling some Tesla. I apologize did we miss any super chats, by the way? Bears vs. Bulls, let me know because I feel like some might have flown by there and I don't want to ignore them. So if you do have them written down, Bears vs. Bulls, please let me know. It's 3:30. We should be able to go over some. He's quiet today. I don't know. I think I might have muted Elon on X. I don't know.
I muted him.
I just don't see him that much anymore.
He did a bunch. Oh, that was all yesterday.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I guess he is quiet today. But I don't know if he's going to sell because a lot of the selling had to do with, like, there were some legitimate costs that he needed to get back. Like, it means you talk about, like, the Twitter and raising money. So, like, that gave you an obvious reason why he was doing it. But it could be true. He did say he wasn't going to be doing any more this year. So it would be hilarious if he then sold, like, right before the end of the year if he did do that. Sometimes it's the case, and usually you'll find out within a couple of days. Like, we'll know about it when it's really heavy selling. And 5% is usually that litmus when it does that kind of a pullback. Not necessarily from the previous close, but easily on the day. I want to show you why I just got in and out of Meta. Meta did a hammer candle, and then this is hard to see, right into this wick bottom. Right into the wick low, and then regained the 59 level. So I was shooting, oh my goodness, if it's going to have one of those late day, yesterday we had a late day rally, which I still want to be looking for at 350 if it can. I look for the reclaim of 395, 359, and then stop out just underneath the local bottom. So it's this wick here is 358.90. It went long above 59 with a stop there looking for a move into that high. So if I zoom back in, it's a little bit easier to see. So I use the previous local bottom. When it recovers it on the wick, go for the long and give it there. Don't hold it to the low of the day in that situation. At least I wouldn't hold it to the low of the day in that situation. I'm always holding it to a higher low so I can have a tight stop. I'd rather risk here on a stop like that, like 30, 40 cents, if I think the move's $1, than try to hold it $1 when I don't think it's going to break VWAP in there. Like, I was looking for a VWAP to trace there. But Meta is really bleeding. I was looking for the rubber band play. At 3:30, this went from a rocket ship to now testing the low of the day. This is one of the strongest stocks in the afternoon. Like, during the midday show, all I was hearing about was how strong Meta was from Sharif and people in the chat. It was Meta. I still think there'd be a bounce. Yesterday's close was at 357.83. So if it gets to 58, I like the bounce there as well.
All right. Oopsies. Ooh. I just went long. 358. Oh man, I mean, it is trying to bleed in a little bit here. That bottom wick on a 3-minute chart from this morning. Where are we here on Meta? I was looking at it like take a position here as we fall back into the day, and I was looking at the futures, and they still seem to be okay. Although Tesla's coming back down in, Microsoft's still kind of holding out okay right now.
Shout out to you, Ben. Appreciate you.
Yo, Ben Reggiano, what's up? We will get to that. Well, actually, there's no note. Here, I'll just show it. Thank you so much, Ben, right there. Thank you so much for that, Ben. It means a lot. You've been here for a while. So, Stan, I do. Thank you. Here's another $5. Coming to the end of the year. Thank you. Trading tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be here. Neil won't be. I'll be here with Obi. Looking forward to watching many more years to come. Well, thank you so much, Stan, and everybody. I know Tisha had one on Sidhu. So we can have a quick look at that as well. And thanks Bears vs. Bulls for that. Okay. All right. So here we go. Nice downside move again. 358. Like one more shot down there at that downside wick. You know, if we get it, we get it. And if not, then that's it, right? 358 breaking. We will take the shot on that just in case case you guys were wondering, I'm not reloading Microsoft. It just dipped down. We could have reloaded it. Let's see it go upside now on MSFT. Roblox, we're already out of it, but now I got bigger fish to fry with Meta. So thanks again for bringing that up. I still got to go over there and set up the afternoon show, the recap show. But here we go. We are long. Can't stop saying that. Stupid Sharif, I hate you so much. But all right, 358.80. Where did we just get filled? Here we go. We just got filled on something. AMD.
You're just gonna milk.
Oh, that's what it was. I'm not going to say that anymore. AMD, we just got out. So whether or not to fail or not, it's a banger trade. Even if it goes down from now, that was a good out for us. About 80 cents there on AMD off the 150. And now we will wait to see if we can get Meta going up to the upside. And it looks like Softy just recovered itself a little bit. Let's put some O's out there and see if we can get a fill. We did not actually get a fill there. There it goes. We get an O's, so that's going to be good. Let's see what happens now with Meta. I've got my eyes on you, dog. We're going to watch out for 358 break.
Here we go. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, hopefully we don't go
No, we're not going to say that. But we will. I will mention Sidhu and just give a little talk about it because Tisha, sorry for that. Sometimes the super chats flow through. You know how it gets around here. We're never intending to miss it. For the commentary on this name, it's worth. You always got to look at the key levels. They're kind of like bag holding levels for people that have traded a while back. So you go back to last year, and when this was breaking out, this is 12.25. When this was breaking out, you can see what happened when it pulled back in. So that 12.25 bag hold level, that was the reversal on all those halts to the upside. It was then support in the afternoon when it got to the $15 level. There's your 12.25 support. Once it broke down, it gets a little bit bearish under here. I'm telling you, like sometimes I should have maybe been looking at that's a tricky short to put on, but you know that's the key price level at that 12.25. It's not a coincidence that it turns around there. So it's trend down since there. A close above that price would be a little bit more bullish. Buying above that price. Otherwise, I think you look back to where it calmed down, like $8, $9 on next. Okay, I said next week, but tomorrow, you know what I mean when I say that. Those can be key levels to come back in, and there really isn't that much until you get to about 750 on the daily chart. That's going to hold up for maybe a dip buy zone. And that 750 was the absolute bottom today. So those are your key levels. I think the 750, the even dollar at 9, and then that 12.25, the close above there, I still think is incredibly bullish. TTOO was the other one that you asked about, T2 Biosystems. This was on even an afternoon tear that just pulled back in. And the cool thing about this is we've seen this pattern before. A lot of these reverse split runners have made it back to the high before. So I feel this probably has a chance to go. So if it's going to stair step it up, a hold of 650, I don't know, maybe the 750, more like the 650 level, gives it a chance to make a really big parabolic breakout. These are all just low float because it reverse split. Then when they go squeezing, there's not a lot of liquidity, and you're just looking for the big breakout. I think that move needs to be through 10 and then through $12. So that's definitely a tomorrow or next week kind of thing. Not all of these get to that top, so when you get it at the bottom, you take profit. Hold on to something for the dream, but no one ever went broke taking profit. If you get this at $5, pay yourself when it gets to 7 or 8. Even if you think it squeezes through 10 and 12, you know, you can hold something through those prices. It's just difficult to hold the whole bag because then you end up holding the bag on the way back.
Yeah, what's up, Nick Dub? Sorry if we did. I mean, we're just getting to all the super chats. Shout out to Bears vs. Post. Thanks for doing that. And he actually showed me I can do something here. Watch this. No, you can go like this, and then you can go fan funding.
Fan funding,
yeah. I didn't know that, so they're all right here. So, all right, let me make sure you're not lying to me, Nick Dub. There it is. Just playing around. I just learned about this. $5 super chat for Shopify. So again, I've already. We'll go to live chat. Did that work? Oops. Oh, I think I froze it. Okay, it's back. Well, Nasdaq, I said yes. So, okay, we'll close this quickly. All right, so put this back up here. We're always trying to check the chat to make sure that we get everything. Soon, Ramin. Okay, so you do get a nice move upside here. I sold, remember guys, I sold some Shopify right here. So, again, we don't have the split. That's the one thing about these charts. All right, so, wow, that's the one thing. Yeah, a couple things. All right, so there's 70. So we got, I think we got out like 60, like in and around 68. I'll double check again. It was Shopify's Toronto name, so I held it in that account. But either way, $67, $68. Shopify continued to make moves higher, right? So I've missed out on that 15% plus move now to the upside. You want to look about where to get back in. So look, I think this is what I think. I think there's a flush coming, and I think it's going to happen middle January, maybe late January into February, just when people start to get a little exhausted from buying stocks in the new year. I feel like we could flush down. But if you're looking to get into Shopify, I would just say this breaking level looks great to me. Like $70, $71. That's only, again, 15% down. I'd like to probably get some more shares. I'm really surprised at how well it's working. I showed you guys that restaurant that the wife and I went to last week when we went out just for whatever lunch, and they had a really cool Shopify pay thing where you just scan it, similar to the Square, but it was really super cool. It was like maybe half the size of this Packy Chip Challenge thing here. It was just like really small, and you just tapped it, and the guy could carry it around in his
Where the hell
pocket.
did that come from?
I just kept it here.
Oh,
Anyways, yeah. So I think that that's something that could not revolutionize. It's already out, right? The tap and go and the interact and all that. It's just I do like Shopify. I do think there's a good potential for something there on a pullback. I think you're going to be looking probably there at the right name. So good look there, Nick Dubb. I'd like to buy it back to $70. Adara brought us the imbalance. You probably mentioned it, but I sort of glanced over it. 190 to buy, so it doesn't seem like it's very big number. What's up to AI there? What's the preview for tomorrow? Big green or red day? No.
Neither.
No, neither. I would say. It's
Neither. Not well. I would say neither. You say neither.
Yeah, I think neither is Adara would know. Neither or
I
neither
say is wrong.
Please go over to Adara immediately. I want to ask her what's proper here. Neither or neither.
Where there is a particular OIM. Okay. As far as I'm aware, that is one where you can kind of go either way, like scenario. Much like regardless or irregardless, there's ones that people prefer, but they're both correct.
The answer is neither, because she said either one.
I know.
I said either one.
It's so true.
So that was good. Not done on purpose, I imagine, but that was good.
But what's the
Huh?
scenario is the real question.
Oh, Ramin. Well, what do you think, Ramin? I don't know. Ramin. Nutella.
Nutella.
It's not Nutella.
Not Nutella.
I'll walk out of here if people start talking about that.
Although I was corrected on that the aluminium thing.
Aluminium.
Oh yeah, well, Brad was right there because it was an English thing.
Yeah,
Aluminium.
Yeah,
Instead of aluminum.
No, I keep
You
hearing
do
it
sound.
now.
You do sound absolutely ridiculous when you say it, but
I
that is
can agree, but-
that is what it is. And oh my God, let's go, man! The printing, the cash machine is in the building right now. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Nah, Meta's not moving that much, but there it is. Nice little move on that one. Bang! A quick little 40 cents there on Meta.
That was
Let's see if it
pretty
continues
funny.
to go higher.
Come
30
on,
cents,
we're waiting for our
Let's see if it goes
blast
there.
off.
Microsoft is the one that's really
Right here is a
jamming.
penny.
He's on fire. All right, back over to the bridge with.
We're ready for that sucker to go.
Brought to you by IG.com. Trade Forex pairs like Euro USD with spreads as low as 0.8 pips and zero commissions at IG. Terms and conditions apply.
Look at Microsoft, Meta trying to go now as well. Tesla's trying to go, and everything trying to go. So, yeah, man, we're making it. We're making some bank right now in this afternoon. It's been a great afternoon. I hope everyone likes it. Nutella. That's funny. I don't know.
I never even heard that till today.
The thing is, this is the thing. It's one thing if you are Italian, because, especially grandmothers. I mean, my grandmother called McDonald's Macamadan. Macamadan. Like, that makes no sense. It's just in her broken down English.
Yeah, that's different.
Rest her soul. I thought it was hilarious when she would call it that.
Like my family taught them when they get to patois, like some of the words.
Right.
Like I'll be sitting around the kitchen table, like I can't speak it, but I can understand it, and that's a totally different story from saying things like, like Nutella is Nutella, man. Like
it could be. It could go either way. I have no idea.
I've never heard it. Like usually I've heard both sides, right? Like I've heard people say either or either, right? Tomato. Like I know all of those ones, and it's all good. Pecan. See, now all of a sudden Ramin's just saying all pecan or pecan. I say pecan, but I think you can go either. I think you can go either way.
Caramel. I don't say caramel.
I say caramel though. See again, but I think that's one everybody knows. People will say it in both ways. The Nutella thing.
About or a boot?
We don't speak that way. We don't say a boot.
A boot?
A boot that? Okay, how about this
Proctor
one? This
did.
is an English one. Is it a roof or is it a roof?
Roof.
What are we even doing? Roblox nicely done, cooking up to the upside here. Microsoft is trying to go. We got a good out there, man. We got an out at 35s. No, sorry, 25s right there on the upside as we'll wait for it to continue to go. Meta, do you say Meta or Meta? Meta right now going back up to the upside here as we continue. Hopefully we'll be able to get another fill up there at 59. We spun the register there for 30 cents. I thought it was going to go, but it just came right back into the low of the day again. I'm bidding 11s there near 358. This name might not hold out for us. That's going to be Meta. As this market again just goes up, what goes up apparently must come right back down again. I was sort of thinking that we could rush to VWAP there, but it doesn't look like that's happening. Make sure you do join me. I just tweeted out. We are going to be live on X. We had a record number of X viewers yesterday as well for the recap show, and it's really starting to take off. So join me tonight at 4 o'clock immediately after the stream, and we'll go over some ETFs. We'll go over the market sectors. We'll get some Sean tweets going through there. Tesla or Tesla? There's so many different things
on this show.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that was said way too many times on this show. Josh says we totally do say a boot. Okay.
Who does though?
No, us.
A boot.
Look. It's a Canadian.
Oh, so Canadians have hearing problems.
Look,
I've never heard anybody say a boot.
But I feel like.
What do you mean? It's not an
Bob
accent
Proctor.
No, but I go to Florida like all the time. And I speak to a lot of Americans. I've never heard anybody while talking to me say that we do that. When I ask them about, they're like, no, I don't really hear that.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a.
I don't think
like
we do that one.
Not a wives' tale, but it's just like one of those things that people think you say. You know.
Yeah.
No.
Like they think like, oh, you come up to Canada, it's igloo time, right? It's plus 10 degrees or something.
Exactly.
Back us today and become part of Batch Zero. It is your crypto. Start truly owning what is yours.
We had like a little bit of like a one day we had a little bit of snow. And we're not even getting snow. Actually, I think we're getting snow on the weekend, but I don't think we're getting snow for the new year. I think we're supposed to get a little bit on just one last thing before we get the imbalances. 349 at this time of day. Near the end of the day, tight stops on all entries. I'm going to tighten up the stop on Rivian. I'm looking for it to break the flat bottom breakdown here, but I'm not giving it to 65 anymore because it is the end of the day and time to start tempering your expectations.
That's 50 Fahrenheit, by the way.
I'm not closing
People are
crap.
like, oh, you guys think 10 is warm.
Oh.
It's 50 degrees Fahrenheit right now in freezing cold Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
It ain't freezing here.
Oh man, it's not even close to freezing, man. It's gorgeous outside.
Because
I don't have to wear sweaters.
Here we
it's
go.
gonna go up.
It's 64 degrees in Florida.
And I have to go and do a job.
Well, Florida right now having similar weather to great old north. All right.
This is exactly why natural gas sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I
because it's the same thing in Europe too. Like this warm winter thing, that's not good.
First of all, imbalances. So we're in a couple names here, and I don't like to be in names into imbalances, but there's nothing I can do about it at this point. Hopefully, they just don't come too huge. They weren't like that yesterday. They were relatively muted. So I'm just gonna watch out. I'm gonna get rid of broker, and in about 5 seconds, we're gonna get an updated. A lot of these are from earlier. Of course, 350 happens now. So let's see what happens here. All right, Meta doesn't seem to want to move too much through any kind of level right now, so that's kind of muted.
Apple, Amazon, million sells.
They're all sells. Screw this. I'll probably gonna wind up losing on this then. I was hoping Microsoft or Apple and all this could be a buy. So here goes. Here's the move down. So again, coming in as a negative Nancy here into the close for the market. So those of you that were maybe thinking we could get a move downside tomorrow, it's 2.1 billion to sell. Thank you, Adara, over there on the desk, as some of these names continue to bleed out a little bit. Like, this is what can happen. Look, Apple immediately dropping down 20 cents. It's not huge, but like, what caused that move? It's the imbalances. The Amazon short, I probably won't live that down. We could have had it, but we didn't. Other than that, there's Tesla with the sell. We're already short this name, so whatever. Hopefully that will work. We just got stopped out of something. I'll have to find out what that was. But some nice downside moves here. Was it Microsoft? No. Was it Meta? No. We'll find out what it was. Oh, no, it was nothing. Okay. But anyways, here we go. That's what's happening right now in the imbalances. Looks like it's going to be a sell-side activity here today for the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
it was green.
Good pull.
And now it's red again.
But that's a perfect poll, man. It's going to finish right here.
Well, we had 1,100 votes on the poll, 56% we're saying yes, go Santa Claus rally. There's still a chance here, but the 44% are currently winning. I love when we do it because it can be a coin flip when you're flat on the day, but when you get a big move, like we've had days we put that poll on, and then all of a sudden it's like 0.4, 0.5%, and there was some real good opportunities if you had the direction right. Here, like you had some scalp trading opportunities on some days. I only pull up EOS because I didn't know what the stock was, and I saw $1 million in bounce on it to the buy side, but that's a nothing burger. Rivian, which I'm in, is not moving off these lows. I put a bid down here at 52, which is a whopping 5 cents, but there's only 8 minutes left in the day, and it's the similar thing with Intel. Like Intel, I was able to get more here at 50, but at this point, if it even gets to VWAP, that's good. You're just running out of time for it to go. How do you read the imbalance chart? Simple. I like to keep the BRKR because if something came out big and then went small or got bigger, I kind of want to know that, and I don't always remember or take a snapshot of it. But here, there's the symbol. Use the direction of the imbalance, either a buy imbalance or a sell imbalance. That's easy. Then the size of the imbalance. Here, so TLT 1.9 million shares to the buy side with a paired volume of 3.6. So the total open interest in the closing auction on TLT is about 5.57 million shares, and a third of that is imbalance to the buy side. And then the market time is just an update. The auction is like a theoretical auction price if they happen to close it right now. I've never known how accurate those are for NASDAQ in New York, so you don't hear us talk about them because my experience is they don't really tell you much of anything going into the close. But it's more important how big that imbalance is, and then of course the paired volume. If it's a 2 million imbalance with a paired volume of 200 million, not as big a deal, right? That's kind of obvious because the open interest relative to the size of the imbalance is going to be your story. So Intel, maybe we get VWAP, it's not moving. Rivian, it just hit 52s. I have a bid down here at 44, which I'll put in front of 45 because that's a more round number. But relatively little time to go in the day. Steve G just said, wow, Oxy. Really? $60 for Oxy, but that's down on the day. Oxy's bleeding today. Maybe we get another crack at that $55 level on Oxy. That'd be nice.
All right, maybe, yeah. So we got a little bit lighter there on. I would love to get that kind of thing popping off.
Buffett level.
Yeah. Well, the guy owns so much of that stock. All right, so it sucks what just happened to us. Microsoft just went down and hit our 65 level, then bumped right back up. But that's kind of what's going to happen here at the end of the day, as we kind of expect little moves like that as these imbalances turn around. So, anyways, Microsoft just hung around 376 all day. We'll look at this stock tomorrow, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure out more about Microsoft. I mean, it still could come into the bottom one more time. I was trying to buy a little bit of Meta down here. So unfortunately, I was waiting at 11s. It doesn't look like we'll be able to get that price right now. We could get a little bit of a flip over. Oh, that sucks about Microsoft. It's too bad. We were getting out of our positions anyways, but it did come back down, and wow, there's a nice little spike up. That sucks. Too bad. So sad on that one. But other than that, man, I mean, yeah, it's been a pretty good day overall, I feel like. Oh, yeah, there it is. Look at that.
It's 55.
Yeah, so it just comes out at 55, so it comes the other way. So see that? It was just cruising to the upside, and then boom, straight back down there as 355. Those imbalances kind of get spicy again. Apple still stays. Amazon still stays. As look at this. The market is now bleeding down into the downside to close the day. So, yeah, man, maybe we are getting some kind of an imbalance possibly leading to some sort of a trade tomorrow. So we'll wait out for this one. It's only 4 minutes left now in the market. Fisker with quite the nice sell, it looks like there. So, but not moving at all. Intel not doing much. Roblox coming back in again. And then Tesla trying to get back to the bottom. We haven't really done that. Oops, I don't need to close this. We haven't really done that much there into the close other than watch this nice little sell-off happen.
Fisker has a really flat bottom here at like $1.40. It is wild. Like, I'm not saying this is gonna go, but I think it's like 42% short float. You can look it up. You know what? As a matter of fact, it's 354. I have one last fill I can probably take on Rivian just to get out of it. I'm not gonna take any new positions, so I might as well get this right for you guys. I pop up my trade ideas and realize that the last time I looked at it was 42. Somehow it's now 45%. Those were always delayed. It's probably changed. These are estimates, and they're never going to be real time, but that's pretty accurate. 45% short float, and now it's consolidating at the bottom. At some point, you got to figure this thing is going to at least attempt to break out and squeeze. And the day it does, and it breaks $2, I want to be there. As a day trader, I mean, come on. Are you not going to be looking at Fisker if it does it? I think we will be. And it looks like it's finally making a real bottom. Like, that's a month-long consolidation when the stock was falling like a rock for 2 months, went from $6.50 to $1.50 in 2 months, and has gone sideways for a month. That's not a bad look. I'm not saying I would go long in like a swing account or anything like that, although I could think about that. If I hadn't taken Rivian, I would have maybe thought about this. But as a breakout trade, I'll be looking for some breakouts on Fisker in the coming days and months, I do think. But I mean, the company's down here for a reason, you know, so it's not a fundamental look, it's just a look at the chart.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, my daughter hits the ice soon, about 4 o'clock, 4:30. That should be fun for them. Okay, Microsoft bleeding down a little bit. We got to get ready to wrap up. I got to get out of here soon. All right, so Intel. I mean, pretty nice move down. Let's just capture some profits here on Intel. Whoa, look at that big follower down on that
Quit
one.
me out at 45.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, there's a seller there on this.
Big one.
We'll see if we get a 30. We didn't get a 38. It just refreshed it right there. I'll just get it. Well, there we go. We punch out at 39 immediately. So let's go. That's going to be a trade on that one. We're just going to get out of Roblox right here today. Kind of waiting to see if there's anything that sort of went bump in the night on this, and it doesn't look like anything happened. It just went straight to the downside. Again, we did average a piece in here. Obviously, we don't have that many shares, or I'd be worried about it. So we'll wait to see if we get something out now on Roblox. Maybe 35s. Do we just get out there? Where did I put that out? Okay, we'll wait for that. And then the other trade here is going to be Meta trying to get back upside right now. We're long at 41s. Let's just see. Again, it just filled us in that sort of quadrunk move there. So we'll see if we can get an out there on Meta before the show ends. And I got to run over to the desk. So I'm just going to wait, see if Meta rips up there. We did get out on Roblox. You're going to see that come out there at 36 right there. And then Meta, again, 25 cents out of the money right now. It's really not even a hit. Like, we could definitely absorb this. Let me just take a piece out here at 29s. There it is. And now we'll see if we can get back up to the upside here. For Meta, let's go. That'll be nice if we can end the day here with a nice little bump up here on META.
Well, I think it's safe to say the market's not going to get back into green. Nvidia.
1 minute to go, and then the market will be closed.
On the flip of the imbalance. There was some real.
So yeah, this is a job.
I didn't even see it on the imbalance locator, but whatever it was, at 55, you generally speaking will get a big update on all of those auctions. It just happens on the NYC floor, and a lot of times you'll see them shift, so you'll get these moves in stop. That's why you'll always hear it. Not always. A lot of times you'll hear things like, well, I'm tightening up my stop at 55. That's my only good explanation for why I tightened up my stop to 50 even at 55 on Intel. It wicked me out and then dropped like 10 cents right away. I just covered Rivian. Maybe going to throw a note to 23.50 being a bit of a thing, because this was a very weak stock consolidating off the bottom that just held 23.50 on a double bottom. And you zoom out a bit further, yesterday in the afternoon it held on to 23.50 at about 2:30 and then closed near the high. So that looks like a good level, I guess, in either direction. But there's only 20 seconds left, which I just realized because I looked at the clock. That is right next to me, obviously. So let's get the camera off of me. Let's throw it on a Derek here, as it is the second last trading day over in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All right.
Of 2023, I obviously meant. The market is not ending tomorrow, but the market is now closed. It did close to the red, so the NASDAQ was down 0.11 when I just looked over, so it closed red. The 44% of you that voted, we have 1,200 votes. 44% of you are correct about it. How many people were watching to get 1,200 votes? I'm just going to double check here.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of votes. Why is enlarging this? Okay, there we go. I had to scroll up there. So 1 out of every 3 people watching voted, but didn't hit. I just hit the like myself. 320 likes. That can't be right. Let me refresh it here. 1,200 people voted on the poll, 1 in 3, but there weren't only 300 likes. I refreshed it and now it says 600. So go YouTube. But we should be at 1,000 there. That's what it should be.
Come on, get me to 1,000.
Voting in the poll than we get likes. But we love everybody in the community regardless. Appreciate everybody for the super chats. It was a fantastic week. It's been a fantastic week of trading. I'm not here tomorrow. Obi's going to be in. I'm heading up north to spend some time with some family, my in-laws. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos, especially to you, Ramin. I know you haven't been feeling the absolute best. I didn't realize that you were under the weather a little bit, so you've been an absolute trooper. Shout out to you. And of course, shout out to Adara and Sharif on the midday and filling in duo for Brendan, who is back tomorrow after a much deserved holiday. So it's been a fun one. Happy New Year to all of you. I won't get a chance to say it on air, so I'll say it right now. Happy New Year to the entire community. We'll see you back next week. But of course, don't go anywhere. The show is still here tomorrow when the U.S. markets open, and it's usually a very good trading day. So you're going to want to make sure you tune in. Lots of good opportunities on the last day of the year, in my experience trading over the last 20 years. You know who I am. Oh, I did want to say this because we've kind of been neglecting it. Shout out to Kat.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
I can do the rundown, all this.
All right. So thank you for joining me today. We will be live tomorrow at 8 a.m. And just to recap on what we are seeing in the markets here, we're seeing a downtrend here, but I'm going to open up the trading view chart once again. Let me do this right. So looking at trading view, see this cloud? So we're waiting for this nice little peak right here. So remember, that was supposed to be a line of resistance that we're going to look for in the upside. That could be one there. But we're going to actually take a line here and we're going to place it right about there. So this is the zone we're looking at coming back into making up that lost profits in what we're going to do. When we're looking at it in a daily time frame, you can see it's all green. So looking forward, it looks all green. So there's no way that I'm closing my trades right now. I like them where they're at. I will probably have to take a bite to the downside because of the fact that look at that, that's all green. So hopefully we'll make up some room for improvement. Like the channel, subscribe. Hey, get yourself an account, and on Friday I will see about having my friend on. He's the one that got me started into Bitcoin. See if he'll join me on Zoom, and we're both going to be on the screen, and we're going to be watching trading the live Trader TV live. We'll be doing some analysis. I'll be letting him show you some of his techniques and strategies, and we're just going to have a real good time going into Friday. We know the market ends with the New York Exchange on Friday, but it always runs 24/7 when it comes to crypto. So we'll have our eyes peeled on this for the rest of the night. And get up and close personal here for a sec. So I do thank you for tuning in to the Living Legacy Group live trading Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can get yourself an account in the link, and then later on tonight, I'll have more lessons and lectures on what we do here at the Living Legacy. We'll get into a mindset session. We love the comments and the views. We reached 150 already. I do thank you. And so you have yourself a good and prosperous day, evening. Have some good dinner. And we'll see you again tomorrow here at 8 p.m. Okay, you take it easy, and we'll see you tomorrow.